Section 15 of the Exemplary novels by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Exemplary novels by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. Translated by Walter K. Kelly. The Little Gypsy Girl, Part 4. Leaving Estremadura, they entered La Mancha, and gradually traversed the kingdom of Murcia. In all the villages and towns they passed through, they had matches at ball playing, fencing, running, leaping, and pitching the bar; and in all these trials of strength, skill, and agility, Andrew and Clement were victorious, as Andrew alone had been before. During the whole journey, which occupied 6 weeks, Clement neither found nor sought an opportunity to speak alone with Preciosa, until one day when she and Andrew were conversing together, they called him to them, and Preciosa said, "The first time you came to our camp I recognized you, Clement, and remembered the verses you gave me in Madrid; but I would not say a word, not knowing with what intention you had come among us. When I became acquainted with your misfortune, it grieved me to the soul, though at the same time it was a relief to me, for I had been much disturbed, thinking that as there was a Don Juan in the world who had become a gipsy, a Don Sancho might undergo transformation in like manner. I speak this to you because Andrew tells me he has made known to you who he is, and with what intention he turned gipsy." And so it was, for Andrew had acquainted Clement with his whole story, that he might be able to converse with him on the subject nearest to his thoughts. "Do not think that my knowing you was of little advantage to you, since for my sake, and in consequence of what I said of you, our people the more readily admitted you amongst them, where I trust in God you may find things turn out according to your best wishes. You will repay me, I hope, for this good will on my part, by not making Andrew ashamed of having set his mind so low, or representing to him how ill he does in persevering in his present way of life. For though I imagine that his will is enthralled to mine, still it would grieve me to see him show signs, however slight, of repenting what he has done." "Do not suppose, peerless Preciosa," replied Clement, "that Don Juan acted lightly in revealing himself to me. I found him out beforehand. His eyes first disclosed to me the nature of his feelings. I first told him who I was, and detected that enthralment of his will which you speak of, and he, reposing a just confidence in me, made his secret mine. He can witness whether I applauded his determination and his choice, for I am not so dull of understanding, Preciosa, as not to know how omnipotent is beauty, and yours, which surpasses all bounds of loveliness, is a sufficient excuse for all errors, if error that can be called, for which there is so irresistible a cause. I am grateful to you, señora, for what you have said in my favour, and I hope to repay you by hearty good wishes that you may find a happy issue out of your perplexities, and that you may enjoy the love of your Andrew, and Andrew that of his Preciosa, with the consent of his parents, so that from so beautiful a couple there may come into the world the finest progeny which nature can form in her happiest mood. This is what I shall always desire, Preciosa, and this is what I shall always say to your Andrew, and not anything which could tend to turn him from his well-placed affections." With such emotion did Clement utter these words, that Andrew was in doubt whether they were spoken in courtesy only, or from love, for the infernal plague of jealousy is so susceptible that it will take offence at the motes in the sunbeams, and the lover finds matter for self-torment in everything that concerns the beloved object. Nevertheless, he did not give way to confirmed jealousy, for he relied more on the good faith of his Preciosa than on his own fortune, which in common with all lovers he regarded as luckless, so long as he had not obtained the object of his desires. In fine, Andrew and Clement continued to be comrades and friends, their mutual good understanding being secured by Clement's upright intentions, and by the modesty and prudence of Preciosa, who never gave Andrew an excuse for jealousy. Clement was somewhat of a poet, Andrew played the guitar a little, and both were fond of music. One night, when the camp was pitched in a valley 4 leagues from Murcia, Andrew seated himself at the foot of a cork tree, and Clement near him under an evergreen oak. Each of them had a guitar, and invited by the stillness of the night, they sang alternately, Andrew beginning the descant, and Clement responding. Andrew. 10,000 golden lamps are lit on high, making this chilly night rival the noonday's light. Look, Clement, on yon star-bespangled sky, and in that image see, if so divine thy fancy be, that lovely radiant face, where centres all of beauty and of grace. Clement. Where centres all of beauty and of grace, and where in concord sweet goodness and beauty meet, and purity hath fixed its dwelling place. Creature so heavenly fair, may any mortal genius dare, or less than tongue divine, to praise in lofty rare and sounding line. Andrew. To praise in lofty rare and sounding line, thy name, Gitana bright, earth's wonder and delight, worthy above the empyrean vault to shine. Fain would I snatch from fame the trump and voice whose loud acclaim should startle every ear, and lift Preciosa's name to the 8th sphere. Clement. To lift Preciosa's fame to the 8th sphere, were meet and fit that so the heavens new joy might know, through all their shining courts that name to hear, which on this earth doth sound like music spreading gladness round, breathing with charm intense, peace to the soul and rapture to the sense. It seemed as though the freeman and the captive were in no haste to bring their tuneful contest to conclusion, had not the voice of Preciosa, who had overheard them, sounded from behind in response to theirs. They stopped instantly, and remained listening to her in breathless attention. Whether her words were delivered impromptu, or had been composed some time before, I know not. However that may be, she sang the following lines with infinite grace, as though they were made for the occasion. While in this amorous emprise an equal conflict I maintain, 'tis higher glory to remain pure maid than boast the brightest eyes. The humblest plant on which we tread, if sound and straight it grows apace, by aid of nature or of grace, may rear aloft towards heaven its head. In this my lowly poor estate, by maiden honour dignified, no good wish rests unsatisfied. Their wealth I envy not the great. I find not any grief or pain in lack of love or of esteem, for I myself can shape I deem my fortunes happy in the main. Let me but do what in me lies, the path of rectitude to tread, and then be welcomed on this head, whatever fate may please the skies. I fain would know if beauty hath such high prerogative to raise my mind above the common ways, and set me on a loftier path. If equal in their souls they be, the humblest hind on earth may vie in honest worth and virtue high with one of loftiest degree. What inwardly I feel of mine doth raise me all that's base above, for majesty, be sure, and love do not on common soil recline. Preciosa having ended her song, Andrew and Clement rose to meet her. An animated conversation ensued between the three, and Preciosa displayed so much intelligence, modesty, and acuteness as fully excused, in Clement's opinion, the extraordinary determination of Andrew, which he had before attributed more to his youth than his judgment. The next morning the camp was broken up, and they proceeded to a place in the jurisdiction of Murcia, 3 leagues from the city, where a mischance befell Andrew. which went near to cost him his life. After they had given security in that place, according to custom, by the deposit of some silver vessels and ornaments, Preciosa and her grandmother, Christina and 2 other gitanillas, Clement and Andrew, took up their quarters in an inn kept by a rich widow, who had a daughter aged about 17 or 18, rather more forward than handsome. Her name was Juana Carducha. This girl having seen the gipsies dance, the devil possessed her to fall in love with Andrew, to that degree that she proposed to tell him of it, and take him for a husband if he would have her, in spite of her relations. Watching for an opportunity to speak to him, she found it in a cattle yard, which Andrew had entered in search of 2 young asses, when she said to him hurriedly, "Andrew," she already knew his name, "I am single and wealthy. My mother has no other child. This inn is her own, and besides it she has large vineyards and several other houses. You have taken my fancy, and if you will have me for a wife, only say the word. Answer me quickly, and if you are a man of sense, only wait, and you shall see what a life we shall lead." Astonished as he was at Carducha's boldness, Andrew nevertheless answered her with the promptitude she desired. "Señora Doncella, I am under promise to marry, and we gitanos intermarry only with gitanas. Many thanks for the favour you would confer on me, of which I am not worthy." Carducha was within 2 inches of dropping dead at this unwelcome reply, to which she would have rejoined, but that she saw some of the gitanos come into the yard. She rushed from the spot, athirst for vengeance. Andrew, like a wise man, determined to get out of her way, for he read in her eyes that she would willingly give herself to him with matrimonial bonds, and he had no wish to find himself engaged foot to foot and alone in such an encounter. Accordingly he requested his comrades to quit the place that night. Complying with his wishes as they always did, they set to work at once, took up their securities again that evening, and decamped. Carducha, seeing that Andrew was going away, and half her soul with him, and that she should not have time to obtain the fulfilment of her desires, resolved to make him stop by force, since he would not do so of good will. With all the cunning and secrecy suggested to her by her wicked intentions, she put among Andrew's baggage, which she knew to be his, a valuable coral necklace, 2 silver medals, and other trinkets belonging to her family. No sooner had the gipsies left the inn than she made a great outcry, declaring that the gipsies had robbed her, till she brought about her the officers of justice and all the people of the place. The gipsies halted, and all swore that they had no stolen property with them, offering at the same time to let all their baggage be searched. This made the old gipsy woman very uneasy, lest the proposed scrutiny should lead to the discovery of Preciosa's trinkets and Andrew's clothes, which she preserved with great care. But the good wench Carducha quickly put an end to her fears on that hand, for, before they had turned over 2 packages, she said to the men, "Ask which of these bundles belongs to that gipsy who is such a great dancer. I saw him enter my room twice, and probably he is the thief." Andrew knew it was himself she meant, and answered with a laugh, "Señora Doncella, this is my bundle, and that is my ass. If you find in or upon either of them what you miss, I will pay you the value 7-fold, besides submitting to the punishment which the law awards for theft." The officers of justice immediately unloaded the ass, and in the turn of a hand discovered the stolen property, whereat Andrew was so shocked and confounded that he stood like a stone statue. "I was not out in my suspicions," said Carducha. "See with what a good looking face the rogue covers his villainy." The alcalde, who was present, began to abuse Andrew and the rest of the gipsies, calling them common thieves and highwaymen. Andrew said not a word, but stood pondering in the utmost perplexity, for he had no surmise of Carducha's treachery. At last an insolent soldier, nephew to the alcalde, stepped up to him, saying, "Look at the dirty gipsy thief. I will lay a wager he will give himself airs as if he were an honest man, and deny the robbery, though the goods have been found in his hands. Good luck to whoever sends the whole pack of you to the galleys. A fitter place it will be for this scoundrel, where he may serve his majesty, instead of going about dancing from place to place, and thieving from venta to mountain. On the faith of a soldier, I have a mind to lay him at my feet with a blow." So saying, without more ado, he raised his hand and gave Andrew such a buffet as roused him from his stupor, and made him recollect that he was not Andrew Caballero, but Don Juan, and a gentleman. Therefore flinging himself upon the soldier with sudden fury, he snatched his sword from its sheath, buried it in his body, and laid him dead at his feet. The people shouted and yelled. The dead man's uncle, the alcalde, was frantic with rage. Preciosa fainted, and Andrew, regardless of his own defence, thought only of succouring her. As ill luck would have it, Clement was not on the spot, having gone forward with some baggage, and Andrew was set upon by so many that they overpowered him, and loaded him with heavy chains. The alcalde would gladly have hanged him on the spot, but was obliged to send him to Murcia, as he belonged to the jurisdiction of that city. It was not, however, till the next day that he was removed thither, and meanwhile he was loaded with abuse and maltreatment by the alcalde and all the people of the place. The alcalde, moreover, arrested all the rest of the gipsies he could lay hands on, but most of them had made their escape, among others Clement, who was afraid of being seized and discovered. On the following morning the alcalde, with his officers and a great many other armed men, entered Murcia with a caravan of gipsy captives, among whom were Preciosa and poor Andrew, who was chained on the back of a mule, and was handcuffed, and had a fork fixed under his chin. All Murcia flocked to see the prisoners, for the news of the soldier's death had been received there, but so great was Preciosa's beauty that no one looked upon her that day without blessing her. The news of her loveliness reached the corregidora's lady, who being curious to see her, prevailed on her husband to give orders that she should not enter the prison to which all the rest of the gipsies were committed. Andrew was thrust into a dark narrow dungeon, where, deprived of the light of the sun, and of that which Preciosa's presence diffused, he felt as though he should leave it only for his grave. Preciosa and her grandmother were taken to the corregidora's lady, who at once exclaiming, "Well might they praise her beauty," embraced her tenderly, and never was tired of looking at her. She asked the old woman what was the girl's age. 15 within a month or two, more or less, was the reply. "That would be the age of my poor Constantia," observed the lady. "Ah, amigas, how the sight of this young girl has brought my bereavement back afresh to my mind." Upon this, Preciosa took hold of the corregidora's hands, kissed them repeatedly, bathed them with tears, and said, "Señora mia, the gitano who is in custody is not in fault, for he had provocation. They called him a thief, and he is none. They gave him a blow on the face, though his is such a face that you can read in it the goodness of his soul. I entreat you, señora, to see that justice is done him, and that the señor corregidor is not too hasty in executing upon him the penalty of the law. If my beauty has given you any pleasure, preserve it for me by preserving the life of the prisoner, for with it mine ends too. He is to be my husband, but just and proper impediments have hitherto prevented our union. If money would avail to obtain his pardon, all the goods of our tribe should be sold by auction, and we would give even more than was asked of us. My lady, if you know what love is, and have felt and still feel it for your dear husband, have pity on me, who love mine tenderly and honestly." All the while Preciosa was thus speaking, she kept fast hold of the corregidora's hands, and kept her tearful eyes fixed on her face, whilst the lady gazed on her with no less wistfulness and wept as she did. Just then the corregidor entered, and seeing his wife and Preciosa thus mingling their tears, he was surprised as much by the scene as by the gitanilla's beauty. On his asking the cause of her affliction, Preciosa let go the lady's hands, and threw herself at the corregidor's feet, crying, "Mercy, mercy, señor! If my husband dies, I die too. He is not guilty. If he is, let me bear the punishment; or if that cannot be, at least let the trial be delayed until means be sought which may save him; for as he did not sin through malice, it may be that heaven in its grace will send him safety." The corregidor was still more surprised to hear such language from the gitanilla's lips, and but that he would not betray signs of weakness, he could have wept with her. While all this was passing, the old gitana was busily turning over a great many things in her mind, and after all this cogitation, she said, "Wait a little, your honour, and I will turn these lamentations into joy, though it should cost me my life," and she stepped briskly out of the room. Until she returned, Preciosa never desisted from her tears and entreaties that they would entertain the cause of her betrothed, being inwardly resolved that she would send to his father, that he might come and interfere in his behalf. The old gipsy woman returned with a little box under her arm, and requested that the corregidor and his lady would retire with her into another room, for she had important things to communicate to them in secret. The corregidor imagined she meant to give him information respecting some thefts committed by the gipsies, in order to bespeak his favour for the prisoner, and he instantly withdrew with her and his lady to his closet, where the gipsy, throwing herself on her knees before them both, began thus: "If the good news I have to give to your honours be not worth forgiveness for a great crime I have committed, I am here to receive the punishment I deserve. But before I make my confession, I beg your honours will tell me if you know these trinkets." And she put the box which contained those belonging to Preciosa into the corregidor's hands. He opened it and saw those childish gewgaws, but had no idea what they could mean. The corregidora looked at them too, with as little consciousness as her husband, and merely observed that they were the ornaments of some little child. "That is true," replied the gipsy, "and to what child they belonged is written in this folded paper." The corregidor hastily opened the paper and read as follows: "The child's name was Doña Constanza de Acevedo y de Meneses, her mother's Doña Guiomar de Meneses, and her father's Don Fernando de Acevedo, Knight of the Order of Calatrava. She disappeared on the day of the Lord's Ascension at 8 in the morning in the year 1595. The child had upon her the trinkets which are contained in this box." Instantly on hearing the contents of the paper, the corregidora recognised the trinkets, put them to her lips, kissed them again and again, and swooned away, and the corregidor was too much occupied in assisting her to ask the gitana for his daughter. "Good woman, angel rather than gitana," cried the lady when she came to herself, "where is the owner of these baubles?" "Where, señora?" was the reply. "She is in your own house. That young gipsy who drew tears from your eyes is their owner, and is indubitably your own daughter, whom I stole from your house in Madrid on the day and hour named in this paper." On hearing this, the agitated lady threw off her clogs and rushed with open arms into the sala, where she found Preciosa, surrounded by her doncellas and servants, and still weeping and wailing. Without a word she caught her hurriedly in her arms, and examined if she had under her left breast a mark in the shape of a little white mole, with which she was born, and she found it there enlarged by time. Then, with the same haste, she took off the girl's shoe, uncovered a snowy foot smooth as polished marble, and found what she sought, for the two smaller toes of the right foot were joined together by a thin membrane, which the tender parents could not bring themselves to let the surgeon cut when she was an infant. The mole on the bosom, the foot, the trinkets, the day assigned for the kidnapping, the confession of the gitana, and the joy and emotion which her parents felt when they first beheld her, confirmed with the voice of truth in the corregidora's soul that Preciosa was her own daughter. Clasping her therefore in her arms, she returned with her to the room where she had left the corregidor and the old gipsy. Preciosa was bewildered, not knowing why she had made all those investigations, and was still more surprised when the lady raised her in her arms and gave her not 1 kiss, but 100. Doña Guiomar at last appeared with her precious burthen in her husband's presence, and transferring the maiden from her own arms to his, "Receive, señor, your daughter Constanza," she said, "for your daughter she is without any doubt, since I have seen the marks on the foot and the bosom, and stronger even than these proofs is the voice of my own heart ever since I set eyes on her." "I doubt it not," replied the corregidor, folding Preciosa in his arms, "for the same sensations have passed through my heart as through yours, and how could so many strange particulars combine together unless it were by a miracle?" The people of the house were now lost in wonder, going about and asking each other, "What is all this?" but erring widely in their conjectures, for who would have imagined that the gitanilla was the daughter of their lord? The corregidor told his wife and daughter and the old gipsy that he desired the matter should be kept secret until he should himself think fit to divulge it. As for the old gipsy, he assured her that he forgave the injury she had done him in stealing his treasure, since she had more than made atonement by restoring it. The only thing that grieved him was that, knowing Preciosa's quality, she should have betrothed her to a gipsy, and worse than that, to a thief and murderer. "Alas, señor mio," said Preciosa, "he is neither a gipsy nor a thief, although he has killed a man, but then it was one who had wounded his honour, and he could not do less than show who he was, and kill him." "What, he is not a gipsy, my child?" said Doña Guiomar. "Certainly not," said the old gitana, and she related the story of Andrew Caballero, that he was the son of Don Francisco de Cárcamo, Knight of Santiago, that his name was Don Juan de Cárcamo, of the same order, and that she had kept his clothes after he had changed them for those of a gipsy. She likewise stated the agreement which Preciosa and Don Juan had made not to marry until after 2 years of mutual trial, and she put in their true light the honourable conduct of both, and the suitable condition of Don Juan. The parents were as much surprised at this as at the recovery of their daughter. The corregidor sent the gitana for Don Juan's clothes, and she came back with them accompanied by a gipsy who carried them. Previously to her return, Preciosa's parents put 1,000 questions to her, and she replied with so much discretion and grace that even though they had not recognized her for their child, they must have loved her. To their inquiry whether she had any affection for Don Juan, she replied, not more than that to which she was bound in gratitude towards one who had humbled himself to become a gipsy for her sake, but even this should not extend farther than her parents desired. "Say no more, daughter Preciosa," said her father, "for I wish you to retain this name of Preciosa in memory of your loss and your recovery. As your father I take it upon myself to establish you in a position not derogatory to your birth." Preciosa sighed, and her mother, shrewdly suspecting that the sigh was prompted by love for Don Juan, said to the corregidor, "Since Don Juan is a person of such rank, and is so much attached to our daughter, I think, señor, it would not be amiss to bestow her upon him." "Hardly have we found her to day," he replied, "and already would you have us lose her? Let us enjoy her company for a while at least, for when she marries she will be ours no longer, but her husband's." "You are right, señor," said the lady, "but give orders to bring out Don Juan, for he is probably lying in some filthy dungeon." "No doubt he is," said Preciosa, "for as a thief and homicide, and above all as a gipsy, they will have given him no better lodging." "I will go see him," said the corregidor, as if for the purpose of taking his confession. "Meanwhile, señora, I again charge you not to let any one know this history until I choose to divulge it, for so it behooves my office." Then, embracing Preciosa, he went to the prison where Don Juan was confined, and entered his cell, not allowing any one to accompany him. he found the prisoner with both legs in fetters, handcuffed, and with the iron fork not yet removed from beneath his chin. The cell was dark, only a scanty gleam of light passing into it from a loophole near the top of the wall. "How goes it, sorry knave?" said the corregidor as he entered. "I would I had all the gipsies in Spain leashed here together to finish them all at once, as Nero would have beheaded all Rome at a single blow. Know, thou thief, who art so sensitive on the point of honour, that I am the corregidor of this city, and come to know from thee if thy betrothed is a gitanilla who is here with the rest of you." Hearing this, Andrew imagined that the corregidor had surely fallen in love with Preciosa, for jealousy is a subtle thing, and enters other bodies without breaking or dividing them. He replied, however, "If she has said that I am her betrothed, it is very true; and if she has said I am not her betrothed, she has also spoken the truth, for it is not possible that Preciosa should utter a falsehood." "Is she so truthful then?" said the corregidor. "It is no slight thing to be so and be a gitana. Well, my lad, she has said that she is your betrothed, but that she has not yet given you her hand. She knows that you must die for your crime, and she has entreated me to marry her to you before you die, that she may have the honour of being the widow of so great a thief as yourself." "Then let your worship do as she has requested," said Andrew, "for so I be married to her, I will go content to the other world, leaving this one with the name of being hers." "You must love her very much." "So much," replied the prisoner, "that whatever I could say of it would be nothing to the truth. In a word, señor corregidor, let my business be dispatched. I killed the man who insulted me. I adore this young gitana. I shall die content if I die in her grace, and God's I know will not be wanting to us, for we have both observed honourably and strictly the promise we made each other." "This night then I will send for you," said the corregidor, "and you shall marry Preciosa in my house, and tomorrow morning you shall be on the gallows. In this way I shall have complied with the demands of justice and with the desire of you both." Andrew thanked him. The corregidor returned home and told his wife what had passed between them. During his absence Preciosa had related to her mother the whole course of her life, and how she had always believed she was a gipsy and the old woman's granddaughter, but that at the same time she had always esteemed herself much more than might have been expected of a gitana. Her mother bade her say truly, was she very fond of Don Juan? With great bashfulness and with downcast eyes, she replied that, having considered herself a gipsy, and that she should better her condition by marrying a knight of Santiago, and one of such station as Don Juan de Cárcamo, and having moreover learned by experience his good disposition and honourable conduct, she had sometimes looked upon him with the eyes of affection, but that, as she had said once for all, she had no other will than that which her parents might approve. Night arrived, and about 10 they took Andrew out of prison without handcuffs and fetters, but not without a great chain with which his body was bound from head to foot. In this way he arrived unseen by any but those who had charge of him in the corregidor's house, was silently and cautiously admitted into a room, and there left alone. A confessor presently entered and bade him confess, as he was to die next day. "With great pleasure I will confess," replied Andrew, "but why do they not marry me first? And if I am to be married, truly it is a sad bridal chamber that awaits me." Doña Guiomar, who heard all this, told her husband that the terrors he was inflicting on Don Juan were excessive, and begged he would moderate them, lest they should cost him his life. The corregidor assented, and called out to the confessor that he should first marry the gipsy to Preciosa, after which the prisoner would confess, and commend himself with all his heart to God, who often rains down his mercies at the moment when hope is most parched and withering. Andrew was then removed to a room where there was no one but Doña Guiomar, the corregidor, Preciosa, and 2 servants of the family. But when Preciosa saw Don Juan in chains, his face all bloodless, and his eyes dimmed with recent weeping, her heart sank within her, and she clutched her mother's arm for support. "Cheer up, my child," said the corregidora, kissing her, "for all you now see will turn to your pleasure and advantage." Knowing nothing of what was intended, Preciosa could not console herself. The old gipsy was sorely disturbed, and the bystanders awaited the issue in anxious suspense. "Señor Vicar," said the corregidor, "this gitano and gitana are the persons whom your reverence is to marry." "That I cannot do," replied the priest, "unless the ceremony be preceded by the formalities required in such cases. Where have the bans been published? Where is the license of my superior authorizing the espousals?" "The inadvertence has been mine," said the corregidor, "but I will undertake to get the license from the bishop's deputy." "Until it comes then, your worships will excuse me," said the priest, and without another word, to avoid scandal, he quitted the house, leaving them all in confusion. "The padre has done quite right," said the corregidor, "and it may be that it was by Heaven's providence to the end that Andrew's execution might be postponed, for married to Preciosa he shall assuredly be; but first the bans must be published, and thus time will be gained, and time often works a happy issue out of the worst difficulties. Now I want to know from Andrew, should matters take such a turn, that without any more of those shocks and perturbations, he should become the husband of Preciosa, would he consider himself a happy man, whether as Andrew Caballero or as Don Juan de Cárcamo?" As soon as Don Juan heard himself called by his true name, he said, "Since Preciosa has not chosen to confine herself to silence, and has discovered to you who I am, I say to you that though my good fortune should make me monarch of the world, she would still be the sole object of my desires, nor would I aspire to have any blessings besides save that of heaven. Now for this good spirit you have shown, Señor Don Juan de Cárcamo, I will in fitting time make Preciosa your lawful wife, and at present I bestow her upon you in that expectation, as the richest jewel of my house, my life, and my soul, for in her I bestow upon you Doña Constanza de Acevedo Menesis, my only daughter, who, if she equals you in love, is nowise inferior to you in birth." Andrew was speechless with astonishment, while in a few words Doña Guiomar related the loss of her daughter, her recovery, and the indisputable proofs which the old gipsy woman had given of the kidnapping. More amazed than ever, but filled with immeasurable joy, Don Juan embraced his father and mother-in-law, called them his parents and señores, and kissed Preciosa's hands, whose tears called forth his own. The secret was no longer kept. The news was spread abroad by the servants who had been present, and reached the ears of the alcalde, the dead man's uncle, who saw himself debarred of all hope of vengeance, since the rigour of justice could not be inflicted on the corregidor's son-in-law. Don Juan put on the travelling dress which the old woman had preserved. His prison and his iron chain were exchanged for liberty and chains of gold, and the sadness of the incarcerated gipsies was turned into joy, for they were all bailed out on the following day. The uncle of the dead man received a promise of 2000 ducats on condition of his abandoning the suit and forgiving Don Juan. The latter, not forgetting his comrade Clement, sent at once in quest of him, but he was not to be found, nor could anything be learned of him until 4 days after, when authentic intelligence was obtained that he had embarked in one of the 2 Genoese galleys that lay in the port of Cartagena, and had already sailed. The corregidor informed Don Juan that he had ascertained that his father Don Francisco de Cárcamo had been appointed corregidor of that city, and that it would be well to wait until the nuptials could be celebrated with his consent and approbation. Don Juan was desirous to conform to the corregidor's wishes, but said that before all things he must be made one with Preciosa. The archbishop granted his license, requiring that the bans should be published only once. The city made a festival of the wedding day, the corregidor being much liked, and there were illuminations, bullfights, and tournaments. The old woman remained in the house of her pretended grandchild, not choosing to part from Preciosa. The news reached Madrid, and Don Francisco de Cárcamo learned that the gipsy bridegroom was his son, and that Preciosa was the gitanilla he had seen in his house. Her beauty was an excuse in his eyes for the levity of his son, whom he had supposed to be lost, having ascertained that he had not gone to Flanders. Besides, he was the more reconciled when he found what a good match Don Juan had made with the daughter of so great and wealthy a cavalier as was Don Fernando de Acevedo. He hastened his departure in order to see his children, and within 20 days he was in Murcia. His arrival renewed the general joy. The lives of the pair were related, and the poets of that city, which numbers some very good ones, took it upon them to celebrate the extraordinary event along with the incomparable beauty of the gitanilla. And the licentiate Pozo wrote in such wise that Preciosa's fame will endure in his verses whilst the world lasts. I forgot to mention that the enamoured damsel of the inn owned that the charge of theft she had preferred against Andrew was not true, and confessed her love and her crime, for which she was not visited with any punishment, because the joyous occasion extinguished revenge and resuscitated clemency. End of The Little Gypsy Girl, Part 4.
Section 16 of the Exemplary Novels of Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. The Exemplary Novels by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra, translated by Walter K. Kelly, The Generous Lover, Part 1. O lamentable ruins of the ill-fated Nicosia, still moist with the blood of your valorous and unfortunate defenders! Were you capable of feeling, we might jointly bewail our disasters in this solitude, and perhaps find some relief for our sorrows in mutually declaring them. A hope may remain that your dismantled towers may rise again, though not for just a defence as that in which they fell. But I, unfortunate, what good can I hope for in my wretched distress, even should I return to my former state? Such is my hard fate. In that freedom I was without happiness, and in captivity I have no hope for it. These words were uttered by a captive Christian as he gazed from an eminence on the ruined walls of Nicosia, and thus he talked with them, comparing his misery with theirs, as if they could understand him. A common habit with the afflicted, who, carried away by their imaginations, say and do things inconsistent with all sense and reason. Meanwhile there issued from a pavilion or tent, of which there were 4 pitched in the plain, a young Turk of good-humoured and graceful appearance, who approached the Christian, saying, "I will lay a wager, friend Ricardo, that the gloomy thoughts you are continually ruminating have led you to this place." "It is true," replied Ricardo, for that was the captive's name, "but what avails it? Since, go where I will, I find no relief from them. On the contrary, the sight of yonder ruins have given them increased force." "You mean the ruins of Nicosia?" "Of course I do, since there are no others visible here." "Such a sight as might well move you to tears," said the Turk. "For any one who saw this famous and plenteous isle of Cyprus about 2 years ago, when its inhabitants enjoyed all the felicity that is granted to mortals, and who now sees them exiled from it, or captive and wretched, how would it be not possible to mourn over its calamity? But let us talk no more of these things, for which there is no remedy, and to speak of your own, for which I would fain find one. Now I entreat you, by what you owe me for the good will I have shown you, and for the fact that we are of the same country, and we were brought up together in boyhood, that you tell me what is the cause of your inordinate sadness. For even admitting that captivity alone is enough to sadden the most cheerful heart in the world, yet I imagine your sorrows have a deeper source, for generous spirits like yours do not yield to ordinary misfortunes so much as to betray extraordinary grief on account of them. Besides, I know that you are not so poor as to be unable to pay the sum demanded for your ransom, nor are you shut up in the castles of the Black Sea as a captive of consideration, who late or never obtains the liberty he sighs for. Since, then, you are not deprived of the hope of freedom, and yet you manifest such deep despondency, I cannot help thinking that it proceeds from some other cause than the loss of your liberty. I entreat you to tell me what is that cause, and I offer you my help to the utmost of my means and power. Who knows but that it was in order that I might serve you, that fortune induced me to wear this dress which I abhor? You know, Ricardo, that my master is the cadi, which means the same thing as the bishop, of this city. You know, too, how great is his power, and my influence with him. Moreover, you are not ignorant of the ardent desire I feel not to die in this creed, which I nominally profess. But if it can be done in no other way, I propose to confess and publicly cry aloud my faith in Jesus Christ, from which I lapsed by reason of my youth and want of understanding. Such a confession I know will cost me my life, which I will give freely, that I may not lose my soul. From all this I would have you infer, and be assured, but that I may know what remedies or palliations your case may admit of, it is necessary that you explain it to me, as the sick man does to the doctor, taking my word for it that I will maintain the strictest secrecy concerning it." Ricardo, who had listened in silence all this while, finding himself at last obliged to reply, did so as follows: "If, as you have guessed rightly, respecting my misfortune, friend Mahmoud, so also you could hit upon the remedy for it, I should think my liberty well lost, and would not exchange my mischance for the greatest imaginable good fortune. But I know that it is such, that though all the world should know the cause whence it proceeds, no one would ever make bold to find for it a remedy, or even an alleviation. That you may be satisfied of this truth, I will relate my story to you as briefly as I can. But before I enter upon the confused labyrinth of my woes, tell me what is the reason why my master, Hassan Pasha, has caused these pavilions to be pitched here in the plain, before he enters Nicosia, to which he has been appointed Pasha, as the Turks call their viceroys." "I will satisfy you briefly," replied Mahmoud. "You must know, then, that this is the custom among Turks, for those who are set out as viceroys of any province, not to enter the city in which their predecessor dwells until he quits it, and leaves the new comer to take up his residence freely; and when the new pasha has done so, the old one remains encamped beyond the walls, awaiting the result of the inquiry into his administration, which is made without his being able to interfere, and avail himself of bribery or affection, unless he has done so beforehand. The result of the inquiry, enrolled on a sealed parchment, is then given to the departing pasha, and this he must present to the Sublime Porte, that is to say, the court in front of the Grand Council of the Turk. It is then read by the Vizier Pasha and the four lesser pashas, or, as we should say, by the President and members of the Royal Council, who punish or reward the bearer according to its contents, though if these are not favourable, he buys off his punishment with money. If there is no accusation against him, and he is not rewarded, as commonly happens, he obtains by means of presents the post he most desires, for at that court offices are not bestowed by merit, but for money. Everything is bought and sold. The bestowers of the office fleece the receivers, but he who purchases a post makes enough by it to purchase another which promises more profit. Everything proceeds as I tell you. In this empire all is violence, a fact which betokens that it will not be durable. But, as I fully surely believe, it is our sins that uphold it. The sins, I mean, of those who imprudently and forwardly offend God, as I am doing. May He forgive me in His mercy. It is then for the reason I have stated that your master, Hassan Pasha, has been encamped here 4 days, and if the Pasha of Nicosia has not come out as he should have done, it is because he has been very ill. But he is now better, and he will come out today or tomorrow without fail, and lodge in some tents behind this hill, which you have not seen, after which your master will immediately enter the city. And now I have replied to the answer you put to me." "Listen, then, to my story," said Ricardo. "But I know not if I shall be able to fulfil my promise to be brief, since my misfortune is so vast that it cannot be comprised with any reasonable compass of words. However, I will do what I may, and as time allows. Let me ask you, in the first place, if you knew in our town of Trapani a young lady whom fame pronounced to be the most beautiful woman in Sicily? A young lady, I say, of whom the most ingenious tongues and the choicest wits declared that her beauty was the most perfect ever known in past ages or the present, or that may be looked for in the future. One of whom the poets sang that she had hair of gold, that her eyes were two shining suns, her cheeks roses, her teeth pearls, her lips rubies, and her neck alabaster, and that every part of her made with the whole, and the whole with every part, a marvellous harmony and consonance, nature diffusing all over her in such exquisite sweetness of tone and colour, that envy itself could not find a fault in her. How is it possible, Mahmoud, that you have not already named her? Surely you have either not listened to me, or when you were in Trapani you wanted common sensibility." "In truth, Ricardo," replied Mahmoud, "if she whom you have depicted in such glowing colours is not Leonisa, the daughter of Rodolfo Florencio, I know not who she is, for that lady alone was famed as you have described." "Leonisa it is, Mahmoud," explained Ricardo. "Leonisa is the sole cause of all my bliss and all my sorrow, for it is her, and not for the loss of liberty, that my eyes pour forth incessant tears, my sighs kindle the air, and my wailings weary heaven and the ears of men. It is she who makes me appear in your eyes a madman, or at least a being devoid of energy and spirit. This Leonisa, so cruel to me, was not so to another, and this is the cause of my present miserable plight. For you must know that, from my childhood, or at least from the time I was capable of understanding, I not only loved, but adored and worshipped her, as though I knew no other deity on earth. Her parents and relations were aware of my affection for her, and never showed signs of disapproving it, for they knew that my designs were honourable and virtuous. And I know that they often said as much to Leonisa, in order to dispose her to receive me as her betrothed. But she had set her heart on Cornelio, the son of Ascanio Rutilo, whom you well know, a spruce young gallant, point de vis in his retire, with white hands, curly locks, mellifluous voice, amorous discourse, made up, in short, of amber and sugar paste, garnished with plums and brocade. She never cared to bestow a look on my less dainty face, nor to be touched in the least by my assiduous courtship, but repaid all my affection with disdain and abhorrence, whilst my love for her grew to such an extreme, that I should have deemed my fate most blessed if she had killed me by her scorn, provided she did not bestow open, though maidenly favours on Cornelio. Imagine the anguish of my soul, thus lacerated by her disdain, and tortured by the most cruel jealousy. Leonisa's father and mother winked at her preference for Cornelio, believing, as they well might, that the youth, fascinated by her incomparable beauty, would choose for her life, and thus they would have a wealthier son-in-law than myself. That he might have been, but they would not have had one, of better birth than myself, or of nobler sentiments, or more approved worth. Well, in the course of my wooing, I learned one day last May, that is to say about a year ago, that Leonisa and her parents, Cornelio and his, accompanied by all their relations and servants, had gone to enjoy themselves in Ascanio's garden, close to the seashore on the road to the salt pits. "I know the place well," interrupted Mahmoud, "and passed many a merry day there in better times. Go on, Ricardo." "The moment I received information of this party, such an infernal fury of jealousy possessed my soul that I was utterly distraught, as you will see, by what I straightway did, and that was to go to the garden, where I found the whole party taking their pleasure, and Cornelio and Leonisa seated under a nopal tree, a little apart from the rest. What were their sensations on seeing me, I know not. All I know is that my own were such that a cloud came over my sight, and I was like a statue without power of speech or motion. This torpor soon gave way to choler, which roused my heart's blood, and unlocked my hands and my tongue. My hands indeed for a while were restrained by respect for that divine face before me, but my tongue at least broke the silence. 'Now hast thou thy heart's content,' I cried, 'O mortal enemy of my repose! Thine eyes resting with so much composure on the subject that makes mine a perpetual fountain of tears. Closer to him, cruel girl! Cling like ivy around that worthless trunk. Comb and part the locks of that new Ganymede, thy lukewarm admirer. Give thyself up wholly to the capricious boy on whom thy gaze is fixed, so that losing all hope of winning thee, I may lose to the life I abhor. Dost thou imagine, proud thoughtless girl, that the laws and usages which are known in such cases by all mankind are to give way for thee alone? Dost thou imagine that this boy, puffed up with his wealth, vain of his looks, presuming upon birth, inexperienced from his youth, can preserve constancy in love, or be capable of estimating the inestimable, or know what riper years and experience know? Do not think it. One thing alone is good in this world, to act always consistently, so that no one be deceived unless it be by his own ignorance. In extreme youth there is much inconstancy. In the rich there is pride, in the arrogant vanity, in men who value themselves on their beauty there is disdain, and in one who unites with all these in himself there is a fatuity which is the mother of all mischief. As for thee, boy, who thinkest to carry off so safely a prize, more due in my earnest love than to thy idle philandering. Why dost thou not arise from that flowery bank, and tear from my bosom the life which so abhors thine? And that not for the insult thou puttest upon myself, because thou knowest not how to prize the blessing which fortune bestows upon thee. 'Tis plain indeed, how little thou esteemest it, since thou wilt not budge to defend it for fear of ruffling the finical arrangements of thy pretty attire. Had Achilles been as placid tempered as thou art, Ulysses would have certainly failed in his attempt for all his show of glittering arms and burnished helmets. Go, play among thy mother's maids. They will help thee to dress thy locks and take care of those dainty hands that are fitter to wind silk than to handle a sword." In spite of all these taunts, Cornelio never stirred from his seat, but remained perfectly still, staring at me as if he was bewitched. The loud tones in which I spoke had brought round us all the people who were walking in the garden, and they arrived in time to hear me assail Cornelio with many other opprobrious terms. Plucking up heart, at last, from the presence of numbers, most of whom were his relations, servants, or friends, he made a show as if he would rise, but before he was on his feet my sword was out, and I attacked not him only, but all who were before me. The moment Leonisa saw the gleam of my sword she swooned away, which only exasperated my frantic rage. I know not whether it was that those whom I assailed contented themselves with acting on the defensive as a raving madman, or that it was in my own good luck and adroitness, or Heaven's design to reserve me for greater ills. But the fact was that I encountered 7 or 8 of those who came under my hand. As for Cornelio, he made such good use of his heels that he escaped me. In this imminent danger, surrounded by enemies who were now incensed to vengeance, I was saved by extraordinary chance. But better it would have been to have lost my life on the spot than to be saved in order to suffer hourly death. On a sudden the garden was invaded by a great number of Turkish corsairs, who had landed in the neighbourhood without being perceived by the sentinels in the castles on the coast or by our cruisers. As soon as my antagonist descried them, they left me, and escaped with all speed. Of all the persons in the garden the Turks captured only 3, besides Leonisa, who was still in her swoon. As for me, I fell into their hands after receiving 4 ugly wounds, which, however, I had revenged by laying 4 Turks dead upon the ground. The Turks, having effected this onslaught with their usual expedition, returned to their galleys, ill satisfied with the success which had cost them so dear. Having set sail, they quickly arrived at Fabiana, where, mustering their hands to see who was missing, they found that they had lost 4 Levantine soldiers, whom they esteemed their best men. They resolved to revenge the loss on me, and the commander of the galley immediately ordered the yardarm to be lowered in order to hang me. Leonisa was present at all this. She had come to her senses. Seeing herself in the power of the corsairs, she stood weeping and wringing her delicate hands, without saying a word, but listening if she could understand what was said by the Turks. One of the Christian slaves at the oar told her in Italian that the captain had ordered that Christian to be hanged, pointing to me, because he had killed in his own defence 4 of the best soldiers belonging to the galley. On hearing this, Leonisa, it was the first time she showed any pity for me, bade the captive tell the Turks not to hang me, for they would lose a large ransom, but return at once to Trapani, where it would be paid them. This, I say, was the first, as it will also be the last mark of compassion bestowed on me by Leonisa, and all for my greater woe. The Turks believed what the captive told them. Interest got the better of their resentment, and they returned the next morning with the flag of peace. I passed a night of the greatest anguish, not so much from the pain of my wounds, as from thinking of the danger in which my fair and cruel enemy was placed among those barbarians. When we arrived at the town, 1 galley entered the port, the other remaining in the offing. The Christian inhabitants lined the whole shore, and the effeminate Cornelio stood watching from a distance what was going on in the galley. My steward immediately came to treat for my ransom, and I told him on no account to bargain for it, but for that of Leonisa, for which he should offer all I was worth. I furthermore ordered him to return to shore, and told Leonisa's parents that they might leave it to him to treat for their daughter's liberation, and give themselves no trouble about the matter. The chief captain, who was a Greek renegade named Yusuf, demanded 6,000 crowns for Leonisa, and 4,000 for me, adding that he would not give up one without the other. He asked for this large sum, as I afterwards ascertained, because he was in love with Leonisa, and did not wish to ransom her, but to give me and 1,000 crowns to boot to the other captain, with whom he was bound to share equally whatever prizes they made, and to keep Leonisa for himself, as valued at 5,000 crowns. It was for this reason that he had praised us both at 10,000. Leonisa's parents made no offer at all, relying on my promise, nor did Cornelio so much as open his lips on the matter. After much bargaining, my steward agreed to pay 5,000 crowns for Leonisa and 3 for me, and Yusuf accepted this offer at the persuasion of the other captain and of all his men. But as my agent had not so large amount in ready money, he asked for 3 days to get it in, being resolved to extend all I possessed rather than fail to rescue us. Yusuf was glad of this, thinking that something might possibly occur in the interval to prevent the completion of the bargain, and he departed for the isle of Fabiana, saying that in 3 days he would return for the money. But fortune, never weary of persecuting me, ordained that a Turkish sentinel descried from the highest point of the island, far out at sea, 6 vessels which appeared to be either the Maltese squadron or one belonging to Sicily. He ran down to give warning, and as quick as thought the Turks who were on shore, some cooking their dinners, some washing their linen, embarked again, heaved anchor, got out their oars, hoisted sail, and heading in the direction of the Barbary, in less than 2 hours lost sight of the galleys. I leave you to conjecture, friend Mahmoud, what I suffered in that voyage, so contrary to my expectation, and more when we arrived the following day at the southwest isle of Pantanalea. There the Turks landed, and the 2 captains began to divide all the prizes they had made. All this was for me a lingering death. When Leonisa's turn and mine came, Yusuf gave Fatala, the other captain, myself, and 6 other Christians, 4 of them fit for the oar, and 2 very handsome Corsican boys, as an equivalent for Leonisa, whom he himself retained, Fatala being content with that arrangement. I was present at all this, but I knew not what they said, though I saw what they did, nor should I have then understood the nature of the partition, had not Fatala come up to me and said in Italian, "Christian, you now belong to me. You have cost me 2,000 crowns. If you desire your liberty, you must pay me 4,000, or else die here." I asked him if the Christian maiden was also his. He said she was not, but that Yusuf had kept her with the intention to make her a Moor and marry her, and this was true, for I was told the same thing by one of the Christian rowers, who understood Turkish very well, and had overheard the conversation that passed between Yusuf and Fatala. I told my master to take measures for possessing himself of the maiden, and that I would give him for her ransom alone 10,000 gold crowns. He replied that it was impossible, but he would let Yusuf know the large sum I offered for the Christian girl, and perhaps he would be tempted to change his intention and ransom her. He did so, and ordered all his crew to go on board again immediately, for he intended to sail to Tripoli, to which city he belonged. Yusuf also determined to make for Biserta, and they embarked with such speed as they use when they discover galleys to give them chase or merchant craft to plunder. They had reason for this haste, for the weather seemed to be changing and to threaten a storm. Leonisa was ashore, but not where I could see her, until just as we were embarking we met at the waterside. Her new master and newer lover led her by the hand, and as she set foot on the ladder that reached from the shore to the galley, she turned her eyes upon me. Mine were fixed on her, and such a pang of mingled tenderness and grief came over me that a mist overspread my eyes, and I fell senseless on the ground. I was told afterwards that Leonisa was affected in the same way, for she fell off the ladder into the sea, into which Yusuf plunged after her, and brought her out in his arms. This was told me in my master's galley, into which I had been carried insensible. When I came to my senses I found myself there, and saw the galley steering a different course, and carrying off the half of my soul, or rather the whole of it. My heart sank within me again. Again I cursed my unhappy fate, and clamorously invoked death, till my master, annoyed by my loud lamentations, threatened me with a stick if I did not hold my tongue. I restrained my tears and groans, believing that the force with which I compressed them would make them burst a passage from my soul. which so longed to quit this miserable body. But my misfortune did not end there. The storm which had been foreseen suddenly burst upon us. The wind veered round the south and blew in our teeth with such violence that we were forced to quit our course and run before it. It was the captain's intention to make for the island and take shelter under its northern shore, but in this he was disappointed, for such was the fury of the storm, that although before it we had been making way continually for 2 days and nights, yet in little more than 14 hours we saw ourselves again within 6 or 7 miles of the island, and driving helplessly against it, not where the shore was low, but just where the rocks were highest and threatened us with inevitable death. We saw near us another galley, on board of which was Leonisa, and all its Turk and captive rowers straining every nerve to keep themselves off the rocks. Ours did the same, but with more success than the crew of our consort, who, spent with toil, and vanquished in the desperate struggle with the elements, let fall their oars, and suffered themselves to drift ashore, where the galley struck with such violence that it was dashed to pieces before our eyes. Night began to close in, and such were the shrieks of those who were drowning, and the alarm of those on board our galley, that none of our captain's orders were heard or executed. All the crew did was to keep fast hold on their oars, turn the vessel's head to the wind, and let go 2 anchors, in hopes to delay for a little while the death that seemed certain. Whilst all were in dread of dying, with me it was quite the reverse, for the fallacious hope of seeing in the other world her who had so lately departed from this. Every instant the galley delayed to founder or drive ashore was to me an age of agony. I watched every billow that dashed by us and over us, to see if they bore the body of the unfortunate Leonisa. I will not detain you, Mahmoud, with a recital of the tortures that distracted my soul in that long and bitter night. It is enough to say that they were such that had death come, it would have had little to do in bereaving me of life. Day broke with every appearance of worse weather than ever. We found that our vessel had shifted its course considerably, having drifted away from the rocks and approached a point of the island. Setting all of us to work, both Turks and Christians, with renewed hope and strength, in 6 hours we doubled the point, and found ourselves in calmer water, so that we could better use our oars. And the Turks saw a prospect of going on shore to see if there were any ruins of the galley that had been wrecked the night before. But heaven denied me the consolation I hoped for in seeing in my arms the body of Leonisa. I asked a renegade who was about to land to look for it and see if it had been cast on the strand. But as I have said, heaven denied me this consolation, for at that moment the wind rose with such fresh fury that the shelter of the island was no longer of any avail to us. Seeing this, Fatala would no longer strive against the fortune that so persecuted him. He ordered some sail to be spread, turned the prow to the sea and the poop to the wind, and himself taking the helm, let the vessel run over the wide sea, secure of not being crossed in his way by any impediment. The oars were all placed in their regular positions, the whole crew was seated on the benches, and no one else was seen on foot in the whole galley but the boatswain, who had lashed himself strongly amidship for his greater security. The vessel flew so swiftly that in 3 days and nights, passing in sight of Trapani, Milazzo, and Palermo, she entered the Straits of Messina, to the dismay of all aboard, and of the spectators on shore. Not to be as long-winded as the storm that buffeted us, I will only say that, wearied, famishing, and exhausted by such a long run, almost all round the island of Sicily, we arrived at Tripoli, where my master, before he had divided the booty with his partners, and accounted to the king for 1/5 part, according to custom, was seized with such pleurisy that in 3 days it carried him off to hell. The king of Tripoli, and the alcalde of the Grand Turk, who, as you know, is heir to all those who die without natural heirs, immediately took possession of all Fatala's effects. I became the property of the then Viceroy of Tripoli, who a fortnight afterwards received the patent appointing him Viceroy of Cyprus, and hither I am come with him, without any intention of redeeming myself. He has often told me to do so since I am a man of station. As Fatala's soldiers informed him, I have never complied, but have declared that he was deceived by those who exaggerated my means. If you would have me tell you my whole purpose, Mahmoud, you must know that I desire not to turn in any direction in which I may find any sort of consolation. but that the sad thoughts and memories which have never left me since the death of Leonisa may become so identified with my captive life that it may never afford me the least pleasure. And if it's true that continual sorrow must at last wear out itself, or him who suffers it, mine cannot fail to wear me out, for I am resolved to give it such free scope that in a few days it shall put an end to the wretched life I endure so unwillingly. This is, brother Mahmoud, my sad story. This is the cause of my sighs and tears. Judge now if it is enough to draw them forth from my inmost vitals, and to engender them in the desolation of my afflicted heart. Leonisa is dead, and with her all my hope, and though whilst she lived it hung by the merest thread, yet, here the speaker's voice faltered, so that he could not utter another word, or restrain the tears which coursed each other down his cheeks so fast that they bedewed the ground. Mahmoud mingled his own with them, and when the paroxysm had somewhat abated, he tried to console Ricardo with the best suggestion he could offer; but the mourner cut them short, saying, "What you have to do, friend, is to advise me how I shall contrive to fall into disgrace with my master, and with all those I have to do with, so that being abhorred by him and by them, I may be so maltreated and persecuted that I may find the death I so much long for." "I have now," said Mahmoud, "experienced the truth of the common saying, that what is deeply felt is well expressed, though it is true that sometimes excess of feeling paralyses the tongue. Be that as it may, friend Ricardo, whether your woes inspire your language, or your language exalts your woes, you shall always find in me a true friend, to aid or to counsel. Though my youth, and the folly I committed in assuming this garb, cry aloud that I am little to be relied on in this capacity, I will try, however, to prove that such a conclusion is unfounded; and though you do not desire either counsel or help, I will not the more desist from doing what your case requires. Just as people give a sick man not what he asks for, but what is good for him. There is no one who has more power and influence in this city than my master, the cadi. Not even your own master, who comes to it as viceroy, will have so much. This being the case, I may say that I am the most powerful person here, since I can do what I please with my master. I mention this because it may be that I shall so contrive with him that you shall become his property, and being constantly with me, time will tell us what we had best do, both for your consolation, if you will or can be consoled, and to enable me to exchange the life I lead here for a better one." "Thank you, Mahmoud, for the friendship you offer me," replied Ricardo, "though I well know that, do what you may, it will avail nothing. But let us quit this subject and go to the tents, for as I perceive, great numbers of people are coming forth from the city. No doubt it is the old viceroy who is quitting to give place to my master." "It is so," said Mahmoud. "Come then, Ricardo, and you will see the ceremony of the reception." "Come on," said Ricardo. "Perhaps I shall have need of you, if the superintendent of my master's slaves have missed me, for he is a Corsican renegade of no very tender heart." Here the conversation ended, and the two friends reached the tents just as the new pasha was coming out to receive his predecessor, Ali Pasha. The latter became attended by all the janissaries who have formed the garrison of Nicosia ever since the Turks have had possession of it, in number about 500. They marched in two divisions, the one armed with guns, and the other with drawn scimitars. Arrived at the tent of Hassan, the new pasha, they all surrounded it. Ali made a low obeisance to Hassan, who returned the salutation, but did not bow so low. Ali then entered Hassan's tent, and the Turks placed the new pasha on a powerful steed, richly caparisoned, and led him round the tents, up and down the plain, vociferating in their own language, "Long live Sultan Suleiman, and Hassan Pasha, his representative," which they frequently repeated, and each time louder and louder. This part of the ceremony being ended, they brought Hassan back to Ali's tent, where the two pashas and the cadi remained alone together for an hour to consult, as Mahmoud informed Ricardo, as to what was to be done upon the works which Ali had begun. Afterwards the cadi appeared at the door of the tent, and proclaimed in Turkish, Arabic, and Greek, that all who desired to crave justice or make any other appeal against Ali Pasha might now enter freely, for there was a Hassan Pasha, sent by the Grand Signor to be Viceroy of Cyprus, who would accord them all reason and justice. End of The Generous Lover, Part 1. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. voiceover-solutions.com. Section 17 of the Exemplary Novels of Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. The Exemplary Novels by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra, translated by Walter K. Kelly. The Generous Lover, Part 2. In conformity with this permission, the Janissaries opened a passage to the door of the tent, and every one entered who pleased. Mahmud made Ricardo go in along with him, for being Hassan's slave, his entrance was not opposed. Several Greek Christians and some Turks appeared as appellants, but all upon such trifling matters, that the Cadi dispatched most of them without the formality of written declarations, rejoinders, and replications. It is, in fact, the custom of the Turks that all causes, except those which relate to marriage, shall be immediately and summarily decided, rather by the rules of common sense than of legal precedent. Among these barbarians, if such they are in this respect, the Cadi is sole judge in all cases, cuts short the pleadings, gives sentence in a breath, and there is no appeal from his decision. That is to say, a Turkish alguazil entered and said that a Jew stood without, at the door of the tent, with a most beautiful Christian maiden for sale. The Cadi gave orders to admit him. The Khawas withdrew and immediately returned, accompanied by a Jew of venerable appearance, who led by the hand a young woman clothed in Moorish dress, which became her so well that the most richly arrayed women of Fez or Morocco could not be compared with her. Though in the art of adorning themselves, they surpass all the other women of Africa, not excepting those of Algiers, with all their profusion of pearls. The face of the female slave was covered with a mask of crimson taffety. On her ankles she wore 2 rings, apparently of pure gold, and 2 others set with large pearls. On her arms, which shone through the sleeves of a transparent camisole, her whole dress was rich, gay, and graceful. Struck by her appearance, the first thing the Cadi and the Pashas did was to bid the Jew make the Christian uncover her face. She did so, and disclosed a countenance which, like the sun bursting through thick clouds which have long obscured it, dazzled the eyes and gladdened the hearts of the beholders. But on none did that marvellous light produce such an effect as on the woe-worn Ricardo, for he saw before him no other than his cruel and beloved Leonisa, whom he had so often and with such bitter tears bewailed as dead. At the unexpected sight of such unapparelled loveliness, Ali felt his heart transfixed. Hassan's was pierced with as deep a wound, nor did the Cadi's escape scatheless. But even more deeply smitten than the 2 Pashas, he could not take his eyes off the Christian face. All 3 were seized at the same moment with an absolute determination to possess her, and without stopping to inquire how or where or when she had come into the hands of the Jew, they bade him name her price. 4,000 doblas, he replied. The words were no sooner out of the Jew's mouth than Ali Pasha said he would give the price, and that the Jew had only to go to his tent to fetch the money. Hassan Pasha, however, who looked as if he had no mind to lose her, though she were to cost him his life, interposed and said, "I myself will give the 4,000 doblas demanded by the Jew, though I would not interfere with the Ali's bargain or oppose his wishes, were I not compelled by motives the imperious force and obligation of which he will himself acknowledge. This exquisitely beautiful slave is not for us, but for the Grand Signor alone, and therefore I say that I must purchase her in his name. Let us see now who will be so bold as to dispute the purchase with me." "That I will," replied Ali, "for it is for that very purpose I buy her of the Jew, and it suits me the better to make the present to his Highness, as I have the opportunity of taking her to Constantinople in a few days, and thus winning the favour of the Sultan. For being, as you see, Hassan, a man without employment, I must seek means for obtaining one, whereas you are secure in that respect for 3 years, since today you enter upon the government of this rich realm of Cyprus. On these grounds, and as I was the first to offer the price demanded for the slave, it stands to reason, Hassan, that you should yield her to me." "The satisfaction I shall feel in purchasing and sending her to the Sultan," said Hassan, "is so much greater, as I shall do it without being prompted by any motives of interest whatever. And as for a convenient means of sending her to Constantinople, she shall go thither in a galley manned only by my own slaves." Ali now started up in wrath, and clutching his scimitar, cried out, "Since we both intend the same thing, Hassan, mainly to present this Christian to the Grand Signor, and since I was the first purchaser, reason and justice require that you should leave her to me. If you will not, this blade in my hand shall defend my right and punish your audacity." The cadi, who had been closely watching this contest, and who was himself no less inflamed with desire than either of the pashas, bethought him now he might remain possessor of the prize, without giving any cause to suspect his insidious designs. Rising therefore to his feet, he stepped between the two angry pashas. "Be quiet, Hassan," he said. "Calm yourself, Ali. Here am I who can and will arrange your differences in such wise that you shall both have your intentions fulfilled. The Sultan shall be gratified as you desire, and shall be under obligations to you both alike for your loyal and acceptable homage." The two pashas submitted at once to the cadi, as they would have done even had the terms he imposed appeared harder to them, such is the respect which is paid to their elders by those of that accursed sect. The cadi then continued to address to them. "Ali," said he, "you say that you want this Christian to present her to the Grand Signor, and Hassan says the same. You allege that having been the first to offer the price required, she ought to be yours. But Hassan denies this, and though he does not know how to assign valid grounds for his claim, yet I find that he has the same as yourself, namely the intention, which doubtless must have arisen within him at the same time as within yourself, to purchase the slave for the self same purpose, only you had the advantage of him by being the first to declare yourself. This, however, is no reason why he should be out and out defrauded of the benefit of his good will, and therefore I am of the opinion that it will be well to arrange matters between you in this wise. Let the slave be bought by you both, and since she is to belong to the Grand Signor, for whom you buy her, it will be for him to dispose of her. Meanwhile, Hassan, you shall pay 2,000 doblets, and Ali another 2,000, and the slave shall remain in my custody, so that I may send her in the name of you both to Constantinople, and thus I too shall not be without some reward for my presence and aid on this occasion. Accordingly, I undertake to send her at my own cost in a style worthy of the great sovereign to whom she is to be presented, and I will write to the Grand Signor a true account of all that has occurred here, and of the good will you have shown in his service." The two enamoured pashas could find no pretext for gainsaying this decision, and though it thwarted their desires, they were constrained to submit, each of them comforting himself with the hope, however doubtful, that he would succeed at last. Hassan, who was to remain Viceroy of Cyprus, resolved to make such presents to the cadi as would induce him to give up the slave. Ali formed other plans, and as he flattered himself that he should carry them into successful operation, they both professed themselves satisfied, and paid the Jew 2,000 doblets each. The Jew then said that he had sold the slave, but not the clothes she wore, which were worth another 2,000 doblets, and this indeed was true, for her hair, which she wore partly loose on her shoulders, and partly braided on her forehead, was most gracefully interwoven with strings of pearls. Her bracelets and anklets too were set with very large pearls, and her green satin robe was heavily flounced and embroidered with gold. In short, all agreed that the Jew had set a low price on the dress, and the cadi, to show himself no less liberal than the two pashas, said that he would pay for it, and that the slave might appear before the Grand Signor as she then stood. The two competitors agreed in approving of this, each of them believing that slave, dress, and all would soon be his own. It is impossible to describe Ricardo's feelings when he saw the treasure of his soul thus put up for sale, and found that he had regained it only to lose it more cruelly. He knew not whether he was asleep or awake, and could not believe his own eyes, for it seemed incredible that they should have so unexpectedly before them her whom he had supposed to have disappeared forever. "Do you know her?" he whispered in Mahmoud's ear. "No, I do not," was the reply. "Then I must tell you that it is Leonisa." "What do you say, Ricardo?" exclaimed Mahmoud. "I say it's Leonisa." "Say no more. Fortune is proving your friend, and all is turning out for the best, for she is to remain in my master's custody. What think you? Shall I place myself where I may be seen by her?" "By no means, lest you give her a sudden shock. Nor must you let it be known that you have seen her, for that might disconcert the plan I have in view." "I will do as you advise," said Ricardo, turning away his eyes and carefully avoiding those of Leonisa, which were meanwhile bent upon the ground. Presently the cadi went up to her, taking her by the hand, delivered her to Mahmoud, ordering him to take her into the city and give her up to his lady, Halema, with directions to keep her as slave of the Grand Signor. Mahmoud obeyed and left Ricardo alone, following his eyes with the star of his soul, until it disappeared behind the walls of Nicosia. He then went up to the Jew, and asked him where he had bought that Christian slave, or how he had become possessed of her. The Jew replied he had bought her in the island of Pantanalea. Of some Turks who had been shipwrecked there. Ricardo would have pursued his inquiries, but the Jew was called away to give the pashas the very same information which Ricardo so much longed to obtain. During the walk from the tents to the city, Mahmoud conversed with Leonisa in Italian, and asked her whence she came. She replied that she belonged to the illustrious city of Trapani, and that her parents were noble and wealthy, though as for herself she was utterly unfortunate. Mahmoud then asked her if she knew a gentleman of birth and fortune in that city named Ricardo. On hearing that name a sigh escaped her that seemed to come from the bottom of her heart. "I know him," she replied, "to my sorrow." "Why to your sorrow?" "Because it was to his sorrow that he knew me, and for my misfortune." "Perhaps," said Mahmoud, "you may also know in the same city another gentleman of very amiable disposition, the son of very wealthy parents, and himself a person of great spirit, liberality, and discretion. His name is Cornelio." "Him too I know, and of him still more than Ricardo I may say that I know him to my sorrow. But who are you, sir, who know these gentlemen and inquire of me respecting them?" "Doubtless Heaven, in compassion for the trouble and mischances I have undergone, has sent me to a place where, if they do not cease, at least I may find a person to console me for them." "I am a native of Palermo," said Mahmoud, "brought by various chances to wear this garb, and to be in appearance so different from what I am in my secret soul. I know the gentlemen in question, because not many days ago they were with me. Cornelio was captured by some Moors of Tripoli, and sold by them to a Turk, who brought them to this island, whither he came to trade, for he is a merchant of Rhodes. And so highly satisfied was he with Cornelio, and such was the confidence he reposed in his truth and integrity, that he entrusted him with his whole property." "He will be sure to take care of it," said Leonisa, "for he takes very good care of his own. But tell me, signor, how or with whom did Ricardo come to this island?" "He came," said Mahmoud, "with a corsair who had captured him in a garden on the coast near Trapani, and along with him a damsel, whose name I never thought of asking, though the corsair often spoke to me in praise of her beauty. Ricardo remained here some days with his master, until the latter went to visit the tomb of Mahomet, which is in the city of Al Medina, and then Ricardo fell into such a sickness that his master left him with me, as being my countryman, that I might take care of him until the return of the pilgrim to Cyprus, should that happen. Or else I was to send Ricardo to Constantinople, when his master should advise me of his arrival there. But Heaven ordered it otherwise, for the unfortunate Ricardo died in a few days, always invoking to the last name of one Leonisa, whom he had told me he loved more than his life and soul. She had been drowned, he said, in the wreck of a galley on the coast of the island of Pantanalea. He never ceased to deplore her death till his grief destroyed him, for that in fact was the only malady I discovered in him." "Tell me, signor," said Leonisa, "in the conversations you had with the other young man, did he sometimes name this Leonisa? Did he relate the manner in which he and Ricardo were captured?" "He did name her," replied Mahmoud, "and asked me if there had been brought to this island a Christian of that name, of such and such appearance; for if so, he would like to ransom her, provided her owner had been undeceived as to his notion that she was richer than she really was. Or should it chance that, having enjoyed her, he held her in less esteem, if her price did not exceed 300 or 400 crowns, he would pay it gladly, because he had once had some regard for her." "It must have been very little," said Leonisa, "since it was worth no more than 400 crowns. Ricardo was more generous." "Heaven forgive her who was the cause of his death, and that was myself, for I am the unhappy maiden whom he wept as dead, and God knows I should rejoice were he alive, that I might repay him by letting him see how I felt for his misfortunes. Yes, signor, I am the little loved of Cornelio. I truly wept of Ricardo, whom various chances have brought to the miserable state in which I now am. But through my perils, by the favour of Heaven, I have preserved my honour unsullied, and that consoles me in my misery. I know not at this moment where I am, nor who is my master, nor what my adverse fates have determined is to become of me. I entreat you, therefore, signor, by the Christian blood that flows in your veins, that you will advise me in my difficulties. For though they have already taught me something in my experience, yet they are so great and never ending, that I know not what to do." Mahmoud assured her he would do what he could to help her to the best of his understanding and his power. He acquainted her with the nature of the dispute there had been between the two pashas concerning her, and how she was now in the keeping of his master the cadi, who was to send her to Constantinople to the Grand Turk Selim, but that he trusted that the true God, in whom he, though a bad Christian, believed, would dispose of her otherwise. He advised her to conciliate Halima, the wife of his master the cadi, with whom she was to remain until she was sent to Constantinople, and of whose character he gave her some details. Having given her this and other useful counsel, he arrived at the cadi's house, and delivered her over to Halima, along with his master's message. The Moorish woman received her well, seeing her so beautiful and so handsomely dressed, and Mahmoud returned to the tents, where he recounted to Ricardo, point by point, all that had passed between himself and Leonisa, and the tears came into his eyes when he spoke of the feeling displayed by Leonisa when he told her that Ricardo was dead. He stated how he had invented the story of Cornelio's captivity, in order to see what impression it made on her, and in what disparaging terms he had spoken of him. This was all balm to Richard's afflicted heart. "I remember, friend Mahmoud," he said, "an anecdote related to me by my father. You know how ingenious he was, and you have heard how highly he was honoured by the Emperor Charles V, whom he always served in honourable posts in peace and war. He told me that when the Emperor was besieging Tunis, a Moorish woman was brought to him one day in his tent, as a marvel of beauty, and that some rays of the sun, entering the tent, fell upon her hair, which vied with them in its gold lustre, a rare thing among the Moorish women, whose hair is almost universally black. Among many other Spanish gentlemen present on that occasion, there were two of distinguished talent as poets, one an Andalusian, the other Catalan." Struck with admiration at the sight before him, the Andalusian began to extemporize some verses, but stopped short in the middle of the last line, unable to finish them for want of a rhyme. Whereupon the Catalan, who saw his embarrassment, caught the line as if it were out of his mouth, finished it, continued the thought, and completed the poem. This incident came into my mind when I saw the exquisitely beautiful Leonisa enter the Pasha's tent, obscuring not only the rays of the sun, but the whole firmament, with all its stars. "Gently, gently, friend Ricardo," said Mahmoud. "I am afraid if you praise your mistress at that rate you will seem to be a heathen rather than a Christian." "Well, tell me then," said Ricardo, "what you think of doing in our business." "Whilst you were conducting Leonisa to Halima, a Venetian renegade, who was in the Pasha's tent, and who understands Turkish very well, explained to me all that had passed between them. Above all things, then, we must try to find some means of preventing Leonisa's being sent to the Grand Signor." "The first thing to be done is to have you transferred to my master," said Mahmoud, "and then we will consider what next." The keeper of Hassan's Christian slaves now came up and took Ricardo away with him. The cadi returned to the city with Hassan, who in a few days made out the report on Ali's administration, and gave it to him under seal that he might depart to Constantinople. Ali went away at once, laying strict injunctions on the cadi to send the captive without delay to the Sultan, along with such a letter as would be serviceable to himself. The cadi promised all this with a treacherous heart, for it was inflamed for the fair Christian. Ali went away full of false hopes, leaving Hassan equally deluded by them. Mahmoud contrived that Ricardo should pass into the possession of his master. But day after day stole on, and Ricardo was so racked with longing to see Leonisa that he could have no rest. He changed his name to Mario, that in his own right not reach her ears before he saw her, which indeed was a very difficult thing, because the Moors are exceedingly jealous, and conceal the faces of their women from the eyes of all men. It is true they are not so scrupulous with regard to Christian slaves, perhaps because being slaves they do not regard them as men. Now it chanced that one day the lady Halima saw her slave Mario, and gazed so much upon him that his image remained imprinted on her heart. Not very well satisfied with the languid embraces of her old husband, she readily gave admission to a reprehensible desire, and as readily communicated it to Leonisa, whom she liked much for her agreeable temper, and treated with great respect as a slave of the Grand Signor. She told her how the cadi had brought home a Christian captive of such graceful manners and appearance, that she had never set eyes on a more engaging man in all her life. She understood that he was a Chilidi, that is, a gentleman, of the same country as her renegade Mahmoud, and that she knew not how to make known to him her inclination, so that the Christian might not despise her for her voluntary declaration. Leonisa asked what was the captive's name, and being told that it was Mario, she replied, "If he was a gentleman, and of the place they say, I should know him, but there's no one of that name in Trapani. But let me see him, and speak with him, lady, and I will tell you who he is, and what may be expected of him." "It shall be so," said Halima. "On Friday, when the cadi is at prayers in the mosque, I will make Mario come in here, where you may speak to him alone, and if you can give him a hint of my desires, you will do so in the best way you can." Not 2 hours after this conversation, the cadi sent for Mahmoud and Mario, and with no less earnestness had Halima unbosomed herself to Leonisa, the amorous greybeard opened his own to his two slaves, asking their advice as to what he should do to enjoy the Christian and cheat the Grand Signor to whom she belonged, for he would sooner die 1,000 deaths than give her up to him. So earnestly did the reverend Turk declare his passion that he inspired his two slaves with no less earnestness, though their purposes were quite the reverse of his. It was settled between them that Mario, as a countryman of the fair Christians, should take it in hand to solicit her on the cadi's part, and if that failed, the latter should use force, since she was in his power, and afterwards account for not sending her to Constantinople by pretending that she was dead. The cadi was highly delighted with the advice of his two slaves, and with all imaginable alacrity he gave Mahmoud his freedom on the spot, and promised to bequeath him half his property when he died. To Mario likewise he promised, in case of success, his liberty and money enough to enable him to return home a wealthy man. If he was liberal in promises, his slaves were prodigal, and they would bring down the moon for him from heaven, much more Leonisa, if only he gave them an opportunity of speaking with her. "Mario shall have one whenever he pleases," said the cadi, "for I will make Halima go for some days to the house of her parents, who are Greek Christians, and when she is away I will order the porter to admit Mario into the house as often as he pleases, and I will tell Leonisa that she may converse with her countrymen whenever she has a mind." Thus did the wind begin to shift in Ricardo's favour, his master and mistress working for him without knowing it, and the first to begin was Halima, as was to be expected of her, for it is the nature of women ever to be prompt and bold where their pleasures are concerned. That same day the cadi told Halima that she might pay a visit to her parents, and stay with them some time if she liked. But as elated as she was with the false hopes given her by Leonisa, she was so far from wishing to visit her parents, she would not have cared to go to the imaginary paradise of Mahomet. She replied then that she had no such wish at the moment. When she had, she would mention it, and then she would take the Christian maiden with her. "That you must not," replied the cadi, "for it is not right that the Grand Signor's slave should be seen by anyone, much less should she converse with Christians, for you know when she comes into the Sultan's possession, she will be shut up in the seraglio, and must become a Turk whether she will or not." "As she will be in my company," said Halima, "for there will be no harm in her being in the house of my parents, or conversing with them. I do so myself, and am I not less of a good Turk for all that? Besides, I do not intend to remain with them for more than 4 or 5 days at most, for my love for you will not allow me to be gone so long without seeing you." Here the conversation dropped, the cadi not venturing to make any further objection for fear of rousing her suspicions. End of The Generous Lover, Part 2. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. voiceover-solutions.com. Section 18 of the Exemplary Novels of Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. The Exemplary Novels by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. Translated by Walter K. Kelly. The Generous Lover, Part 3. Friday being come, he went to the mosque, from which he was sure not to return for about 4 hours. He was no sooner gone than Halima sent for Mario, but a Corsican slave who acted as porter would not have admitted him into the courtyard if Halima had not called out to let him pass. Whereupon he came in confused and trembling, as if he were going to encounter a host of enemies. Leonisa was seated at the foot of a great marble staircase, in the dress in which she had appeared before the pashas. Her right arm, resting on her knee, supported her head, and her back was towards the door by which Mario entered, so that though he advanced to where she sat, she did not see him. Ricardo cast his eyes all around the place when he entered. All was silence and solitude, until he turned his gaze to where Leonisa sat. Instantly he was seized with 1,000 conflicting emotions. He was within 20 paces of the object of his soul's desire, but he was a captive, and the glory of his life was in the power of another. Thus agitated with fear and exultation, joy and sadness, he advanced towards her slowly, until Leonisa suddenly turned round and her eyes met his earnest gaze. He stopped, unable to move another step. Leonisa, who believed him dead, was struck with awe and consternation at seeing him so unexpectedly before her. With her eyes still fixed upon him, and without turning her back, she retreated up 4 or 5 stairs, took a little cross from her breast and kissed it again and again, and crossed herself repeatedly, as though a being from another world stood before her. Ricardo presently recovered himself, and perceiving from Leonisa's gestures what was the cause of her terror, he said, "It grieves me, beautiful Leonisa, that the news which Mahmoud gave you of my death was not true, so that I might be free from the fear I now feel lest the rigour you have also shown towards me still subsists entire. Set your mind at ease, lady, and come down, and if you will do what you have never yet done, approach me. You will see that I am not a phantom. I am Ricardo, Leonisa, Ricardo the happy, if you will bid him be so." Here Leonisa put her finger to her lips, giving Ricardo to understand that he should be silent or speak more low. Gathering a little courage, he drew near enough to hear her whisper thus: "Speak softly, Morio, for I hear you are now called. Talk of nothing but what I talk of, and bear in mind that if we are overheard it will be the cause of our never meeting again. I believe that Halima, our mistress, is listening to us. She has told me that she adores you, and has sent me here as her intercessor. If you will respond to her desires, you will consult the interest of your body more than of your soul; and if you will not, you must feign to do so, were it only because I request it, and for sake of what is due to the declared desires of a woman." "Never did I think, never could I imagine, beauteous Leonisa," replied Ricardo, "that you could ever ask anything of me which I would not find it impossible to comply. But this present request of yours has undeceived me. Is the inclination so slight a thing that it can be moved this way or that at pleasure? Would it become a man of truth and honour to feign in such matters of such weight? Do you think that such things can or ought to be done? Be it as you will, since it is for you to command and for me to obey. And that it may not be said I failed to do so with regard to the first order you laid upon me, I will impose silence on the voice of my honour, and will pretend to return Halima's passion as you desire, if I may thereby secure the blessing of seeing you. And you have only to signify as much to her in such terms as you think proper. In return for this sacrifice, to me the greatest possible, I entreat you to tell me briefly how you escaped from the hands of the corsairs, and fell into those of the Jew who sold you." "The recital of my misfortunes," Leonisa answered, "demands more time than we now have at our disposal. Nevertheless, I will tell you some particulars. The day after we parted company, Yusuf's galley was driven back by a contrary wind to the island of Pantanella, where we also saw your galley, but ours, in spite of all efforts, was driven upon the rocks. My master, seeing death so near, quickly emptied 2 water casks, closed them tightly, lashed them together with ropes, and placed me between them. Then, stripping off his clothes, he took another cask in his arms, and passing round his body a rope attached to the casks on which I was placed, he boldly plunged into the sea. I had not the courage to follow his example, but another Turk pushed me in. I fell senseless into the water, and did not recover until I found myself on land in the arms of 2 Turks, who held me with my mouth downwards, discharging a great quantity of water which I had swallowed. I opened my eyes, and looking wildly round me, the first thing I saw was Yusuf lying beside me with his skull shattered, having, as I afterwards learned, been dashed head foremost against the rocks. The Turks told me they had hauled me ashore by the rope, more dead than alive. Only 8 persons escaped out of the unfortunate galley. We remained 8 days on the island, during which the Turks treated me with as much respect as if I were their sister. We lay hid in a cave, the Turks being afraid of being captured by some of the Christian garrison of a fort in the island, and we supported ourselves with biscuits from the foundered galley, which the waves cast ashore, and which the men collected by night. It happened for my misfortune that the commandant of the fort had died a few days before, and that there were in it only 20 soldiers. This fact we learned from a boy whom the Turks captured, as he was amusing himself gathering shells on the shore. At the end of 8 days a Moorish vessel, of the kind which the Turks call caramuzel, hove in sight. The Turks quitted their hiding place and made signals which were recognised by the crew of the caramuzel. They landed it, and hearing from their countrymen an account of their disasters, they took us all on board, where there was a very rich Jew, whom the whole cargo, or the greater part of it, belonged, consisting of carpets, stuffs, and other wares which are commonly exported by the Jews from Barbary to the Levant. The vessel carried us to Tripoli, and during the voyage I was sold to the Jew, who gave 2,000 doubloons, an excessive price, but the Jew was made liberal by the love he conceived for me. After leaving the Turks in Tripoli, the vessel continued its voyage, and the Jew began to importune me with his solicitations, which I treated with the scorn they deserved. Despairing, therefore, of success, he resolved to get rid of me upon the first opportunity, and knowing that the two Pashas, Ali and Hassan, were in this island, where he could sell his goods as well in Scio, whither he had been bound, he landed here in hopes of disposing of me to one of the two Pashas, with which view he had me dressed as you now see me. I find that I have been purchased by the Cadi, for the purpose of being presented to the Grand Turk, which causes me no little dread. Here I heard of your pretended death, which, if you will believe me, grieved me to the soul. Yet I envied rather than pitied you, not from ill will towards you, for, if insensible to love, I am yet neither unfeeling nor ungrateful, but because I believed that your sorrows were all at an end. You would be right, lady, said Ricardo, were it not that death would have robbed me of the bliss of seeing you again. The felicity of this moment is more to me than any blessing in life or death could bring me, that of eternity alone expected. My master the Cadi, into whose hands I have fallen by as strange a series of adventures as your own, is just in the same disposition towards you as Halima is towards me, and has deputed me to be the interpreter of his feelings. I accepted the office, not with the intention of serving his wishes, but my own in obtaining opportunities to speak with you. Only see, Leonisa, to what a pass our misfortunes have brought us. You to ask from me what you know to be impossible, and me to propose to you what I would give my life not to obtain, dear as that life is to me now, since I have the happiness to behold you. I know not what to say to you, Ricardo, replied Leonisa, nor what issue we can find from the labyrinth in which we are involved. I can only say that we must practise, what would not be expected from us, dissimulation and deceit. I will repeat to Halima some phrases on your part which will rather encourage than make her despair, and you may tell the Cadi whatever you think may serve, with safety to my honour, to keep him in his delusion. And since I place my honour in your hands, you may be assured that I have preserved it intact, in spite of all the perils and trials I have undergone. Opportunity to converse together will be easily afforded us, and to me this will be most pleasing, provided you never address me on the subject of your suit. From the moment you do so, I shall cease to see you, for I would not have you suppose that my spirit is so weak as to be swayed by captivity. With the favour of heaven I hope to prove like gold, which becomes the purer the more it is passed through the furnace. Be content with the assurance I have given you, that I shall no longer look upon you with repugnance, as I used to do. For I must tell you, Ricardo, that I always found you somewhat more arrogant and presumptuous than became you. I confess also that I was deceived, and that my eyes being now opened, if the experiment were to be made over again, perhaps I should be more humane to you, within the bounds of honour. Go now, and God be with you, for I am afraid lest Halima may have been listening to us, and she understands something of our language. I fully acknowledge the propriety of all you have said, lady, replied Ricardo. I am infinitely obliged for the explanation you have given me, and perhaps time will show you how profoundly respectful is the adoration I profess for you. Rely upon me that I will deal in the best manner with the Cadi, and do you do the same with Halima. Believe me, lady, since I have seen you, there has sprung up in my heart an assured hope that we shall soon achieve our freedom, and so I commend you to God's keeping, deferring to another time to tell you the events by which fortune brought me to this place after we were parted. They now separated, Leonisa well pleased with Ricardo's modest behaviour, and he overjoyed, having heard from her lips words unmixed with harshness. Halima, meanwhile, had shut herself up in her room, and was praying for Mahomet for Leonisa's success in the commission she had given her. The Cadi was in the mosque, burning, like his wife, with desire, and anxiously awaiting the answer to be brought him by the slave he had sent to speak to Leonisa, and whom Mahmoud was to admit to her presence for that purpose, even though Halima was at home. Leonisa inflamed Halima's impure desires, giving her very good hopes that Mario would do all she wished, but telling her that 2 months must elapse before he could consent to what he longed for even more than herself, and that he asked that delay that he might complete a course of devotion for the recovery of his freedom. Halima was satisfied with this excuse, but begged Leonisa to tell dear Mario to spare himself for the trouble and her delay he proposed, for she would give him at once whatever the cadi required for his ransom. Before Ricardo went with his answer to his master, he consulted Mahmoud as to what should be. They agreed between them that it should be as discouraging as possible, and that he should advise the cadi to take the girl as soon as possible to Constantinople, and accomplish his wishes on the way by fair means or by force. Moreover, that in order to prevent the unpleasant consequences that might ensue from supplanting the Sultan, it would be well to purchase another slave, then pretend, or contrive on the voyage, that Leonisa should fall sick, and throw the newly purchased Christian woman into the sea by night, with all possible secrecy, giving out that the person who had died was Leonisa, the Sultan's slave. All this might be done in such a manner that the truth should never be known, and the cadi would remain blameless in the Sultan's eyes, and have full enjoyment of his desires. The wretched old cadi was so blinded by his passion, he would have listened to any absurdity they proposed, eagerly fell in with this scheme as one full of promise, and so indeed it was, but not as he imagined, for the intention of his two advisers was to make off with the boat, and pitch the old fool into the sea. But a difficulty occurred to the cadi, one of the greatest in his eyes that could possibly be. It occurred to him that his wife would not let him go to Constantinople without her. But presently he got over this obstacle by saying that instead of buying a Christian woman to put to death in Leonisa's name, he would make Halima serve his turn, for he longed with all his heart to be rid of her. Mahmoud and Ricardo agreed to this expedient as readily as he proposed it, and this being finally settled, the cadi that same day imparted to his wife his design of setting out at once for Constantinople, to present the Christian captive to the Sultan, who he expected would, in his munificence, make him Grand Cadi of Cairo or Constantinople. Halima with great alacrity expressed her approval of his intention, believing that Mario would be left at home. But when the cadi told her that he would take both him and Mahmoud along with him, she changed her mind, and began to dissuade him from what she had before advised, and finally she told him that unless she went with him she would not allow him to go at all. The cadi had great satisfaction in complying with her desire, for he thought he would soon get rid of a burden that hung like a millstone around his neck. All this while Hassan Pasha was indefatigable in expressing to the cadi to give up the slave girl to him, in return for which he offered him mountains of gold, and had already made him a present of Ricardo, whose ransom he valued at 2,000 crowns. Moreover, to facilitate the transfer, he suggested the cadi the same expedient which the latter himself devised, namely, that when the Grand Turk sent for Leonisa, he should pretend she was dead. But all the pasha's gifts, promises, and entreaties had no other effect on the cadi than to increase his eagerness to hasten his departure. Tormented therefore by his own desires, by Hassan's importunities, and by those of Halima, for she too was amusing herself with vain hopes, he made such a dispatch that in 20 days he had equipped a brigantine of 15 benches, which he manned with able Turkish mariners and some Greek Christians. He put all his wealth on board it. Halima, too, left nothing of value behind her, and asked her husband to let her take her parents with her, that they might see Constantinople. Halima entertained the same designs as Mahmoud and Ricardo. She intended, with their help, to seize the brigantine, but would not make this known to them until she found herself actually embarked. Afterwards she proposed to land among Christians, return to her old creed, and marry Ricardo, for she had some reason to suppose that, bringing so much wealth with her, he would not fail to take her to wife on her again becoming Christian. Ricardo had another interview with Leonisa, and made known to her the whole scheme they had projected, and she in turn apprised him of the designs of Halima, who kept no secret from Leonisa. After mutual injunctions of secrecy, they bade each other adieu until the day of embarkation. When it arrived, Hassan escorted the party to shore with all his soldiers, and did not leave them until they had set sail. Even then he never took his eyes off the brigantine until it was out of sight. It almost seemed as if the sighs heaved by the enamoured Moslem swelled the gale, and impelled with more force the sails that were wafting in his soul. But his love had allowed him no rest, but plenty of time to consider what he should do to escape the killing by the vehemence of his unsatisfied desire, he immediately put in operation a plan he had long matured. He put 50 soldiers, all trusty men, bound to him by many favours received and expected, on board a vessel of 17 benches, which he had secretly fitted out in another port. He ordered them to pursue and capture the brigantine with all its wealth, and put every soul on board to the sword, with the exception of Leonisa, whom he desired to have as his own sole share of the immense booty. He also ordered them to sink the brigantine, so that no trace of her fate might remain. Animated with the hope of plunder, the soldiers proceeded with the utmost celerity to execute the Pasha's orders, which seemed the more easy, as the crew of the brigantine were unarmed, not anticipating any such encounter. It had been now 2 days under sail, which seemed 2 centuries to the cadi, who would fain, on the very first of them, have carried his design into effect, but his 2 slaves represented to him the absolute necessity that Leonisa should first fall sick in order to give colour to the report of her death, and that the feigned malady ought to last some days. The cadi was much more disposed to say that she died suddenly, finish the whole job at once, dispatch his wife, and delay the raging fire that was consuming his vitals, but he was obliged to submit to the advice of his 2 counsellors. Meanwhile, Halima had declared her design to Mahmoud and Ricardo, who had signified their readiness to accomplish it when passing the cross of Alexandria, or entering the castles of Anatolia. But so intolerably did the cadi importune them, that they made up their minds to do so upon the first opportunity that offered, and after they had been 6 days at sea, the cadi thought that Leonisa's fatigue malady had lasted quite long enough, and it was very urgent with them that they should finish with Halima on the following day, and to quiet him they promised that they would do so. But when that day came, which, as they expected, was to witness the accomplishment of their own secret plans, or to be the last day of their lives, they suddenly discovered a vessel giving chase to them, with all speed of sails and oars. They were afraid it was a Christian corsair, from which neither party had any good to expect, for if it were one, the Muslims would be made captive, and the Christians, though left at liberty, would be plundered of everything. Mahmoud and Ricardo, however, took comfort in the prospect of freedom for Leonisa and themselves. Nevertheless, they were not without fear of the insolence of the corsairs, for people who abandon themselves to such practices, whatever their religion or law, are invariably cruel and brutal. The cadi's crew made preparation to defend themselves, but without quitting their oars, and still doing all in their power to escape. But the vessel in chase gained upon them so fast that in less than 2 hours it was within cannon shot. Seeing her so close, they lowered their sails, stood to their arms, and waited the assault, though the cadi told them they had nothing to fear, for the stranger was under Turkish colours and would do them no harm. He gave orders to hoist the white flag of peace. Just then Mahmoud chanced to turn his head, and espied another galley some 20 benches apparently, bearing down upon them from the west. He told the cadi, and some Christians at the oar said that this vessel was one of their own people. The confusion and alarm was now doubled, and all awaited the issue in anxious suspense, not knowing whether to hope or fear it. I fancy the cadi just then would have gladly foregone all his amorous hopes to be safe again in Nicosia, so great was his perplexity. It did not last long, however, for the first galley, without paying the least regard to the flag of peace, or to what was due to community and religion, bore down upon his brigantine with such fury as nearly to send it to the bottom. The cadi then perceived that the assailants were soldiers of Nicosia, and guessing what was the real state of the case, he gave himself up for lost. Had it not been for the greed of the soldiers, who fell plundering in the first instance, not a soul would have been left alive. Suddenly, however, while they were busy with all their mind in pillaging, a voice cried out in Turkish, "To arms! To arms! Here's a Christian galley bearing down upon us." And this indeed was true, for the galley which Mahmoud had described to the westward was bearing furiously down upon Hassan's under Christian colours. But before it came close to quarters it hailed the latter. "What galley is that?" "Hassan Pasha's, Viceroy of Cyprus." "How comes it then that you, being Muslims, are plundering this brigantine, on board of which, as we know, is the cadi of Nicosia?" The reply was that they only knew that the Pasha had ordered them to take it, and that they, as his soldiers, had done his bidding. The commander of the galley under Christian colours, having now ascertained what he wanted to know, desisted from attacking Hassan's, and fell upon the caddy's brigantine, killed 10 of its Turkish crew at the first volley, and immediately boarded it with great impetuosity. Then the caddy discovered that his assailant was no Christian, but Ali Pasha, Leonisa's lover, who had been laying wait to carry her off, and had disguised himself and his soldiers as Christians, the better to conceal his purpose. The caddy, finding himself thus assailed on all sides, began loudly to exert his lungs. "What means this, Ali Pasha, thou traitor?" he cried. "How comes it that, being a Muslim, thou attackest me in the garb of a Christian? And you, perfidious soldiers of Hassan, what demon has moved you to commit so great an outrage? How dare you to please the lascivious appetite of him who sent you? Set yourselves against your sovereign?" All these words, the soldiers on both sides lowered their arms, looked upon and recognized each other, for they had all served under one captain and one flag. Confounded by the caddy's words and by their conscious criminality, they sheathed their blades, and seemed quite discomfited. Ali alone shut his eyes and his ears to everything, and rushing upon the caddy, and dealt him such a stroke on the head with his scimitar, but for the 100 ells of stuff that formed his turban, he would certainly have cleft it in two. As it was, he knocked the caddy down among the rowers' benches, where he lay, exclaiming amid his groans, "O cruel renegade, enemy of the Prophet! Can it be there is no true Muslim left to avenge me? Cursed one, to lay violent hands on thy caddy, on a minister of Mahomet!" The caddy's denunciations made a strong impression on the minds of Hassan's soldiers, who, fearing besides that Ali's men would despoil them of the booty they had already looked upon as their own, determined to put all to the hazard of battle. Suddenly they fell upon Ali's men with such vehemence that, although the latter were the stronger party, they soon thinned their numbers considerably. The survivors, however, quickly rallied, and so well avenged their slaughtered comrades, that barely 4 of Hassan's men remained alive, and those 2 badly wounded. Ricardo and Mahmoud, who had been watching the fight, putting their heads out every now and then at the cabin hatchway, seeing now that most of the Turks were dead, and the survivors all wounded, that they might very easily be mastered, called upon Halima's father and 2 of his nephews to aid them in seizing the vessel. Then, arming themselves with the dead men's scimitars, they rushed amidships, shouting, "Liberty! Liberty!" And with the help of the stout Christian rowers, they soon dispatched all the Turks. They boarded Ali Pasha's galley. He had been one of the first slain in the last conflict, a Turk having cut him down in revenge for the caddy, and the galley being defenceless, they took possession of it with all its stores. By Ricardo's advice, all the valuables on board the brigantine and Hassan's galley were transshipped to Ali's, that being the largest of the 3 vessels, with plenty of stowage room, and a good sailor. The rowers, too, were Christians, and being highly delighted with the acquisition of their freedom, and with the gifts which Ricardo liberally divided amongst them, they offered to carry him to Trapani, or to the end of the world, if he desired it. After this, Mahmoud and Ricardo, exulting in their success, went to Halima, and told her if she desired to return to Cyprus, they would give her her own brigantine, with its full complement of men, half the wealth she had put on board it, plus her affection for Ricardo was unabated. She replied she would rather go with them to the Christian lands, where her parents were exceedingly rejoiced. The caddy having by this time got upon his legs again, he too had his choice given him either to go to Christendom or return to Nicosia in his own vessel. He replied that, as fortune had reduced him to his present situation, he thanked them for the boon of his liberty, and that he desired to go to Constantinople to complain to the Grand Signor of the outrage he had received at the hands of Ali and Hassan. But when he heard that Halima was leaving him, and intended to go back to Christianity, he was almost beside himself. Finally they put him on board his own vessel, supplying him abundantly with all accessories for his voyage, and even giving him back some of his own sequins. And he took leave of them all, with the intention of returning to Nicosia. First he entreated that Leonisa should embrace him, declaring that if she would graciously grant him that favour, it would wipe out the recollection of all his misfortunes. All joined in entreating Leonisa to grant him what he so earnestly desired, since she might do so without prejudice to her honour. She complied, and the caddy besought her to lay her hands on his head, that he might have hopes of his wound being healed. These adieus concluded, and having scuttled Hassan's galley, they sailed away with a favouring breeze, and soon lost sight of the brigantine, on the deck of which stood the unlucky caddy, watching with swimming eyes how the wind was wafting away his property, his delight, his wife, and his whole soul. With very different feelings did Marco and Mahmoud pursue their way. They passed in sight of Alexandria without shortening sail, or needing to have recourse to their oars. They touched Corfu, where they took in water, and then without more delay they left behind them the ill-famed Acroceraunium rocks, and descried afar off Pachino, a promontory of the most fertile Trinacria, at sight of which, and of the illustrious island of Malta, their prosperous barque seemed to fly across the waters, in fine fetching a compass round the island. In 4 days afterwards they made Lampedusa, and then the island where Leonisa had been shipwrecked, at the sight of which she almost swooned. On the following day the beloved native land they so longed for gladdened their eyes and their hearts. Their spirits rose tumultuously with this new joy, one of the greatest that can be known in this life, to return safe and sound to one's country after long captivity, and one which may compare with it is that of victory achieved over its enemies. There was in the galley a chest full of flags and streamers of various colours, with which Ricardo had the rigging adorned. Soon after daybreak they were within less than a league of the city, when taking to their oars, and uttering every now and then joyous cries, they advanced to the harbour, the shore of which was immediately lined by a great concourse of people, for the gaily adorned galley had been so long in sight that the whole town had come down to observe it more closely. Meanwhile, Ricardo had entreated Leonisa to dress herself just as she had appeared in the tent before the two pashas, for he wished to play off a pleasant trick upon his relations. She did so, adding jewels to jewels, pearls to pearls, and beauty to beauty, for it increases the satisfaction of the heart, to the renewed admiration and astonishment of all. Ricardo and Mahmoud also dressed themselves in Turkish costume, and made the crew put on garments of the dead Turks. It was about 8 o'clock when they entered the harbour, and the morning was so calm and clear that it seemed as though they were intent on beholding this joyful arrival. Before coming into port, Ricardo fired a salute with 3 pieces belonging to the galley, which were 1 gun amidships and 2 falconets. The town returned the salute with an equal number. The whole shore was in lively commotion, watching the approach of the gaily decked galley. But when they had a nearer view of it, and saw by it the white turbans of their pretended Moslems that it was a Turkish craft, there was general alarm. Suspecting some stratagem, the people flew to arms. All the soldiers in town were marched down to the port, and the cavalry scoured the coast. Highly amused at all this, the navigators held on their course, entered the port, and anchored close to the shore. Then running out a plank, they all stepped ashore one after the other as if in procession, and falling on their knees they kissed the ground with tears of joy, a clear proof to all who witnessed their proceedings that they were no Turks. When all the crew were out of the vessel, Halima with her father and mother and her 2 nephews followed next, all dressed as Turks, and the beautiful Leonisa, her face covered with a crimson veil, and escorted on either side by Mahmoud and Ricardo, closed the procession, while the eyes of the whole multitude were fixed upon her. They too did as the others had done, and knelt and kissed the ground. Presently the captain and governor of the city advanced towards them, perceiving that they were the principal persons belonging to the vessel. The moment he set eyes on Ricardo, he recognised him, ran to him with open arms, and embraced him with the liveliest demonstrations of joy. With the governor came Cornelio and his father, Leonisa's parents and relations, and those of Ricardo, all of whom were among the principal persons in the city. Ricardo returned the governor's embrace and his cordial greeting, held out his hand to Cornelio, who had changed colour at sight of him and almost quaked for fear, and holding Leonisa by the hand, thus addressed the bystanders: "Under your favour, gentlemen, I beg that before we enter the city and the temple to return the thanks so justly due our Lord for the great mercies vouchsafed to us in our distress, that you will listen to a few words I have to say to you." The governor bade him say on, for all present would listen to him with pleasure in silence. All the principal people then formed a circle around him, and he addressed them as follows: "You must well remember, gentlemen, the misfortune which befell me some months ago in the garden of the salt pits, the loss of Leonisa, nor can you have forgotten the exertions I made to procure her liberation, since, regardless of my own, I offered all that I was worth for her ransom. But this seeming generosity is not to be imputed to me as merit, since I did but offer my fortune for the ransom of my soul. What has since happened to us both requires more time to relate, a more convenient season, and a speaker less agitated than myself. For the present, let it suffice to tell you that after various extraordinary adventures, and after 1,000 disappointments of our hopes of relief, merciful Heaven has, without any merit of ours, restored us to our beloved country, with hearts full of joy and with abundance of wealth. It is not from this, nor from the recovery of my freedom, that springs the incomparable pleasure I now experience, but from that which I imagine this sweet enemy of mine in peace and in war enjoys on seeing herself restored to freedom and to her birthplace. Yet I rejoice in the general joy of those who have been my companions in misery, and through grievous disasters are apt to alter the disposition and debase worthy minds. It has not been so with the fair destroyer of my hopes, for with more fortitude and invincibility than we can well be told, she has passed through the wrecking sea of her disasters, and the encounters of my ardent though honourable importunities. But to return to the point from which I set out, I offered my fortune for her ransom, and with it the surrender of my soul's desires. I strove for her liberation, and ventured more for her than for my own life. All these things might seem to be obligations of some moment, but I will not have them regarded in that light. What I would have so considered is that which I do now." And so saying, he raised his hand and respectfully withdrew the veil from Leonisa's face. It was like removing a cloud from before the sun, and then he continued, "See, Cornelio, here I present to you the prize which you should have valued above all precious things on earth, and here, beauteous Leonisa, I present to you him whom you have always borne in memory. This is what I would have you all esteem as generosity, in comparison with which to give fortune, life, and honour is nothing. Take her, O fortunate youth, take her, and if your understanding can reach the height of comprehending the greatness of her worth, esteem yourself the most fortunate of mankind. With her I will also give you my whole share of what Heaven has bestowed on us all. It will exceed, as I fully believe, 30,000 crowns. You may enjoy it all freely and at your ease, and Heaven grant you to do so for many happy years. For my hapless self, since I am left without Leonisa, it is my pleasure to be poor. To want Leonisa is to find life superfluous." Here he ceased speaking, as if his tongue clove to the roof of his mouth, but soon afterwards, before anyone else had spoken, he exclaimed, "Good heavens, how toil and trouble confuse the understanding! In the eagerness of my desire to do right I have spoken inconsiderately, for no one can be generous in disposing of what is not his own. What authority have I over Leonisa to give her to another? How can I bestow what is so far from being mine? Leonisa is her own mistress, and so much so, that failing her parents, long and happily may they live, her wishes could have no opposition to encounter. Should they meet an imaginary obstacle in the obligations which she, in her good feeling, may think she is under to me, from this moment I cancel them, and declare them null and void. I unsay then what I have said, and I give Cornelio nothing, for I cannot. Only I can confirm the transfer of my property made to Leonisa, without desiring any other recompense than that she will believe in the sincerity of my honourable sentiments towards her. Be assured that they never had aim unbecoming her incomparable virtue, her worth, and her infinite beauty." Ricardo closed his speech with these words, and Leonisa thus replied, "If you imagine, Ricardo, that I bestowed any favour on Cornelio during the time when you were enamoured of me and jealous, think that it was in all honour, as being done by the express desire of my parents, who wished to have him for their son-in-law. If you are satisfied with this explanation, I am sure you are no less so with what you have yourself experienced as to my virtue and modesty. I say this, Ricardo, that you may know that I have always been mistress of myself, and subject to no one else except my parents, whom I now entreat humbly, as is meet, to grant me leave and license to dispose of what your magnanimous generosity has given me." Her parents said she might do so, for they relied on her great discretion that she would make such use of it as would always rebound to her honour and advantage. "With that permission, then," said Leonisa, "I beg it not be taken amiss if I choose rather to seem over bold and ungrateful, and so worthy, Ricardo, my inclination heretofore perplexed and dubious declares in your favour, that the world may know that women are not ungrateful. I am yours, Ricardo, and yours I will be until death, unless better knowledge move you to refuse me your hand." Ricardo was almost beside himself to hear her speak thus, and could make no other reply than by falling on his knees before her, grasping her hands, and kissing them 1,000 times with delicious tears. Cornelio wept with vexation, Leonesa's parents for joy, and all the bystanders for admiration and sympathy. The bishop, who was present, led them with his blessing to the church, and dispensing with the usual forms, married them at once. The whole city overflowed with gladness, which it testified that night by a splendid illumination, and for many days following in jousts and rejoicings given by the relations of Ricardo and Leonisa. Halima, who had lost all hope of having Ricardo for her husband, was content to become the wife of Mahmoud, having returned with him to the bosom of the church. Her parents and her 2 nephews were, by Ricardo's bounty, presented with so much out of his share of the spoil as sufficed to maintain them for the rest of their lives. In a word, all were happy to their heart's content. The fame of Ricardo, spreading beyond the limits of Sicily, extended throughout all Italy and beyond it. He was universally known as the generous lover, and his renown is still prolonged in the persons of many sons born to him by Leonisa, who was a rare example of discretion, virtue, modesty, and beauty. End of The Generous Lover, Part 3. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah, voiceover-solutions.com.
Section 19 of the Exemplary Novels of Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amy Graymore. The Exemplary Novels by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. Translated by Walter K. Kelly. The Spanish-English Lady. Part 1. Among the spoils which the English carried off from the city of Cadiz was a little girl of about 7 years old. An English gentleman, named Clotald, commander of a squadron of vessels, took her to London without the knowledge of the Earl of Essex, and in defiance of his general orders. The parents complained to the Earl of the loss of their child, and implored him, since he had declared that property alone should be seized, and the persons of the inhabitants should be left free, they should not, besides being reduced to poverty, suffer the additional misery of being deprived of their daughter, who was the very light of their eyes. The Earl caused it to be proclaimed throughout his whole army that whoever had possession of the child should restore her on pain of death. But no threatened penalties could constrain Clotald to obey. In spite of them he kept the child concealed in his ship, being fascinated, though in a Christian manner, with the incomparable beauty of Isabella, as she was called. In fine, her inconsolable parents were left to mourn her loss, and Clotald, rejoicing beyond measure, returned to London, and presented the pretty child to his wife as the richest prize he had brought home from the war. It happened fortunately that all the members of Clotald's household were Catholics in secret, though in public they affected to follow the religion of the state. Clotald had a son about 12 years old, named Richard, who was brought up by his parents to love and fear God, and to be very steadfast in the truths of the Catholic faith. Catherine, the wife of Clotald, a noble, Christian, and prudent lady, conceived such an affection for Isabella that she reared her as if she were her own daughter, and the child was so well endowed by nature that she readily learned all they taught her. Time, and the kind treatment she received, gradually wore out from her recollection that which her parents had bestowed upon her, not so much so, however, but that she often thought of them with a sigh. Though she learned English, she did not forget her native tongue, for Clotald took care to bring Spaniards secretly to his house to converse with her, and thus it was that, without ceasing to speak Spanish, she became as proficient in English as if she had been born in London. After having learned all kinds of work becoming a young lady of good birth, she was taught to read and write more than passably well, but what she excelled in above all was in playing all sorts of instruments suitable to her sex, with extraordinary perfection of musical taste and skill, and with the accompaniment of a voice which Heaven had endowed with such melody that when she chanted she enchanted. All these graces, natural and acquired, gradually inflamed the heart of Richard, whom she loved and respected as the son of her lord, At first his affection for her was like that of a brother for a sister, but when she reached her 12th year this feeling had changed into a most ardent desire to possess her, but only in the honourable way of becoming her lawful spouse, for Isabella's incomparable virtue made it hopeless to obtain her in any other way; nor would he have done so, even if he could, for his own noble disposition, and the high estimation in which he held her, forbade any bad thought to take root in his soul. 1,000 times he determined to make known his passion to his father and mother, and as often broke his resolution, knowing that they had destined him to be the husband of a young Scotch lady of great wealth and good family, who, like themselves, secretly professed the Catholic faith. And it seemed clear to him that after having betrothed him to a lady of rank, they would not think of bestowing him on a slave, if that name could be applied to Isabella. Agitated by these distressing reflections, not knowing what course to pursue or whom to consult, he fell into a melancholy that nearly cost him his life; but thinking it was a very cowardly thing to let himself die without making any kind of effort for his own relief, he strove to gather up courage enough to declare his feelings to Isabella. Everybody in the house was grieved for Richard's illness, for he was beloved by them all, and by his parents to the utmost degree, both because he was their only child, and because his virtues, his worth, and good sense deserved all their affection. The physicians could not make out the nature of his complaint, nor could he himself venture to declare it. At last, one day when Isabella entered his room alone to attend upon him, he said to her, with a faltering voice and stammering tongue, "Lovely Isabella, your worth, your great virtue, and exceeding beauty have brought me to the state you see. If you would not have me perish in the worst agonies that can be imagined, say that you return the love I feel for you, and consent to my fondest desire, which is to make you secretly my wife, for I fear that my parents, not knowing your merits as I do, would refuse me a blessing to me so indispensable. If you will give me your word to be mine, I here pledge you my own, as a true Catholic Christian, to be yours; and though our union be deferred, as deferred it shall be until it can take place with the Church's sanction and that of my parents, yet the thought that you will surely be mine will be enough to restore me to health and to keep my spirits buoyant until the happy day arrives." Whilst Richard was speaking, Isabella stood with downcast eyes, and when he had ceased, she replied with equal modesty and good sense, "Ever since Heaven, in its anger or its mercy, I know not which, withdrew me from my parents, Signor Richard, and gave me to yours, I have resolved, in gratitude for the infinite kindness they have bestowed upon me, never to act in opposition to their wishes; and without their consent I should regard the inestimable boon you desire to confer upon me, not as a good, but as an evil fortune. Should it ever be my happy destiny to be acknowledged by them as worthy of you, be assured that my heart shall be yours. But till that time comes, or should it never come, let it console you to know that the dearest wish of my soul will ever be that you may know every blessing which Heaven can bestow upon you." She said no more, but from that moment began the convalescence of Richard, and the revival of his parents' drooping hopes. The youthful pair took courteous leave of each other, he with tears in his eyes, and she wondering in her soul to see that of Richard captive to her love. As for him, having been raised from his sick bed by a miracle, as it seemed to his parents, he would no longer conceal from them the state of his feelings, but disclosed it one day to his mother, and ended a long conversation by declaring that they might as well put him to death as refuse him Isabella, for it amounted to the same thing. He extolled the virtues of Isabella in such terms that he almost brought his mother to think that in becoming her son's wife she would have the worst of the bargain. Accordingly, she gave Richard good hopes that she would prevail on his father to assent to his wishes, as she herself did. In this she succeeded, for by repeating to her husband all Richard's arguments, she easily induced him to approve of the young man's design, and to find excuses for breaking off the match with the Scotch lady. At this time Isabella was 14 and Richard 20, but even in that early spring time of their youth they were old in sense and judgment. It wanted but 4 days of the time appointed by Richard's parents when he should bend his neck to the holy yoke of matrimony, and wise and fortunate did they deem themselves in choosing their prisoner to be their daughter, esteeming her virtues to be a better dower than the great wealth of the Scotch lady. The preparations for the wedding were all made, the relations and friends of the family were invited, and nothing remained but to make known the intended match to the queen, no marriage between persons of noble blood being lawful without her knowledge and consent. But making no doubt of obtaining the royal license, they put off applying for it to the last. Things being in this state, their joy was disturbed one evening by the appearance of one of the queen's servants with an order to Clotald from her majesty, requiring his appearance before her next morning with his Spanish prisoner. He replied that he would cheerfully obey her majesty's command. The messenger retired and left the family in great perturbation. "Alas!" said Dame Catherine, "what if the queen knows that I have brought up this girl as a Catholic, and thence infers that we are all of us Christians in this house? For if her majesty asks her what she has learned during the 8 years she has been with us, what answer can she give with all her discretion, poor timid girl, that will not condemn us?" "Be under no fear of that account, dear lady," said Isabella, "for I trust in the divine goodness and mercy of Heaven, that it will put such words into my mouth as will not only not condemn you, but redound you to your advantage." Richard trembled as if he foreboded some calamity. Clotald cast about for some encouragement to allay his grievous fears, and found none but in his great trust in God and in the prudence of Isabella, whom he earnestly entreated to try in every possible way to avoid convicting them of being Catholics; for though their spirits were willing to encounter martyrdom, yet their flesh was weak and recoiled from the bitter trial. Isabella assured them over and over again that they might set their minds at rest. What they apprehended should not befall them through her instrumentality; for though she knew not then what answers she should make to the questions that should be put to her on the morrow, she had a lively and confident hope that she would reply in such a manner as would be for their good. Many were the comments and surmises they made that night on this unwelcome incident, and especially it occurred to them that, if the queen knew they were Catholics, she would not have sent them so mild a message. It seemed reasonable to infer from it that she only desired to see Isabella, the fame of whose incomparable beauty and accomplishments, known to every one in the capital, must have reached her majesty's ears. Clotald and his wife confessed to themselves, however, that they had done wrong in not presenting her at court, and they thought the best excuse they could make for this was to say that ever since she had come into their hands they had destined her to be the wife of their son. But even this would be acknowledging themselves culpable, since it would appear that they had arranged the marriage without the queen's leave. But such an offence would probably not incur any severe punishment. In this way they comforted themselves, and they resolved that Isabella should not be dressed humbly like a prisoner, but in rich bridal attire, such as became the betrothed of a gentleman of importance like their son. Next day accordingly they dressed Isabella in the Spanish style, in a robe of green satin with a long train, and slashes lined with cloth of gold and looped with the pearls, the whole being adorned with precious stones. A diamond necklace and girdle, with a fan such as is carried by Spanish ladies, and for head dress her own luxuriant golden hair entwined with diamonds and pearls. In that sumptuous attire, with her sprightly air and marvellous beauty, she made her appearance in London in a handsome coach, fascinating the eyes and souls of all who beheld her. Clotald, his wife, and Richard rode with her in the coach, and many noble relations of the family escorted her on horseback, Clotald desiring that all these honours should be paid to his prisoner, in order that the queen might treat her as his son's betrothed. When they arrived at the palace and entered the vast hall in which her majesty was seated, Isabella's escort halted at the lower end, and she herself advanced alone in all her inconceivable beauty, producing an effect like that of a brilliant meteor shooting through the sky on a calm clear night, or of a sunbeam darting at the first dawn of day through a mountain gorge. A comet she seemed, portending a fiery doom to the hearts of many in that presence hall. Full of meekness and courtesy, she advanced to the foot of the throne, knelt before the queen, and said to her in English, "May it please your majesty to extend your royal hands to your servant's lips, who will henceforth esteem herself exalted, since she has been so fortunate as to behold your grandeur." The queen remained a good while gazing on her without saying a word, figuring to herself, as she afterwards told her lady of the bedchamber, that she had before her a starry heaven, the stars of which were the many pearls and diamonds worn by Isabella, her fair face and her eyes its sun and moon, and her whole person a new marvel of beauty. The queen's ladies would fain have been all eyes, that they might do nothing but gaze on Isabella. One praised her brilliant eyes, one her complexion, another her fine figure, another her sweet voice, and one there was who said in pure envy, "The Spaniard is good looking, but I do not like her dress." At last the queen motioned to Isabella to rise, and said to her, "Speak to me in Spanish, maiden, for I understand it well, and shall like to hear it." Then turning to Clotald, "You have done me wrong, Clotald," she said, "in keeping this treasure so many years concealed from me. but it is such a one as may well have excited you to avarice. You are bound, however, to restore it to me, for by right it is mine." "My liege," replied Clotald, "what your majesty says is quite true. I confess my fault, if it is one, to have kept this treasure until it arrived at the perfection suitable for appearing before your majesty's eyes. Now that it has done so, I had it in mind to enhance it still more, by asking your majesty's leave for Isabella to become the wife of my son Richard." "I like her name too," returned the queen. "Nothing was wanting to the fulness of her perfection, but that she should be called Isabella the Spaniard. But mark you, Clotald, I know that, without my leave, you have promised her to your son." "That is true, my liege; but it was in the confident hope that the many eminent services which my ancestors and I have rendered to the crown would obtain from your majesty favours still more difficult to grant than the leave in question, the more so, as my son is not yet wedded." "Nor shall he be wedded to Isabella," said the queen, "until he has merited it in his own person. I mean that I will not have him avail himself to that end of your services or those of his forefathers. He must himself prepare to serve me, and win by his own deserts this prize which I esteem as if she were my daughter." The queen had no sooner uttered these last words than Isabella again fell on her knees before her, saying in Spanish, "Such thwartings as these, most gracious sovereign, are rather to be esteemed auspicious boons than misfortunes. Your majesty has given me the name of daughter. After that, what can I have to fear, or what may I not hope?" Isabella uttered this with so winning a grace, that the queen conceived an extreme affection for her, desired that she should remain in her service, and committed her to the care of a great lady, her keeper of the robes, who was to instruct her in the duties of her new position. Richard, who saw himself thus, as it were, deprived of his life in losing Isabella, was almost at his wits' end. Agitated and discomfited, he knelt before the queen, and said, "I need no other rewards to induce me to serve your majesty than such as my ancestors have obtained in the service of your royal predecessors. But since it is your majesty's pleasure that I should have new motives and incentives for my zeal, I would crave to know in what way I may fulfil your majesty's behest." "There are 2 ships ready to set out on a cruise," said the queen, "of which I have made the Baron de Lansac general. I appoint you captain of one of them, being assured that the qualities you derive from those whose blood is in your veins will supply the defect of your years. Mark what a favour I confer upon you, since I give you an opportunity to signalize yourself in the service of your queen, to display your capacity and your valour, and to win the highest reward, methinks, which you yourself could desire. I myself will be Isabella's guardian, though she manifests that her own virtue will be her truest guardian. Go in God's name, for since you are in love, as I imagine, I expect great things from your prowess. Fortunate were the king who in time of war had in his army 10,000 soldiers in love, expecting to obtain their mistresses as the reward of their victories. Rise, Richard, and if you have anything to say to Isabella, say it now, for to morrow you must sail." Richard kissed the queen's hands, highly prizing the favour she had conferred upon him, and went and knelt before Isabella. He tried to speak to her, but could not, for he felt as if there was a knot in his throat that paralyzed his tongue. He strove with all his might to keep down the tears that started into his eyes, but he could not conceal them from the queen. "Shame not to weep, Richard," said her majesty, "nor think less of yourself for allowing such evidence of a tender heart to escape you; for it is one thing to fight the enemy, and another to take leave of one who is dearly loved. Isabella, embrace Richard, and give him your blessing; his affection well deserves it." Isabella's heart ached to see Richard so cast down. She could not understand what her majesty said. Conscious of nothing but her grief, motionless and blinded by her tears, she looked like a weeping statue of alabaster. The anguish of the 2 lovers drew tears from most of the beholders. In fine, Richard and Isabella separated without exchanging a word, and Clotald and his friends, after saluting the queen, left the hall full of grief and pity. Isabella felt like an orphan whose parents have just been buried, and dreaded lest her new mistress should make her abandon the rule of life in which she had been brought up. 2 days afterwards Richard put to sea, distracted among many other sources of incertitude by 2 reflections. One was that he had to perform exploits by which he might merit Isabella's hand, and the other, that he could perform none without violating his conscience as a Catholic, which forbade him to draw his sword against those of his own faith. But unless he did so, he should be denounced as a Catholic or as a coward, to the peril of his life and his hopes. But, in fine, he determined to postpone his inclinations as a lover to his duty as a Catholic, and in his heart he prayed Heaven to send him occasions in which he might show himself at once valiant and a true Christian, might satisfy his queen and merit Isabella. For 6 days the two vessels sailed with a prosperous wind, shaping their course for the Western Islands, for in that direction they could not fail to fall in with the Portuguese East Indiamen, or vessels returning from the West Indies. But on the 7th day the wind became contrary, and continued that way so long that they could not make the islands, but were forced to run for the coast of Spain. On nearing it, at the entrance of the Straits of Gibraltar, they discovered 3 vessels, one very large and 2 small. Richard steered towards his commander's ship, to know if it was his intention they should attack the 3 vessels just discovered. But on nearing it he saw them hoist a black flag, and presently he heard a mournful sound of trumpets, indicating that either the general or one of his chief officers was dead. When he came within hail, which had not been before the case since they put to sea, there was a call from the leading ship for Captain Richard to come on board, as their general had died of apoplexy the preceding night. Sad as this news was, Richard could not help being glad, not of his admiral's death, but at finding himself in command of both ships, according to the Queen's orders for the contingency which had occurred. He went on board the flagship, where he found some lamenting the old commander, and some rejoicing over the new one, but all promised him obedience, yet proclaimed him general with short ceremony, not having time for longer, for 2 out of the 3 vessels they had discovered had quitted the third and were bearing down upon them. They at once made them out by the cresset on their flags to be Turkish galleys, to the great delight of Richard, who believed that with the help of Heaven he should make an important capture without prejudice to his religion. The 2 galleys came up to reconnoitre the English ships, which had not shown their national colours but those of Spain, in order to baffle those who might overhaul them, and prevent their recognizing them as war cruisers. The Turks mistook them for trading vessels from India, and made sure of capturing them with ease. Richard took care to let them approach till they were well within range of his guns, which he let fly at them so opportunely, that with a single broadside he disabled one of the galleys, sending 5 balls through her middle and nearly cutting her in 2. She immediately heeled over and began to founder. The other galley made haste to take her in tow, in order to get her under the lee of the large ship, but Richard, whose ships manoeuvred as rapidly as if they were impelled by oars, having reloaded his guns, pursued the retreating galleys, pouring upon them an incessant shower of balls. The crew of the crippled galley having clambered on board the large ship, Richard poured such a cross fire from his 2 ships on her consort, that she could neither use sails nor oars, and the Turks on board her, following the example of their comrades, took refuge in the large ship, not with the intention of defending her, but for the momentary safety of their lives. The Christian galley slaves broke their chains, and mingling with the Turks also boarded the large ship, but as they were in danger from the musketry of Richard's 2 ships, as they were swarming up the side, he gave orders to cease firing on Turks and Christians alike. The former, however, had already lost the great part of their numbers, and the rest were cut to pieces with their own weapons by the revolted slaves, who, thinking the 2 English ships were Spanish, did marvels for the recovery of their freedom. At last, when nearly all the Turks were killed, some Spaniards shouted from the deck to their supposed countrymen to come on board and enjoy the fruits of their victory. Richard asked them in Spanish what ship was that. They replied that she was a Portuguese ship from the West Indies, freighted with spices, and with such a quantity of diamonds and pearls that she was worth $1,000,000. She had been driven into those latitudes by a storm, much damaged, with all her guns thrown overboard, and her crew almost perishing of hunger and thirst. In that condition, being unable to make any resistance, she had been captured the day before by these 2 galleys, which belonged to the corsair Arnaut Mami, and which, not having stowage room for her great cargo, had taken her in tow to convey her to the river Larac. Richard apprised them in return that if they supposed his 2 vessels were Spanish they were greatly mistaken, for they belonged to the Queen of England. This information astonished and alarmed them, making them fear that they had escaped from one rock to founder on another. But Richard told them they had nothing to fear, and that they might rely on obtaining their liberty, provided they did not make any defence. It would be impossible for us to do so, they said, for, as we have told you, we have neither cannon nor other arms, and have no choice but to throw ourselves upon the generosity of your general. Since he has freed us from the intolerable yoke of the Turks, let him enhance his good work by an act which will exalt his fame all over the world, wherever the news reaches of this memorable victory and his magnanimity." Richard lent a favourable ear to this request, and immediately called a council of his officers to consider what might be the best means of sending all the Christians to Spain, without incurring any risk from them, should their numbers encourage them to rise and attempt to overpower his crews. There were some who suggested that they should be brought on board one by one and put to death as they entered. "No," said Richard, "since by God's grace we have obtained so rich a prize, I will not betray my ingratitude by such an act of cruelty. It is never well to have recourse to the sword, when, with a little forethought, the end may be secured by other means. I will therefore not have any Catholic Christian put to death; not that I care so much for them, but for my own sake and for yours, for I would not have the honour of our victory tarnished by cruelty. My orders are, then, that the crew of one of our ships, with all her guns and arms and the greater part of her stores, be put on board the large Portuguese vessel, which we will then take to England, and leave the Spaniards to return home on ours." No one ventured to contravene this proposal, which to some appeared equally magnanimous and judicious, while others in their hearts condemned it as showing an undue leaning towards the Catholics. Taking with him 50 arquebusiers, Richard went on board the Portuguese ship, in which he found about 300 persons who had escaped out of the galleys. He immediately had the vessel he intended to discharge brought alongside, and had its guns brought on board. Then, making a short speech to the Christians, he ordered them to pass into the discharged vessel, where they found stores enough for more than a month, and for a greater number of people; and as they embarked he gave each of them 4 Spanish crowns, which he sent for to his own ship, in order partly to relieve their wants when they reached land, which was not far off, for the lofty mountains of Abila and Calpe were in sight. They all thanked him heartily for his generous behaviour, and when they were nearly all embarked, the same person who had first spoken to him from the deck of the ship addressed him: "You would do me a greater service, valorous sir, in taking me with you to England than in sending me to Spain; for though it is my country, and it is but 6 days since I left it, I have nothing to look for there but grief and desolation. You must know, señor, that at the sack of Cadiz, which happened about 15 years ago, I lost a daughter, whom the English carried away with them to England, and with her I lost the comfort of my age and the light of my eyes, which, since she passed from their sight, have never seen anything to gladden them. Grief for this calamity, and for the loss of my property, of which I was also despoiled, so overcame me that I was no longer able or willing to apply myself to commerce, in which I had been so successful that I was commonly reputed to be the richest merchant in our whole city. And so indeed I was, for besides my credit, which was good for many $100,000, my estate was worth more than 50,000 ducats. I lost all, yet all my losses would have been nothing had I not lost my daughter. After the general calamity and my own, want pressed me so hard, that not being able to bear up against it, myself and my wife, that woe begone creature sitting yonder, determined to emigrate to the Indies, the common refuge of the well born poor. We embarked 6 days ago in a packet ship, but just outside the harbour of Cadiz we were captured by those 2 corsairs. This was a new addition to our affliction, but it would have been greater had not the corsair taken this Portuguese ship, which fortunately detained them until you came to our rescue." In reply to Richard's question, what was his daughter's name, the Spaniard said it was Isabella. This confirmed the suspicion which Richard had all along entertained, that the person before him was the father of his beloved mistress. Keeping this fact to himself, he told the Spaniard that he would willingly take him and his wife to London, where possibly they might obtain some intelligence about their child. End of the Spanish English Lady, Part 1. Section 20 of the Exemplary Novels of Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amy Graymore in Aroostook County, Maine. The Exemplary Novels by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. Translated by Walter K. Kelly. The Spanish English Lady, Part 2. Taking them both on board his flagship, and having sufficiently armed and manned the Portuguese galleon, he set sail that night, avoiding the coast of Spain as much as possible, lest he should be intercepted in consequence of information given by the liberated captives. Among the latter there were some 20 Turks, to whom also Richard granted freedom, to show that his conduct had been the result simply of his generous disposition, and not of any secret leaning to the Catholics, and he asked the Spaniards to set the Turks at liberty upon the first opportunity. The wind, which had blown fresh and fair at first, died away into a calm, to the dismay of the English, who murmured against Richard's unseasonable generosity, saying that the liberated captives might give information of what had happened, and if there chanced to be armed galleons in port, they might sally out and intercept them. Richard knew that this was quite true, but strove to allay their fears in the best way he could. But what availed with them, more than all his arguments, was that the wind sprang up again, so that they crowded all sail, and in 9 days reached London, from which they had been only a month absent on their cruise. Richard would not enter the port with only joyous demonstrations, on account of the death of his late commander, but mingled signs of grief with them. At one moment bugles rang out cheerily, at the next they were answered by melancholy trumpet notes, and the wailing fife was heard at intervals, between the lively rattle of the drum and the clash of arms. From one masthead hung a Turkish banner, reversed, and from another a long black streamer, the ends of which dipped in the water. In this manner he entered the river of London in his English ship, leaving the Portuguese ship at sea, for want of depth of water in the river to float it. These conflicting demonstrations puzzled the vast multitudes who observed them from the shore. They easily recognized the smaller vessel as the flagship of Baron Lansac, but they could not make out how it was that his second vessel had been exchanged for the large and powerful ship which lay out at sea. But the problem was solved when they saw the valorous Richard jump into his boat, fully equipped in rich and splendid armor. Without waiting for any other escort than that of a vast multitude of the people who followed him, he proceeded on foot to the palace, where the queen was standing in a balcony, waiting for news of the ships, and surrounded by her ladies, among whom was Isabella, dressed in the English style, which became her as well as the Castilian. A messenger, who had anticipated Richard's arrival, had startled her by the announcement of his coming, and she stood watching for him, with feelings that fluttered between hope and fear, not knowing whether he had sped well or ill upon his expedition. Richard was a young man of noble presence, tall and finely proportioned, and he looked to great advantage in a complete suit of Milanese armor, all graven and gilded, and instead of a helmet, a wide-leafed fawn-colored hat with Walloon plumes. Thus equipped, and with his spirited bearing, to some he seemed like Mars, the god of battles. Others, struck by the beauty of his face, compared him to Venus sportively disguised in the armor of that god. When he came before the queen, he knelt, and gave a brief account of his expedition. "After the sudden death of General de Lansac," he said, "I took his place in pursuance of your majesty's gracious orders. Shortly afterwards we discovered 2 Turkish galleys towing a large ship, which we have brought home with us. We attacked them. Your majesty's soldiers fought with great spirit, as they always do, and the corsair galleys went to the bottom. I liberated in your majesty's royal name the Christians who had escaped out of the hands of the Turks, and sent them away in one of our vessels, and have only brought with me one Spaniard and his wife, who desired of their own accord to come and behold your majesty's greatness. The great ship we took is one of those which come from the Portuguese possessions in India. Being damaged by a storm, it fell into the power of the Turks, who took it without any difficulty. According to the account given by some of the Portuguese on board the ship, her cargo of spices and the pearls and diamonds she carries are worth more than 1,000,000. All is untouched, the Turks not having had time to lay hands on anything, and I have given orders that the whole should be presented to your majesty. There is one jewel alone, which, if your majesty will bestow it upon me, will leave me your debtor for 10 other ships. That jewel your majesty has promised me. It is my Isabella, in obtaining whom I shall be richly rewarded, not only for this service, such as it is, which I have rendered your majesty, but for many others which I intend to perform in order to repay some part of the incalculable amount which your majesty will bestow upon me in that jewel." "Rise, Richard," replied the queen, "and believe me that were I to deliver Isabella to you in the way of bargain at the price at which I value her, you could not pay for her with all the wealth of your prize ship, nor with what remains in the Indies. I give her to you because I promised to do so, and because she is worthy of you, and you of her. Your valor alone entitles you to have her. If you have kept the jewels in the ship for me, I have kept your jewel for you, and though it may seem to you that I do not do much for you in returning to you what is your own, I know that I confer upon you a boon the worth of which is beyond all human computation. Isabella is yours. There she stands. You may claim her when you will, and I believe that it will be with her own consent, for she has the good sense to prize your affection as it deserves. I shall expect you again to morrow, to give me a more detailed account of your exploits, and bring me those two Spaniards who wish to see me, that I may gratify their desire." Richard kissed the queen's hand, and her majesty retired. The ladies now gathered round Richard, and one of them, the Lady Tansi, who had taken a great liking to Isabella, and who was the liveliest and most facetious lady of the court, said to him, "What is all this, sir? Why these arms? Did you perchance imagine that you were coming here to fight your enemies? Believe me, you have none but friends here, unless it be the Lady Isabella, who, as a Spaniard, is bound to bear you no good will. Let her only vouchsafe, Lady Tansi, to have me a little in her thoughts, and I am sure she will not think of me with ill will, for ingratitude can have no place in the heart of one so good, so wise, and so exquisitely fair." "Since I am to be yours, Señor Richard," said Isabella, "claim from me what you will, in recompense for the praises you bestow upon me." Whilst Isabella and the other ladies were thus conversing with Richard, there was a little girl present who did nothing but gaze at him, lift up his cuishes to see what was beneath them, touch his sword, and with childlike simplicity peep at her own image reflected in his bright armour. When Richard was gone away, she said, turning to the ladies, "Now I see what a fine thing war must be, since armed men look to such advantage even among ladies." "Look to advantage!" exclaimed Lady Tansi; "one might take Richard for the sun. Come down from heaven to walk the streets in that garb!" Every one laughed at the little girl's remark, and at Lady Tansi's hyperbole, and there lacked not backbiters who thought his appearing in arms at the palace was an act of great impropriety. But others excused him, saying that it was a very natural and pardonable act of vanity on the part of a gallant young soldier. Richard was most cordially welcomed by his parents, relations, and friends, and that night there were general rejoicings in London. On his return home he found Isabella's parents already there, and told his father and mother who they were, but begged they would give no hint of the matter to Isabella till he should make it known to her himself. His desire was punctually observed. That night they began with a great number of boats and barges, and in presence of a multitude of admiring spectators, to unload the great galleon; but 8 days were consumed in the work, before they had disembowelled it of its aromatic and precious freight. On the following day Richard went again to the palace, taking with him Isabella's father and mother, dressed in the English style, telling them that the queen wished to see them. They found the queen surrounded by her ladies, with Isabella by her side, wearing, by the queen's desire, for Richard's special gratification, the same dress in which she had made her first appearance at court. Isabella's parents were filled with admiration and astonishment at such a display of grandeur and gaiety combined. They looked at Isabella, but did not recognize her, though their hearts, prophetic of the happiness so near at hand, began to throb, not anxiously, but with an emotion of joy for which they could not account. The queen would not allow Richard to kneel before her, but made him rise and be seated on a chair which was placed for him alone, an unusual favour, which provoked many envious comments. "It is not on a chair he sits," said one, "but on the pepper he has brought." "It is a true saying," remarked another, "that gifts can soften rocks, since they have mollified the hard heart of our queen." "He sits at his ease," said a third, "but there are those who will make bold to push him from his seat." In fact, that new mark of honour which the queen bestowed on Richard gave occasion to many to regard him with envy and malice; for there is no favour which the sovereign bestows on a subject but pierces the heart of the envious like a lance. In obedience to the queen's command, Richard narrated more minutely the details of his conflict with the corsairs, attributing the victory to God, and to the arms of her valiant soldiers. He extolled them all collectively, and made special mention of some who had particularly distinguished themselves, in order that the queen might reward them all and singly. When he came to speak of his having, in her majesty's name, set the Turks and Christians at liberty, he said, pointing to Isabella's parents, These are the persons of whom I spoke yesterday to your majesty, who, desiring to behold your greatness, earnestly besought me to bring them away with me. They are from Cadiz, and from what they have told me, and from what I have myself observed, I am assured that they are persons of worth and quality." The queen commanded them to approach her. Isabella raised her eyes to look at persons who she heard were Spaniards, and above all from Cadiz, longing to know if perchance they were acquainted with her parents. Her mother first encountered her gaze, and as she looked attentively at her, there rose in her mind some shadowy confused reminiscences that seemed to intimate she had seen that face before. Her father was in the same wavering state of mind, not daring to believe the evidence of his eyes, whilst Richard watched intently the workings of their perplexed and dubious souls. The queen too noticed the emotion of the two strangers, and also Isabella's uneasiness, for she saw her often raise her hand to her forehead, which was bedewed with perspiration, whilst Isabella was longing that the person she imagined to be her mother would speak, thinking that the sound of her voice would resolve her doubts. The queen commanded her to ask the strangers in Spanish what had induced them voluntarily to forego the freedom which Richard had offered them, since freedom was the thing most prized, not only by reasonable creatures, but even by irrational animals. Isabella put this question to her mother, who, without answering a word, rushed abruptly and almost totteringly to Isabella, and forgetting all respect of place or circumstances, put her hand to her daughter's right ear, and discovered a dark mole behind it. Assured now beyond all doubt that Isabella was her daughter, she cried out, "Child of my heart, treasure of my soul!" and swooned in her arms. The father, no less tender hearted, but with more self command, gave no other token of his feelings than the tears that streamed down his venerable face and beard. With her lips pressed upon her mother's, Isabella bent her eyes upon her father with looks that spoke the gladness of her soul. The queen was greatly affected by this touching scene, and said to Richard, "I know not whether you have done wisely in contriving this meeting, for sudden joy, it is known, can kill as well as grief." Then turning to Isabella, she withdrew her from her mother, who, after her face had been sprinkled with water, came to her senses, and recollecting herself a little better, fell on her knees before the queen, entreating her majesty's pardon. Elizabeth graciously replied, and commanded that the two strangers should take up their abode in the palace, that they might have the more opportunity of rejoicing in their daughter's society. Richard then renewed his request that the queen would fulfil her promise, and bestow Isabella upon him, if so it were that he had deserved her, but if not, he begged to be sent where he might find opportunities of doing so. The queen was well aware that Richard was well satisfied with himself, and that there was no need of putting him to further proof. She told him, therefore, that in 4 days he should obtain the object of his desires, and that she would honour their union with her royal countenance. Richard then took his leave of her majesty, his heart swelling with joy at the near prospect of Isabella becoming his own for ever. Time sped, but not with the nimbleness he desired, for those who live on the hopes of pleasure to come always imagine that time does not fly, but hobbles on the feet of sloth itself. At last the day came on which Richard expected not to end his desires, but to find in Isabella new graces which should make him love her more, if more was possible. But in that brief space of time in which he thought the bark of his fortunes was running with a prosperous gale towards the desired haven, it encountered such a fearful tempest as 1,000 times threatened it with wreck. The queen's keeper of the robes, who had charge of Isabella, had a son aged 22, named Count Ernest, whom his great wealth, his high blood, and his mother's great favour with the queen, made too arrogant and overbearing. He fell most violently in love with Isabella, and during Richard's absence he had made some overtures to her which she had coldly disregarded. Although repugnance and disdain manifested at the outset usually make the enamoured desist from their suit, yet Isabella's notorious disdain had the contrary effect on Ernest, for it fired his passion, and consumed his sense of honour. He was almost distracted when he found that the queen had adjudged Isabella to Richard, and that she was so soon to become his. But before he committed himself to the infamous and dastardly course which he ultimately adopted, he first besought his mother to use her influence with the queen on his behalf, declaring that his death was at hand unless he obtained Isabella for his wife. The Countess, well knowing her son's violent and arrogant disposition, and the obstinacy with which he pursued his desires, had reason to fear that his passion would lead to some unhappy result. With a mother's natural anxiety to gratify her son's wishes, she promised to speak to the queen, not with the hope of succeeding in the impossible attempt to make her majesty break her word, but in order not to sit down in despair while any remedy remained to be tried. That morning Isabella was dressed by the queen's orders with a magnificence which defies description. With her own hands her majesty put on her neck a string of the largest pearls found in the galleon, valued at 20,000 ducats, and a diamond ring on her finger worth 6,000 crowns. But whilst the ladies were in great glee anticipating the glad time so near at hand, the keeper of the robes presented herself before the queen, and implored her on her knees to postpone Isabella's wedding for 2 days longer, declaring that if her majesty would only do so, it would more than reward her for all her past services. The queen desired to know, in the first instance, why she made that request, so directly at variance with the royal promise given to Richard. But the countess would not explain until the queen, urged by curiosity to discover the cause of this strange request, promised that she would grant it. Having thus succeeded in her immediate object, the lady keeper made the queen acquainted with her son's passion, and how, fearing that unless he obtained Isabella he would commit some desperate deed against himself or others, she had asked for that delay of 2 days in order that her majesty might devise the best means of saving the life of her son. The queen replied that had she not pledged her royal word, she would have found a way to smooth over that difficulty, but that for no consideration could she retract her promise or defraud Richard of the hope she had given him. The lady keeper reported the queen's answer to her son, but nothing could overcome his headstrong presumption. Arming himself at all points, he mounted a powerful charger, and presented himself before Clotald's house, and shouted for Richard to come to the window. Richard was dressed as a bridegroom, and was on the point of setting out for the palace with his friends, but hearing himself thus summoned, he went with some surprise and showed himself at an open window. "Hark you, Richard, I have something to say to you," said Count Ernest. "Our lady the queen ordered you to go forth on her service, and perform exploits that should render you worthy of the peerless Isabella. You set out and returned with ships laden with wealth, with which you think you have bought your title to Isabella. But though our lady the queen promised her to you, it was under the belief that there was no one at her court who could serve her better than you, or more justly aspire to the fair Spaniard's hand. But in this it may be that her majesty was mistaken. Being of that opinion, and holding it for very truth, I say that you have done no such deeds as can make you worthy of Isabella, nor can you ever perform any to raise you to that honour, and if you dare to maintain the contrary, I defy you to the death." "I am in no wise called upon to take up your defial," replied Richard, "because I confess not only that I do not merit Isabella, but that no man living does so. Confessing, therefore, the truth of what you allege, I say again that your defial touches not me. Nevertheless, I accept it in order to chastise your insolence." So saying, he left the window and called for his arms. Richard's family and the friends who had assembled to escort him to the palace were thrown into confusion by this untoward incident. The challenge having been so publicly given, it could not be but that some one should report it to the queen. This was done accordingly, and her majesty ordered the captain of her guard to arrest Count Ernest. The captain made such good speed that he arrived just as Richard was riding out from his father's house, mounted on a handsome steed, and equipped with magnificent arms, in which he had gone to pay his respects to the queen on his return from his expedition. The moment the count saw the captain of the queen's guard, he guessed his purpose, and resolving not to let himself be caught, he shouted out, "You see, Richard, how we are interrupted. If you are bent upon chastising me, you will look for me as I will look for you. Two people surely meet when they have a mind." "The sooner the better," said Richard. Meanwhile the captain of the guards came up, and in the queen's name arrested the count, who surrendered, requesting to be taken into the queen's presence. The captain complied, and carried Ernest before the queen, who, without entering into any discourse with him, ordered that he should surrender his sword and be committed to the Tower. All these things were torture to the heart of Isabella and to her parents, who saw their new found happiness so soon disturbed. The lady keeper advised the queen that, to prevent the mischief, which might break out between her own family and Richard's, the possible cause of it should be withdrawn by sending Isabella to Spain. In support of this suggestion she added that Isabella was a Catholic, and so rooted in that faith, that all the arguments and persuasions she had used to withdraw her from it, and they were many, were of no avail. The queen replied that she esteemed her the more, since she was steadfast to the law taught to her by her parents, and that as for sending her to Spain, it was not to be thought of, for she was charmed with her lovely presence and her many graces and virtues. In fine, the queen was resolved that Isabella should become Richard's wife, if not that day on another, without fail. The lady keeper was so mortified by this reply, that she withdrew without saying a word, and having already made up her mind that unless Isabella was removed there could be no hope of relief for her son, or of peace between him and Richard, she determined to commit one of the most atrocious acts that could enter the mind of a lady of her exalted station. Women being for the most part rash and sudden in the execution of their resolves, the lady keeper that evening gave Isabella poison in a conserve which she pressed her to take, under the pretence that it was good for the sinking and oppression of the heart which she complained of. A short while after Isabella had swallowed it, her throat and tongue began to swell, her lips turned black, her voice became hoarse, her eyes fixed and glassy, and her breathing laboured and stertorous. In short, she exhibited all the symptoms of having been poisoned. The queen's ladies hastened to inform her majesty, assuring her that the lady keeper had been the author of the nefarious deed. The queen had no great difficulty in coming to the same conclusion, and went at once to see Isabella, who seemed to be almost at the last gasp. Sending with all speed for her physicians, she meanwhile ordered that the sufferer should be given a quantity of powdered unicorn's horn, and several other antidotes, with which great princes are usually provided against such casualties. The physicians arrived and begged the queen to make the lady keeper declare what kind of poison she had used, for no one doubted that she was the poisoner. This information having been obtained from the criminal, the physician applied the proper remedies with such good effect, that with God's help Isabella's life was saved, or at least there was a hope that it would be so. The queen ordered that the lady keeper should be arrested and confined in a chamber of the palace, intending to punish her as her crime deserved, whilst the guilty woman thought to excuse herself by saying that in killing Isabella she offered an acceptable sacrifice to heaven by ridding the world of a Catholic, and removing with her the cause of affliction to her son. Finally, Isabella did not die, but she escaped only with the loss of her hair, eyebrows, and eyelashes, her face swollen, her bloom gone, her skin blotched and blistered, and her eyes red and humid. In a word, she was now become an object as loathsome to look at as she had before been surpassingly beautiful. The change was so frightful that those who knew her thought it would have been better had the poison killed her. But notwithstanding all this, Richard supplicated the queen to let him take her home with him, for the great love he bore her comprehended not only her body but her soul, and if Isabella had lost her beauty, she could not have lost her infinite virtues. "Be it so," said the queen. "Take her, Richard, and reckon that you take in her a most precious jewel, in a rough wooden casket. God knows how gladly I would give her to you as I received her, but since that is impossible, perhaps the punishment I will inflict on the perpetrator of the crime will be some satisfaction to your feelings." Richard spoke earnestly in the culprit's behalf, and besought her majesty to pardon her. Finally Isabella and her parents were consigned to his care, and he took them home to his father's house, the queen having added to the fine pearls and the diamonds she had bestowed on Isabella, other jewels and rich dresses, such as manifested the great affection she felt for her. Isabella remained for 2 months in the same state, without the least sign appearing that her beauty would ever return, but at the end of that time her skin began to peel off, and she gradually recovered the natural bloom of her lovely complexion. Meanwhile Richard's parents, thinking it impossible that Isabella should ever again be what she had been, determined to send for the Scotch lady, to whom they had at first intended to unite him. They did not doubt that the actual beauty of the new bride would make their son forget the lost beauty of her rival, whom they intended to send to Spain with her parents, giving them so much wealth as would compensate them for their past losses. All this was settled between them without Richard's knowledge, and soon after the new bride entered their doors, duly accompanied, and so beautiful that none could compare with her in London, now that Isabella's charms were gone. Richard was astounded at this unexpected arrival, and fearing that it would have a fatal effect upon Isabella, he went to her bedside, and said to her, in presence of her parents, "Beloved of my soul, my parents, in their great love for me, but ill conceiving how great is mine for you, have brought hither a Scotch lady, to whom they arranged to marry me before I knew your worth. They have done so, I believe, upon the supposition that her great beauty will efface from my soul the image of yours, which is deeply impressed upon it. But from the moment I first loved you, Isabella, it was with a different love from that which finds its end attained in the gratification of the sensual appetite. For though your great beauty captivated my senses, your infinite virtues enthralled my soul, so that if I loved you in your beauty, I adore you in your plainness. That I may confirm that truth, put your hand in mine." She held out her right hand. He took it in his, and continued, "By the Catholic faith which my Christian parents have taught me, or if that is not as pure and perfect as it ought, then by that held by the Roman Pontiff, and which in my heart I confess, believe, and hold, do I swear, and by the true God who hears us, I promise you, Isabella, soul of my soul, to be your husband, and your husband I am from this moment, if you will raise me up so high." Isabella could only kiss Richard's hand again and again, and tell him, in a voice broken by her tears, that she accepted him as hers, and gave herself to him as his slave. Richard kissed her disfigured face, which he had never ventured to kiss in its beauty, and her parents, with tears of affection, ratified their solemn betrothal. Richard told them that he would find a way to postpone his marriage with the Scotch lady, and that when his father proposed to send them to Spain, they were not to refuse, but were to go to Cadiz and wait for him there, or in Seville for 2 years, within which time he gave them his word he would be with them, if God spared his life. Should he not appear within that time, they might be assured that he was prevented by some insuperable impediment, and most probably by death. Isabella replied that she would wait for him not only 2 years, but all the years of her life, until she knew that he was no longer alive, for the moment that brought her that news would be her last. End of the Spanish English Lady, Part 2. Section 21 of the Exemplary Novels of Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Exemplary Novels by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra, translated by Walter K. Kelly. The Spanish English Lady, Part 3. Richard, having at length quitted Isabella, went and told his parents that on no account would he marry the Scotch lady until he had first been to Rome for the satisfaction of his conscience; and he represented the matter in such a light to them and to the relations of Clesterna, that was the name of the Scotch lady, that as they were all Catholics they easily assented, and Clesterna was content to remain in her father-in-law's house until the return of Richard, who proposed to be away a year. This being settled, Clotald told his son of his intention to send Isabella and her parents to Spain, if the queen gave them leave. Perhaps her native air would confirm and expedite her incipient recovery. Richard, to avoid betraying his secret intentions, desired his father, with seeming indifference, to do as he thought best, only he begged him not to take away from Isabella any of the presents which the queen had given her. Clotald promised this, and the same day he went and asked the queen's leave both to marry his son to Clesterna, and to send Isabella and her parents to Spain. The queen granted both requests, and without having recourse to lawyers or judges, she forthwith passed sentence on the lady keeper, condemning her to lose her office, and to pay down 10,000 crowns for Isabella. As for Count Ernest, she banished him from England for 6 years. 4 days afterwards Richard set out on his exile, and the money had been already paid. The queen, sending for a rich merchant resident in London, who was a Frenchman, and had correspondents in France, Italy, and Spain, put the 10,000 crowns into his hands, and desired him to let Isabella's father have bills for the amount on Seville, or some other place in Spain. The merchant, having deducted his profit, told the queen he would give good and safe bills on another French merchant, his correspondent in Seville, in the following manner. He would write to Paris that the bills might be drawn there by another correspondent of his, in order that they should be dated from France and not from England, because of the interdicted communication between that country and Spain. It would only be necessary to have a letter of advice from him, with his signature and without date, in sight of which the merchant of Seville would immediately pay the money according to previous advice from the merchant of Paris. In fine, the queen took such securities from the merchant as made the payment certain, and not content with this, she sent for the master of a Flemish vessel who was about to sail for France, only to obtain a manifest from some French port, in order to be allowed to land in Spain, and she begged him to take Isabella and her parents, treat them well, and land them safely at the first Spanish port he reached. The master, who desired to please the queen, said he would do so, and would land them at Lisbon, Cadiz, or Seville. After this the queen sent word to Clotald not to take from Isabella any of the presents she had given her, whether jewels or clothes. The next day Isabella and her parents came to take leave of the queen, who received them with great affection. The queen gave them the merchant's bills, besides many other presents, both in money and in things suitable for their voyage. Isabella expressed her gratitude in such terms as to increase the queen's gracious disposition towards her. She took leave of the ladies of the court, who, now that she had become plain, would rather have had her remain among them, having no longer reason to envy her beauty, and being willing to enjoy her society for the sake of her good qualities of mind and disposition. The queen embraced the three, and took leave of them, commending them to good fortune and to the master of the vessel, and asking Isabella to inform her of her arrival in Spain, and of her health at all times, through the French merchant. That evening they embarked, not without tears on the part of Clotald, his wife, and his whole household, by whom Isabella was exceedingly beloved. Richard was not present at the departure, for, in order to avoid betraying his feelings, he had gone with some of his friends to the chase. Many were the dainties which the Lady Catherine gave Isabella for use on the voyage; endless were her embraces, her tears, and her injunctions that she should write to her, for all which Isabella and her parents returned suitable thanks. That night the vessel set sail, and having reached France with a fair wind, and obtained the necessary papers to enable them to enter Spain, they crossed the bar of Cadiz 30 days afterwards, and there Isabella and her parents disembarked. Being known to the whole city, they were joyfully welcomed, and warmly congratulated on their recovery of Isabella, and on their liberation from their Turkish captors, for that fact had been made known by the captives whom Richard generously released, and also from detention in England. By this time Isabella began to give great hopes that she would quite recover her original beauty. For more than a month they remained in Cadiz, recruiting themselves after the toils of their voyage, and then they went to Seville to see if they should obtain payment of the 10,000 crowns upon the French merchant's bill. 2 days after their arrival they called upon the person on whom it was drawn. He acknowledged it, but said that, until the arrival of advices from Paris, he could not pay the money. Isabella's father hired a large house facing St. Paul's, because there was in that holy convent a nun who was remarkable for rare musical talents, and who was his own niece. They chose the house to be near her for that reason, and because Isabella had told Richard that if he came to look for her he would find her in Seville, and her cousin, the nun of St. Paul's, would tell him where. He had only to ask for the nun who had the best voice in the convent; every one would know her by that description. It was 40 days more before the advices came from Paris, and 2 days after their arrival the French merchant paid Isabella the 10,000 crowns, which she handed over to her parents. With that sum, and something more made by the sale of part of Isabella's numerous jewels, her father again began business as a merchant, to the surprise of those who were cognizant of his great losses. After a few months his lost credit began to return; so too did his daughter's good looks, so that whenever female beauty was the subject of discourse, the palm was universally conceded to the Spanish English lady, for by that name, as well as for her great beauty, she was known throughout the city. Through the French merchant of Seville, Isabella and her parents wrote to the Queen of England, announcing their arrival in such grateful and dutiful terms as the many favours received at her Majesty's hands required. They also wrote to Clotald and Catherine, whom Isabella addressed as her revered parents. Their letters to the queen remained unanswered, but from Clotald and his wife they received a reply, congratulating them on their safe arrival, and informing them that their son Richard had set out from France the day after their departure, and thence to other countries, which it behoved him to visit for the tranquillity of his conscience. Isabella immediately concluded that Richard had left England for no other purpose than to seek her, and, cheered by this hope, she was as happy as she could be, and strove to live in such a manner that, when Richard arrived in Seville, the fame of her virtues would reach his ears before he learned where she lived. She seldom or never quitted the house, except to go to the convent, and attended no other church services than those performed there. She never went near the river, or to Triana, or witnessed the general rejoicings at the Campo de Tablada, or the Puerto de Xeres, on Sari Sebastian's day, celebrated by an almost innumerable multitude. In short, she never went abroad for any kind of amusement in Seville. Her whole time was spent in her devotions, and in praying and hoping for Richard's arrival. The consequence of this strict retirement was a great increase of the general interest about her. Thence came serenades in her street by night and promenades by day. The desire which so many felt to see her, and the difficulty of accomplishing it, was a great source of gain to the professional go-betweens, who severally professed that they alone had the ear of Isabella, and some there were who had recourse to what are called charms, which are nothing but deceits and follies. But in spite of all this, Isabella was like a rock in the ocean, which the winds and waves assail in vain. A year and a half had now passed, and her heart began to yearn more and more as the end of the period assigned by Richard drew near. Already in imagination she looked upon him as he arrived. He stood before her eyes. She asked him what had caused his long delay. She heard his excuses. She forgave him, embraced and welcomed him as the half of her soul, and then there was put into her hands a letter from the Lady Catherine, dated from London 50 days before. It was as follows: "Daughter of my heart, you doubtless recollect Richard's page Guillart. He accompanied Richard on his journey the day after you sailed to France and other parts, whereof I informed you in a former letter. This said Guillart, after he had been 16 months without hearing news of my son, yesterday entered our house with news that Count Ernest had basely murdered Richard in France. Imagine, my daughter, the effect upon his father, myself, and his intended wife, of such news as this, coming to us in such wise as left no doubt of our misfortune. What Clotald and myself beg of you once more, daughter of my soul, is that you will pray heartily to God for the soul of Richard, for well he deserves this service at your hands, he who loved you so much, as you know. Pray also to our Lord to grant us patience, and that we may make a good end, as we will pray for long life for you and your parents." This letter and the signature left no doubt in Isabella's mind of the death of her husband. She knew the page Guillart very well, and knew that he was a person of veracity, and that he could have had no motive for publishing false news in such a matter. Still less could the Lady Catherine have had any interest in deceiving her so painfully. In fine, in whatever way she considered the subject, the conclusion at which she invariably arrived was that this dismal intelligence was unquestionably true. When she had finished reading the letter, without shedding tears or showing any outward tokens of grief, with a composed face and apparently tranquil breast, she rose from her seat, entered an oratory, and kneeling before a crucifix, made a vow to become a nun, thinking herself free to do so, as she was no longer a betrothed maiden, but a widow. Her parents studiously concealed the grief which this affecting news caused them, in order that they might the better console their bereaved daughter, whilst she, as if mistress over her sorrow, having subdued it by the holy Christian resolution she had made, became their comforter. She made her intention known to them, and they advised her to postpone its execution until the 2 years were elapsed which Richard had assigned as the duration of his absence. That delay would suffice for confirming the news of his death, and then she might with more security change her condition. Isabella followed their advice. In the 6 months and a half which remained to complete the term of 2 years were spent by her in devotional exercises, and in arranging for her entrance into the convent of St. Paula, in which her cousin was a nun. The remainder of the 2 years elapsed, and the day arrived when she was to take the veil. The news having spread through the city, the convent, and the space between it and Isabella's abode, was thronged by those who knew her by sight, or by report only; and her father having invited her friends, and these having invited others, Isabella had for her escort one of the most imposing retinues ever seen in Seville on such occasions. It included the Chief Justice of Seville, the Vicar General, and all the titled personages of both sexes in the city. So great was the desire of all to behold the sun of Isabella's beauty, which had been for so many months eclipsed; and as it is customary for maidens about to take the veil to dress themselves in their very gayest attire on the day when they are to renounce for ever the pomps and vanities of the world, Isabella wore the same splendid dress in which she was presented to the Queen of England, with her necklace and girdle of lustrous pearls, her diamond ring, and all her other sumptuous jewels. Thus gorgeously attired, Isabella set out from home on foot, for the short distance to the convent seemed to render carriages superfluous. But the concourse was so great that the procession could hardly advance, and its members regretted too late that they had not chosen to ride instead of walking. Some of the spectators blessed the father and mother of that lovely creature, others praised Heaven that had endowed her with so much beauty. Some strained forward to see her, others, having seen her once, ran forward to have a second view of her. Among those who were most eager to behold her was a man who attracted the notice of many by his extraordinary efforts. He was dressed in the garb of a slave lately ransomed, and wore on his breast the emblem of the Holy Trinity, by which it was known that he had been redeemed by the charity of the Redemptorist fathers. Already Isabella had set one foot on the threshold of the convent gate, where the prioress and the nuns stood ready to receive her with the cross, when this ransomed captive cried out, "Stop, Isabella, stop!" Isabella and her parents turned at this cry, and saw the man cleaving his way towards them through the crowd by main strength. The blue hat he wore having fallen off through the violence of his exertions, disclosed a profusion of flaxen hair, and a clear red and white complexion, which showed him at once to be a foreigner. Struggling, stumbling, and rising again, he at last reached the spot where Isabella stood, caught her hand in his, and said, "Do you know me, Isabella? I am Richard, your betrothed." "Well do I know you," said Isabella, "if indeed you are not a phantom come to trouble my repose." Her parents also examined his features attentively, and saw that this captive was indeed Richard. As for him, weeping at Isabella's feet, he implored her not to let the strange garb he wore prevent her recognizing him, nor his low fortune impede the fulfilment of the pledges exchanged between them. In spite of the impression which the letter from Richard's mother had made on her memory, Isabella chose rather to believe the living evidence before her eyes, and embracing the captive, she said, "Without doubt, my lord and master, you are he who alone could hinder the fulfilment of my Christian determination. You are without doubt the half of my soul, my own betrothed. Your image is stamped upon my memory and treasured in my heart. The news of your death, sent me by your lady mother, not having killed me on the spot, I resolved to dedicate myself to religion, and I was just about to enter this convent for the rest of my days. But since God has shown us by so just an impediment that he wills otherwise, it is not for me to refuse obedience. Come, Señor, to the house of my parents, which is yours, and there I will give myself to you in the way which our holy Catholic faith prescribes." This dialogue, overheard by the spectators, struck them all with amazement. The chief justice and the vicar general immediately demanded what was all this ado? Who was this stranger, and what marriage was this they talked about? Isabella's father replied, that which they had seen was the sequel of a story which required a different place for the telling of it. Therefore he begged that all who desired to hear it should turn back to his house, which was close by, and there he would fully satisfy their curiosity, and fill them with wonder at the strange things he should relate. Just then one of the crowd cried out, "Señors, this young man is the great English corsair. It is not much more than 2 years since he took from the Algerine corsairs the great Portuguese galleon from the Indies. There is not the least doubt that he is the very man. I know him because he set me at liberty, and gave me money to carry me to Spain, and not me only but 300 other captives likewise." These words increased the general excitement, and the desire to see all these intricate matters cleared up. Finally the principal persons of the city, with the chief justice and the vicar general, went back with Isabella to her father's house, leaving the nuns sorely discomfited, and crying with vexation at the loss they had sustained in not having the beautiful Isabella to grace their nunnery. The company being arrived at the house of Isabella's father, she made them be seated in a long hall, and though Richard would willingly have taken it upon himself to tell his story, yet he thought it better to trust it to Isabella's tongue than to his own, which was not very expert in speaking Spanish. Accordingly she began her narration in the midst of profound silence and attention. She related all that happened to her from the day when Clotald carried her off from Cadiz until her return thither, also Richard's engagement with the Turks, his liberality to the Christians, the promise that they had given each other to be husband and wife, the 2 years' delay agreed on, and the news she had received of his death, which seemed to her so certain as to have nearly occasioned her taking the veil. She extolled the liberality of the Queen of England, the Christian faith of Richard and his parents, and she concluded by saying that Richard would relate what had happened to him since he left London until that moment, when he stood before them in the dress of a captive, and with the mark of having been ransomed by charity. "I will do so," said Richard, "and briefly relate the hardships I have undergone. I quitted London to avoid marrying Clisterna, the Scottish Catholic lady to whom Isabella has told you that my parents wished to unite me, and I took with me Guillart, my page, the same who carried the news of my death to London, as my mother stated in her letter. Passing through France, I arrived in Rome, where my soul was gladdened, and my faith fortified. I kissed the feet of the Supreme Pontiff, confessed my sins to the Grand Penitentiary, obtained absolution, and received the necessary certificates of my confession and penance, and of the submission I had paid to our Holy Mother, the Church. This done, I visited the numberless holy places in that sacred city, and out of 2,000 crowns I had with me in gold, I deposited 1,600 with a money changer, who gave me a letter of credit for them on one Roque, a Florentine in this city. With the 400 that remained I set out for Spain by way of Genoa, where I have heard that there were 2 galleys of that seigneury bound for this country. I arrived with Guillart at a place called Aqua Pendenti, which is the last town in the Pope's dominions on the road to Florence, and in an inn at which I alighted I met Count Ernest, my mortal enemy. He had 4 servants with him. He was disguised, and was going, as I understood, to Rome, not because he was a Catholic, but from motives of curiosity. I thought he had not recognized me, and shut myself up in a room with my servant Guillart, where I remained on my guard, intending to shift my quarters at nightfall. I did not do so, however, for the perfect indifference shown me by the Count and his servants made me confident that they had not recognized me. I supped in my room, locked the door, looked to my sword, commended myself to God, but would not lie down. My servant lay asleep, and I sat on a chair between asleep and awake. But a little after midnight I was near put to sleep for eternity by 4 pistol shots fired at me, as I afterwards learned, by the Count and his servants. They left me for dead, and their horses being in readiness, they rode off, telling the innkeeper to bury me suitably, for I was a man of quality. My servant, awaking in terror at the noise, leaped out of a window, and ran away in such mortal fear that it seems he never stopped till he got to London, for it was he brought the news of my death. The people of the inn came up and found I had been struck by 4 balls and 7 slugs, but none of the wounds in any vital part. Calling for a confessor, I received all the sacraments as became a Catholic Christian, but I gradually recovered, though it was 2 months before I was able to continue my journey. I then proceeded to Genoa, but found no other means of passage than 2 feluccas, which were hired by myself and 2 Spanish gentlemen. One of them we employed to go before and pilot the way, and in the other we ourselves embarked. In this way we pursued our voyage, closely hugging the shore, but when we came to a spot on the coast of France, called the 3 Marias, 2 Turkish galleys suddenly came out upon us from a creek, and one keeping to seaward of us, the other more in shore. They cut off our escape to the land and captured us. The corsairs stripped us to the skin, plundered the feluccas, and having completely emptied them, let them drift ashore, instead of sinking them, saying that they might serve to bring them more pickings another time. You may well believe how bitterly I felt my captivity, and above all, the loss of the certificates from Rome, which I carried in a tin case. with the bill for the 1600 ducats. But by good fortune they fell into the hands of a Christian slave, a Spaniard, who kept them, for if the Turks had got hold of them, they would have required for my ransom at least the amount of the bill. They carried us to Algiers, where I found that the fathers of the most holy Trinity were redeeming Christian slaves. I spoke to them, told them who I was, and they, moved by charity, ransomed me, though I was a foreigner. The price set upon me was 300 ducats. They paid down 100 on the spot, and engaged to pay the remaining 200 as soon as the ship should return, with the contributions for the release of the Redemptorist father, who remained in Algiers in pledge for 4,000 ducats, which he had spent over and above the amount he had brought in hand. For so extreme is the charity of these compassionate fathers, that they give their liberty for another's, and remain in captivity that others may go free. In addition to the happiness of obtaining my liberty, I recovered the case with the certificates and the bill. I showed its contents to the good father, and promised him 500 ducats, in addition to the amount of my ransom, as a contribution towards the payment of the sum for which he was a hostage. It was nearly a year before the ship returned with the redemption money. What befell me in that 1 year would of itself furnish matter for another history too long to relate at present. I will only say that I was recognized by one of the 20 Turks whom I liberated with the Christians on the occasion already mentioned. But he was so grateful and so honest that he would not betray me, for had the Turks known me to be the person who had sunk 2 of their galleys, and despoiled them of the great Indian galleon, they would either have put me to death, or presented me to the Grand Turk, in which case I should never have recovered my liberty. Finally, the Redemptorist father came to Spain with me, and 50 other ransomed Christians. We made a general procession in Valentia, and from that place we dispersed, and took each his own several way, wearing this garb in token of the means by which we had been released. For myself, I arrived today in this city, burning with a desire to see Isabella, my betrothed, and asking my way at once to the convent where I was to hear of her. What happened there you all know. It now only remains for me to exhibit these certificates to satisfy you of the truth of my strange story." So saying, he produced the documents from a tin case, and placed them in the hands of the vicar general, who examined them along with the chief justice, and found nothing in them to make him doubt the truth of what Richard had stated. Moreover, for the fuller confirmation of his story, Heaven ordained that among the persons present should be that very Florentine merchant on whom the bill for 1600 ducats was drawn. He asked to see it, found it genuine, and accepted it on the spot, for he had received advice of it several months before. Thereupon Richard confirmed the promise he had made of contributing 500 ducats to the funds of the Redemptorist fathers. The chief justice embraced him, Isabella and her parents, and complimented them all in the most courteous terms. So too did the vicar general, who requested Isabella to commit this whole story to writing, that he might lay it before his superior, the archbishop, and this she promised to do. The deep silence in which the audience had listened to this extraordinary narrative was broken by thanksgivings to God for his great marvels, and all present, from the highest to the lowest, congratulated Isabella, Richard, and their parents, and prayed for their happiness as they took leave of them. 8 days afterwards, Richard and Isabella were united before the altar, their marriage being honoured by the presence of the chief justice and all the persons of distinction in Seville. Thus, after so many vicissitudes, Isabella's parents recovered their daughter, and re-established their fortune, and she, favoured by Heaven, and aided by her many virtues, in spite of so many crosses and troubles, obtained for her husband a man so deserving as Richard, with whom it is believed that she lives to this day, in the house facing Santa Paula, which her father had hired, and which they subsequently bought of the heirs of a gentleman of Burgos named Hernando Cifuentes. This tale may teach us what virtue and what beauty can effect, since they are sufficient together, or either singly, to win the love even of enemies, and how Heaven is able to bring forth our greatest happiness even out of our heaviest misfortunes. End of The Spanish English Lady, Part 3.
Part 22 of the Exemplary Novels by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ulf Björklund. The Exemplary Novels by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra, translated by Walter K. Kelly. The Force of Blood. One night after a sultry summer's day, an old hidalgo of Toledo walked out to take the air by the river's side, along with his wife, his little boy, his daughter aged 16, and a female servant. 11 o'clock had struck. It was a fine, clear night. They were the only persons on the road, and they sauntered leisurely along, to avoid paying the price of fatigue for the recreation provided for the Toledans in the valley or on the banks of their river. Secure, as he thought, in the careful administration of justice in that city, and the character of its well-disposed inhabitants, the good hidalgo was far from thinking that any disaster could befall his family. But as misfortune commonly happens when they are least looked for, so it chanced with this family, who were that night visited, in the midst of their innocent enjoyment, by a calamity which gave them cause to weep for many a year. There was in that city a young cavalier, about 22 years of age, whom wealth, high birth, a wayward disposition, inordinate indulgence, and profligate companions impelled to do things which disgraced his rank. This young cavalier, whose real name we shall, for good reasons, conceal under that of Rodolfo, was abroad that night with 4 of his companions, insolent young roysters like himself, and happened to be coming down a hill as the old hidalgo and his family were ascending it. The two parties, the sheep and the wolves, met each other. Rodolfo and his companions, with their faces muffled in their cloaks, stared rudely and insolently at the mother, the daughter, and the servant-maid. The old hidalgo indignantly remonstrated. They answered him with mocks and jeers, and passed on. But Rodolfo had been struck by the great beauty of Leocadia, the hidalgo's daughter, and presently he began to entertain the idea of enjoying it at all hazards. In a moment he communicated his thoughts to his companions, and in the next moment they resolved to turn back and carry her off to please Rodolfo. For the rich, who are open-handed, always find parasites ready to encourage their bad propensities, and thus to conceive this wicked design, to communicate it, approve it, resolve on ravishing Leocadia, and to carry that design into effect was the work of a moment. They drew their swords, hid their faces in the flaps of their cloaks, turned back, and soon came in front of the little party, who had not yet done giving thanks to God for their escape from those audacious men. Rodolfo laid hold of Leocadia, caught her up in his arms, and ran off with her, while she was so overcome with surprise and terror that, far from being able to defend herself or cry out, she had not even sense or sight left to see her ravisher, or know whither he was carrying her. Her father shouted, her mother shrieked, her little brother cried, the servant-maid tore her own face and hair, but the shouts and shrieks were disregarded, the wailing moved no pity, the clawing and scratching was of no avail, for all was lost upon the loneliness of that spot, the silence of the night, and the cruel hearts of the ravishers. Finally the one party went off exulting, and the other was left in desolation and woe. Rodolfo arrived at his own house without any impediment, and Leocadia's parents reached theirs, heartbroken and despairing. They were afraid to appeal for justice to the laws, lest thereby they should only publish their daughter's disgrace. Besides, though well-born, they were poor, and had not the means of commanding influence and favor, and above all, they knew not the name of their injurer, or of whom or what to complain, but their luckless stars. Meanwhile, Rodolfo had Leocadia safe in his custody, and in his own apartment. It was a wing of his father's house, of which he had the keys, a great imprudence on the part of any parent. When Leocadia fainted in his arms, he had bandaged her eyes in order that she might not notice the streets through which she passed, or the house into which he took her, and before she recovered her senses, he effected his guilty purpose. Apathy and disgust commonly follow satiated lust. Rodolfo was now impatient to get rid of Leocadia, and made up his mind to lay her in the street, insensible as she was. He had set to work with this intention, when she came to herself, saying, "Where am I? Woe is me! What darkness is this? Am I in limbo of my innocence or the hell of my sins? Who touches me? Am I in bed? Mother, dear father, do you hear me? Alas, too well I perceive that you cannot hear me, and that I am in the hands of enemies. Well it would be for me if this darkness were to last forever, and my eyes were never more to see the light, whoever thou art, she exclaimed, suddenly seizing Rodolfo's hand. If thy soul is capable of pity, grant me one prayer. Having deprived me of honor, now deprive me of life. Let me not survive my disgrace. In mercy, kill me this moment. It is the only amends I ask of you for the wrong you have done me. Confused by the vehemence of her reproaches, Rodolfo knew not what to say or do, and answered not a word. This silence so astonished Leucadia that she began to fancy she was dreaming, or haunted by a phantom. But the hands she grasped were of flesh and blood. She remembered the violence with which she had been torn from her parents, and she became too well aware of the real nature of her calamity. After a passionate burst of tears and groans, "Inhuman youth," she continued, "for your deeds assure me that your years are few. I will forgive the outrage you have done me, on the sole condition that you promise, and woe to conceal your crime in perpetual silence, as profound as this darkness in which you have perpetrated it. This is but a small recompense for so grievous a wrong. But it is the greatest which I can ask, or you can grant me. I have never seen your face, nor even desire to see it. It is enough for me to remember the injury I have sustained, without having before my mind's eye the image of my ravisher. My complaints shall be addressed only to heaven. I would not have them heard by this world, which judges not according to the circumstances of each case, but according to its own preconceived notions. You may wonder to hear me speak thus, being so young. I am surprised at it myself, and I perceive that if great sorrow are sometimes dumb, they are sometimes eloquent. Be this as it may, grant me the favor I implore. It will cost you little. Put me at once into the street, or at least near the great church, for I shall know my way thence to the house of my parents. But you must also swear not to follow me or make any attempts to ascertain my name or that of my family, who, if they were as wealthy as they are noble, would not have to bear patiently such insult in my person. Answer me, and if you are afraid of being known by your voice, know that except my father and my confessor, I have never spoken with any man in my life, and that I should never be able to tell who you were, though you were to speak ever so long." The only reply Rodolfo made to the unhappy Leucadia was to embrace her and attempt a repetition of his offence, but she defended herself with hands, feet, and teeth, and with a strength he could not have supposed her capable of exerting. "Base villain!" she cried, "you took an infamous advantage of me when I had no more power to resist than a stock or a stone. But now that I have recovered my senses, you shall kill me before you shall succeed. You shall not have reason to imagine, from my weak resistance, that I pretended only to faint when you effected my ruin." In fine, she defended herself with such spirit and vigor as completely dampened Rodolfo's ardor. Without saying a word, he left the room, locked the door behind him, and went into quest of his companions to consult them as to what he should do. Finding herself alone, Leucadia got out of bed and groped about the room and along the walls, feeling for a door or window through which she might make her escape. She found the door, but it was locked outside. She succeeded in opening the window, and the moonlight shone in so brightly that she could distinguish the color of some damask hanging in the room. She saw that the bed was gilded, and so rich that it seemed that of a prince rather than of a private gentleman. She counted the chairs and the cabinets, observed the position of the door, and also perceived some pictures hanging on the walls, but was not able to distinguish the subjects. The window was large and protected by a stout iron grating. It looked out on a garden surrounded by high walls, so that escape in that direction was as impossible as by the door. Everything she observed in this sumptuous apartment showed her that its master was a person of quality and of extraordinary wealth. Among other things on which she cast her eyes was a small crucifix of solid silver standing on a cabinet near the window. She took it and hid it in the sleeve of her gown, not out of devotion, not yet with a felonious intention, but with a very proper and judicious design. Having done this, she shut the window as before and returned to the bed, to see what would be the end of an affair which had begun so badly. In about half an hour, as it seemed to her, the door was opened. Someone came in, blindfolded her, and taking her by the arm, without a word spoken, led her out of the room, which she heard him lock behind him. This person was Rodolfo, who, though he had gone to look for his friends, had changed his mind in that respect, not thinking it advisable to acquaint them with what had passed between him and the girl. On the contrary, he resolved to tell them that, repenting of his violence, and moved by her tears, he had only carried her half-way towards his house, and then let her go. Having come to this resolution, he hastened back to remove Leocadia before daylight appeared, which would compel him to keep her in his room all the following day. He led her to the Plaza del Ayuntamiento, and there, in a faint voice, speaking half Portuguese and half Spanish, he told her she might go home without fear, for she should not be followed, and he was already out of sight before she had taken the bandage from her eyes. Leocadia looked all around her. She was quite alone, no one was in sight, but suspecting that she might be followed at a distance, she stopped every now and then on her way home, which was not far, and looked behind her. To baffle any spies that might perchance be watching her, she entered a house which she found open, and by she went from it to her own, where she found her parents stupefied with grief. They had not undressed or thought of taking any rest. When they saw her, they ran to her with open arms and welcomed her with tears. Choking with emotion, Leocadia made a sign to her parents that she wished to be alone with them. They retired with her, and she gave them a succinct account of what all had befallen her. She described the room in which she had been robbed of her honor, the window, the grating, the garden, the cabinets, the bed, the damask hanging, and last of all she showed them the crucifix which she had carried off, and before which the 3 innocent victims renewed their tears, imprecated heaven's vengeance on the insolent ravisher, and prayed that he might be miraculously punished. She told her parents that although she had no wish to know the name of him of whose hands she had received such cruel wrong, yet if they thought fit to make such a discovery, they might do so by means of the crucifix, by directing the sacristan of the several parishes in the city to announce from the pulpits that whomever had lost such an image would find it in the hands of a certain monk whom she should name. By this means they would discover their enemy in the person of the owner of the crucifix. "That would be very well, my child," replied her father, "if your plan were not liable to be frustrated by ordinary cunning. But no doubt this image had been already missed by its owner, and he will have set it down for certain that it was taken out of the room by the person he locked up there. To give him notice that the crucifix was in the hands of a certain monk would only serve to make known the person who deposited it in such a keeping, but not to make the owner declare himself, for the latter might send another person for it, and furnish him with all the particulars by which he should identify it. Thus, you see, we should only damage ourselves without obtaining the information we sought, though to be sure we might employ the same artifice on our side, and deposit the image with the monk through a third hand. What you had best do, my child, is to keep it, and pray to it, that since it was a witness to your undoing, it will deign to vindicate your cause by its righteous judgment. Bear in mind, my child, that an ounce of public dishonor outweighs a quintal of secret infamy, and since, by the blessing of God, you can live in honor before the public eye, let it not distress you so much to be dishonored in your own self in secret. Real dishonor consists in sin, and real honor in virtue. There are 3 ways of offending God, by thought, word, and deed, but since neither in thought, nor in word, nor in deed have you offended, look upon yourself as a person of unsullied honor, as I shall always do, who will never cease to regard you with the affection of a father." Thus did the humane and right-minded father comfort his unhappy daughter, and her mother, embracing her again, did all she could to soothe her feelings. In spite of all their tenderness, her anguish was too poignant to be soon allayed, and from that fatal night she continued to live the life of a recluse under the protection of her parents. Rodolfo, meanwhile, having returned home, and having missed the crucifix, guessed who had taken it, but gave himself no concern about it. To a person of his wealth, such a loss was of no importance, nor did his parents make any inquiry about it. When 3 days afterwards, on his departure for Italy, one of his mother's women took an inventory of all the effects he left in the apartment, Rodolfo had long contemplated a visit to Italy, and his father, who himself had been there, encouraged him in that design, telling him that no one could be a finished gentleman without seeing foreign countries. For this and other reasons, Rodolfo readily complied with the wishes of his father, who gave him ample letters of credit on Barcelona, Genoa, Rome, and Naples. Taking with him 2 of his companions, he set out on his travels, with expectations raised to a high pitch by what he had been told by some soldiers of his acquaintance, concerning the good cheer in the hostelries of Italy and France, and the free and easy life enjoyed by the Spaniards in their quarters. His ears were tickled with the sound of such phrases as these: "Eccoli buoni polastri, picconi, prosciutto, salicie," and all the other fine things of the sort, which soldiers are fond of calling to mind when they return from these parts to Spain. In fine, he went away with as little thought or concern about what had passed between him and the beautiful Locadia as though it had never happened. She meanwhile passed her life with her parents in the strictest retirement, never letting herself be seen, but shunning every eye lest it should read her misfortune in her face. What she had thus done voluntarily at first, she found herself in a few months constrained to do by necessity, for she discovered that she was pregnant, to the grievous renewal of her affliction. Time rolled on. The hour of her delivery arrived. It took place in the utmost secrecy, her mother taking upon her the office of midwife, and she gave birth to a son, one of the most beautiful ever seen. The babe was conveyed with the same secrecy to a village, where he remained till he was 4 years old, when his grandfather brought him, under the name of a nephew, to his own house, where he was reared, if not in affluence, at least most virtuously. The boy, who was named Louis, after his grandfather, was remarkably handsome, of a sweet, docile disposition, and his manners and deportment, even at that tender age, were such as showed him to be the son of some noble father. His grandfather and grandmother were so delighted with his grace, beauty, and good behavior, that they came at last to regard their daughter's mischance as a happy event, since it had given them such a grandson. When the boy walked through the streets, blessings were showered upon him by all who saw him, blessing upon his beauty, upon the mother that bore him, upon the father that begot him, upon those who brought him up so well. Thus admired by strangers, as well as by all who knew him, he grew up to the age of 7, by which time he could already read Latin and his mother's tongue, and write a good round hand, for it was the intention of his grandparents to make him learned and virtuous, since they could not make him rich, learning and virtue being such wealth as thieves cannot steal or fortune destroy. One day, when the boy was sent by his grandfather with a message to a relation, he passed along a street in which there was a great concourse of horsemen. He stopped to look at them, and to see them better he moved from his position and crossed the street. In doing so, he was not rapid enough to avoid a fiery horse, which its rider could not pull up in time, and which knocked Louis down and trampled upon him. The poor child lay senseless on the ground, bleeding profusely from his head. A moment after the accident had happened, an elderly gentleman threw himself from his horse with surprising agility, took the boy out of the arms of a person who had raised him from the ground, and carried him to his own house, bidding his servants to go fetch a surgeon. Many gentlemen followed him, greatly distressed at the sad accident which had befallen the general favorite, for it was soon on everybody's lips that the sufferer was little Louis. The news speedily reached the ears of his grandparents and his supposed cousin, who all hurried in wild dismay to look for their darling. The gentleman who had humanely taken charge of him being of eminent rank and well known, they easily found their way to his house, and arrived there just as Louis was under the surgeon's hands. The master and mistress begged them not to cry or raise their voices in lamentation, for it would do the little patient no good. The surgeon, who was an able man, having dressed the wound with great care and skill, saw that it was not so deadly as he had first supposed. In the midst of dressing, Louis came to his senses, and was glad to see his relations, who asked him how he felt. "Pretty well," he said, only his head and his body pained him a good deal. The surgeon desired them not to talk to him, but leave him to repose. They did so, and the grandfather then addressed himself to the master of the house, thanking him for the kindness he had shown to his nephew. The gentleman replied that there was nothing to thank him for, the fact being that when he saw the boy knocked down, his first thought was that he saw under the horse's heels the face of a son of his own, whom he tenderly loved. It was this that impelled him to take the boy up, and carry him to his own house, where he should remain all the time he was in the surgeon's hands, and be treated with all possible care. The lady of the house spoke to the same effect, and with no less kindness and cordiality. The grandfather and grandmother were surprised at meeting with so much sympathy on the part of strangers, but far greater was the surprise of their daughter, who, on looking around her, after the surgeon's report had somewhat allayed her agitation, plainly perceived that she was in the very room to which she had been carried by her ravishers. The damask hangings were no longer there, but she recognized it by other tokens. She saw the grated windows that opened on the garden. It was then closed on account of the little patient, but she asked if there was a garden on the outside, and was answered in the affirmative. The bed she too well remembered was there, and above all the cabinet on which had stood the image she had taken away was still on the same spot. Finally, to corroborate all the other indications, and confirm the truth of her discovery beyond all question, she counted the steps of the staircase leading from the room to the street, and found the number exactly what she had expected, for she had had the presence of mind to count them on the former occasion when she descended them blindfold. On her return home, she imparted her discovery to her mother, who immediately made inquiries as to whether the gentleman in whose house her grandson lay ever had a son. She found he had one son, Rodolfo, as we call him, who was then in Italy, and on comparing the time he was said to have been abroad with that which had elapsed since her daughter's ravishment, she found them to agree very closely. She made all this known to her husband, and it was finally settled between the three that they should not move in the matter for the present, but wait till the will of heaven had declared itself respecting the little patient. Louis was out of danger in a fortnight. In a month he rose from his bed, and during all that time he was visited daily by his mother and grandmother, and treated by the master and mistress of the house as if he was their own child. Donna Estefania, the kind gentleman's wife, often observed, in conversation with Leocadia, that the boy so strongly resembled a son of hers who was in Italy. She never could look at him without thinking her son was actually before her. One day, when Donna Estefania repeated this remark, no one being present but herself and Leocadia, the latter thought it good opportunity to open her mind to the lady, in the manner previously concerted between herself and her parents. "Señora," she said, "when my parents heard of the terrible accident that had befallen their nephew, they felt as if the sky had fallen upon their heads. For them it was losing the light of their eyes, and the staff of their age, to lose their nephew, their love of whom far surpassed that which parents commonly bear towards their sons. But, as the proverb says, with a disease God sends the remedy. The boy found his recovery in this house, and I found in it reminiscences of events I shall never forget as long as I live. I, Señora, am noble, for so are my parents, and so we all, my ancestors, who, though but moderately endowed with the gifts of fortune, always happily maintained their honor wherever they lived." Donna Estefania listened attentively to Leocadia, and was astonished to hear her speak with the intelligence beyond her years, for she did not think her more than 20, and without interrupting her by a single word, she heard her relate her whole story, how she had been forcibly carried into the chamber, what had been done to her there, and by what tokens she had been able to recognize it again. In confirmation of all this, she drew forth from her bosom the crucifix she had taken away with her, and thus addressed it: "Lord, who wast witness of the violence done to me, be thou the judge of the amends which are my due. I took thee from off this cabinet that I might continually remind thee of my wrong, not in order to pray to thee for vengeance, which I do not invoke, but to beseech thee to inspire me with some counsel which may enable me to bear it with patience." Then turning to Donna Estefania, "This boy, Señora," she said, "towards whom you have manifested the extreme of your great kindness and compassion, is your own grandson. It was by the merciful providence of heaven that he was run over, in order that, being taken to your house, I should find him in it, as I hope to find there, if not the remedy most appropriate to my misfortune, at least the means to alleviating it." Thus saying, and pressing the crucifix to her breast, she fell fainting into the arms of Donna Estefania, who, as a gentlewoman, to whose sex pity is as natural as cruelty is to man, instantly pressed her lips to those of the fainting girl, shedding over her so many tears that there needed no other sprinkling of water to recover Leocadia from her swoon. Whilst the two were in this situation, Donna Estefania's husband entered the room, leading little Louise by the hand. On seeing his wife all in tears and Leocadia fainting, he eagerly inquired the cause of so startling a spectacle. The boy, having embraced his mother, calling her his cousin, and his grandmother, calling her his benefactress, repeated his grandfather's question. "I have great things to tell you, Señor," said Donna Estefania to her husband, "the cream and substance of which is this: the fainting girl before you is your daughter, and the boy is your grandson. This truth, which I have learned from her lips, is confirmed by his face, in which we have both beheld that of our son." "Unless you speak more fully, Señora, I cannot understand you," replied her husband. Just then Leocadia came to herself, and embracing the cross, seemed changed into a sea of tears, and the gentleman remaining in utter bewilderment, until his wife had repeated to him, from beginning to end, Leocadia's whole story, and he believed it, through the blessed dispensation of heaven, which had confirmed it by so many convincing testimonies. He embraced and comforted Leocadia, kissed his grandson, and that same day he dispatched a courier to Naples, with a letter to his son, requiring him to come home instantly, for his mother and he had concluded a suitable match for him with a very beautiful lady. They would not allow Leocadia and her son to return any more to the house of her parents, who, overjoyed at her good fortune, gave thanks for it to heaven with all their hearts. The courier arrived at Naples, and Rodolfo, eager to become possessed of so beautiful a wife as his father had described, took advantage of his opportunity offered by 4 galleys, which were ready to sail for Spain, and 2 days after the receipt of the letter he embarked with his 2 comrades, who were still with him. After a prosperous run of 12 days, he reached Barcelona, whence he posted in 7 to Toledo, and entered his father's house, dressed in the very extreme of fashionable bravery. His parents were beyond measure rejoiced at his safe arrival, after so long an absence, and Leocadia was filled with indescribable emotion, as she beheld him, herself unseen, from a secret place in which she had been stationed by Donna Estefania's contrivance. Rodolfo's 2 comrades proposed to take leave of him at once, and retire to their own homes, but Estefania would not suffer them to depart, for their presence was needful for the execution of a scheme she had in her head. It was nearly night when Rodolfo arrived, and whilst preparations were making for supper, Estefania took her son's companions aside, believing that they were 2 of the 3 whom Leocadia mentioned as having been with Rodolfo on the night of her abduction. She earnestly entreated them to tell her if they remember that her son had carried off a young woman on such a night, so many years ago, for the honor and the peace of mind of all his relations depended on their knowing the truth of that matter. So persuasive were her entreaties, and so strong her assurances that no harm whatever could result to them from the information she sought, they were induced to confess that one summer's night, the same she had mentioned, themselves and another friend being out on a stroll with Rodolfo, they had been concerned in the abduction of a girl, whom Rodolfo carried off, whilst the rest of them detained her family, who made a great outcry, and would have defended her if they could. They added that Rodolfo told them, on the following day, that he had carried the girl to his own apartment, and this was all they knew of the matter. All doubts which could possibly have remained on the case having been removed by this confession, Estefania determined to pursue her scheme. Shortly before supper, she took her son in private into a room, where she put the portrait of a lady into his hands, saying, "Here is something to give you an appetite for your supper, Rodolfo. This is the portrait of your bride. But I must tell you that what she wants in beauty is more than made up for in virtue. She is of good family and tolerably wealthy, and since your father and I have made choice for her, you may be assured she will suit you very well." "Well," said Rodolpho, staring at the portrait, "if the painter of this portrait has flattered the original as much as painters usually do, then beyond all doubt the lady must be the very incarnation of ugliness. Truly, my lady mother, it is just and right that sons should obey their parents in all things. It is no less proper that parents should have regards to the inclinations of their sons. And since matrimony is a bond not to be loosened till death, they ought to take care that it shall press as smoothly and equably as possible. Virtue, good birth, prudence, and the gifts of fortune are all very good things, and may well gladden the heart of whomever have had the lot to obtain this lady for a wife. But that her ugliness can ever gladden the eyes of her spouse appears to me an impossibility. I am a bachelor, to be sure, but I perfectly comprehend the coincidence that there should be between the sacrament of marriage and the just and due delight mutually enjoyed by a married pair, and that if that be wanting, the object of marriage is frustrated. For to imagine that an ugly face which one must have before his eyes at all hours, in the hall, at table, and in bed, I say once more that it is impossible. For God's sake, my lady mother, give me a wife who would be an agreeable companion, not one who will disgust me, so that we may both bear evenly and with mutual goodwill the yoke imposed on us by heaven, instead of pulling this way and that way, and fretting each other to death. If this lady is well-born, discreet, and rich, as you say, she will easily find a husband of a different humour from mine. Some look for noble blood in a wife, some for understanding, others for money, and others again for beauty, and of the latter class I am one. As for high birth, thank heaven and my ancestors, I am well enough off in that respect. As for understanding, provided a woman is neither a dolt nor a simpleton, there is no need of her having a very subtle wit. In point of wealth, I am amply provided by my parents. But beauty is what I covet, with no other addition than virtue and good breeding. If my wife brings me this, I will thank heaven for the gift, and make my parents happy in their old age." Estefania was delighted to hear Rodolpho speak thus, for the sentiments he expressed were just such as best accorded with the success of the scheme she had in hand. She told him that she would endeavour to marry him in conformity with his inclination, and that he need not make himself uneasy, for there would be no difficulty in breaking off the match which seemed so distasteful to him. Rodolpho thanked her, and supper being ready, they went to join the rest of the party at table. The father and mother, Rodolpho and his two companions, had already seated themselves, when Dona Estefania said, in an offhand way, "Sinner that I am, how well I behaved to my guest! Go," she said to a servant, "and ask the Senora, Dona Leocadia, to honour our table with her presence, and tell her she need not stand on any punctilio, for all here are my sons and her servants." All this was part of her scheme, with the whole of which Leocadia had been previously made acquainted. The lady soon appeared, presenting a most charming spectacle of perfect beauty, set off by the most appropriate adornment. The season being winter, she was dressed in a robe and train of black velvet, with gold and pearl buttons. Her girdle and necklace were of diamonds, her head was uncovered, and the shining braids and ringlets of her thick chestnut hair, spangled with diamonds, dazzled the eyes of the beholders. Her bearing was graceful and animated. She led her son by the hand, and before her walked two maids with wax lights and silver candlesticks. All rose to do her reverence, as if something from heaven had miraculously appeared before them. But gazing on her, entranced with admiration, not one of them was able to address a single word to her. Leocadia bowed to them all with courteous dignity, and Estefania, taking her by the hand, led her to a seat next to herself and opposite to Rodolpho, whilst the boy was seated beside his grandfather. "Ah," said Rodolpho to himself, as he gazed on the lovely being before him, "could I find but half that beauty in the wife my mother had chosen for me, I should think myself the happiest man in the world. Good God, what is it I behold? Is it some angel in human shape that sits before me? Whilst his eyes were thus making his soul captive to the lovely image of Leocadia, she, on the other hand, finding herself so near to him who was dearer to her than the light of those eyes with which she furtively glanced at him from time to time, began to revolve in her mind what had passed between her and Rodolpho. The hopes her mother had given her of being his wife began to droop, and the fear came strong upon her that such bliss was not for one so luckless as herself. She reflected how near she stood to the crisis which was to determine whether she was to be blessed or unhappy forever, and racked by the intensity of her emotions, she suddenly changed color. Her head dropped, and she fell forward in a swoon into the arms of the dismayed Estefania. The whole party sprang up in alarm, and hastened to her assistance, but no one showed more earnest sympathy than Rodolpho, who fell twice in haste to reach her. They unlaced her, and sprinkled her face with cold water, but far from coming to her senses, the fullness of her congested bosom, her total insensibility, and the absence of all pulse, gave such mortal indications that the servants began imprudently to cry out that she was dead. This shocking news reached the ears of her parents, whom Donna Estefania had concealed in another room, that they might make their appearance at the right moment. They now rushed into the supper-room, and the parish priest, who was also with them, went up to the prostrate lady to see if she could by any sign make known that she repented of her sins, in order that she might give her absolution. But instead of one fainting person, he found two, for Rodolpho lay with his face on Leocadia's bosom. His mother had left her to him as being her destined protector, but when she saw that he too was insensible, she was near making a third, and would have done so had he not come to himself. He was greatly confused at finding that he had betrayed such emotion, but his mother, who guessed his thoughts, said to him, "Do not be ashamed, my son, at having been so overcome by your feelings. You would have been so still more had you known what I will no longer conceal from you, though I had intended to reserve it for a more joyful occasion. Know then, son of my heart, that this fainting lady is your real bride. I say real, because she is the one whom your father and I have chosen for you, and the portrait was a pretense." When Rodolpho heard this, carried away by the vehemence of his passion, and on the strength of his title as a bridegroom, disdained all conventional proprieties, he clasped Leocadia in his arms, and with his lips pressed to hers, seemed as if he was waiting for her soul to issue forth, that he might absorb and mingle it with his own. Just at the moment when the tears of the pitying beholders flowed fastest, and their ejaculations were most expressive of despair, Leocadia gave signs of recovery, and brought back gladness to the hearts of all. When she came to her senses, and blushing to find herself in Rodolpho's arms, would have disengaged herself. "No, Signora," he said, "that must not be. Strive not to withdraw from the arms of him who holds you in his soul." There needed no more than these words to compel her revival, and Donna Estefania, having no further need of a stratagem, requested the priest to marry her son to Leocadia on the spot. This was done, for the event took place at a time when the consent of the parties was sufficient for the celebration of a marriage, without any of the preliminary formalities which are now so properly required. I leave it to the more ingenious pen than mine to describe the gladness of all present, the embraces bestowed on Rodolpho by Leocadia's parents, the thanks they offered to heaven and to his mother and father, the congratulations on both sides, the astonishment of Rodolpho's companions, who saw him so unexpectedly married to so charming a bride on the very night of his arrival, and above all, when they learned from the statement openly made by Donna Estefania that Leocadia was the very person whose abduction her son had effected with their aid. Nor was Rodolpho less surprised than they, and the better to assure himself of so wonderful a fact, he begged Leocadia to give him some token which should make perfectly clear to him that which indeed he did not doubt, since it was authenticated by his parents. "Once when I recovered from a swoon," replied Leocadia, "I found myself, Señor, in your arms without honor, but for that I have had full compensation, since on my recovery from my this day's swoon I have found myself in the same arms, but honored. If this is not enough for you, let it suffice to mention a crucifix, which no one could have purloined from you but myself. if it be true that you missed it this morning, and that it is the same that is now in the hands of your mother, my lady. You are mine, the lady of my soul, and you shall be so as long as God grants me life, cried Rodolpho, embracing her again, amidst a fresh shower of benedictions and congratulations from the rest of the party. At last they sat down to a merry supper, to the sound of music, for the performers, who had been previously engaged, were now arrived. Rodolpho saw his own likeness in his son's face as in a mirror. The four grandparents wept for joy. There was not a corner of the house but was full of gladness, and though night was hurrying on with her swift black wings, it seemed to Rodolpho that she did not fly, but hobble on crutches, so great was his impatience to be alone with his beloved bride. The longed-for hour came at last. Every one retired to rest. The whole house was buried in silence. But not so shall be the truth of this story, which will be kept alive in the memory of men by the many children and descendants of that illustrious house in Toledo, where that happy pair still live, and have for many prosperous years enjoyed the society of each other, their children, and their grandchildren, by the blessing of heaven, and through the force of that blood which was seen shed on the ground by the valorous, illustrious, and Christian grandfather of the little Louis. End of The Force of Blood. Recording by Ulf Björklund.
Section 23 of the Exemplary Novels of Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Douglas Mark. The Exemplary Novels by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. Translated by Walter K. Kelly. The Jealous Estremadurian, Part 1. Not many years ago there issued from a town in Estremadura a hidalgo nobly born, who, like another prodigal son, went about various parts of Spain, Italy, and Flanders, squandering his years and his wealth. At last, after long peregrinations, his parents being dead and his fortune spent, he made his appearance in the great city of Seville, where he found abundant opportunity to get rid of the little he had left. Finding himself then so bare of money, and not better provided with friends, he adopted the remedy to which many a spendthrift in that city has recourse, that is, to betake themselves to the Indies, the refuge of the despairing sons of Spain, the church of the homeless, the asylum of homicides, the haven of gamblers and cheats, the general receptacle for loose women, the common center of attraction for many, but effectual resource of very few. A fleet being about to sail for Tierra Firma, he agreed with the admiral for a passage, got ready his sea stores and his shroud of Spanish grass cloth, and embarking at Cadiz, gave his benediction to Spain, intending never to see it again. The fleet slipped from its moorings, and amidst the general glee of its living freight, the sails were spread to the soft and prosperous gale, which soon wafted them out of sight of land into the wide domains of the great Father of Waters, the ocean. Our passenger now became very thoughtful, revolving in his memory the many and various dangers he had passed in the years of his peregrinations, and the thriftless conduct he had pursued all his life long. The result of the account to which he thus called himself was a firm resolution to change his way of life, to keep a much better hold of whatever wealth God might yet be pleased to bestow upon him, and to behave with more reserve towards women than he had hitherto done. The fleet was nearly becalmed, whilst the mind of Felipe de Carrizales was actuated by these reflections. The wind soon after rose, and became so boisterous that Carrizales had enough to do to keep on his legs, and was obliged to leave off his meditations and concern himself only with the affairs of his voyage. It was so prosperous that they arrived without check or accident at the port of Cartagena. To shorten the introduction of my narrative, and avoid all irrelevant matter, I content myself with saying that Felipe was about 48 years of age when he went to the Indies, and that in the 20 years he remained there he succeeded, by dint of industry and thrift, in amassing more than 150,000 crowns. Seeing himself once more rich and prosperous, he was moved by the natural desire, which all men experience, to return to his native country. Rejecting therefore great opportunities for profit which presented themselves to him, he quitted Peru, where he had amassed his wealth, turned all his money into ingots, and putting it on board a registered ship to avoid accidents, returned to Spain, landed at Sanlúcar, and arrived at Seville, loaded alike with years and riches. Having placed his property in safety, he went in search of his friends, and found they were all dead. He then thought of retiring to his native place, and ending his days there, although he had ascertained that death had not left him one survivor of his kindred, and if, when he went to the Indies poor and needy, he had no rest from the thoughts that distracted him in the midst of the wide ocean, he was now no less assailed by care, but from a different cause. Formerly his poverty would not let him sleep, and now his wealth disturbed his rest. For riches are as heavy a burden to one who is not used to them, or knows not how to employ them, as indigence to one who is continually under its pressure. Money and the want of it alike bring care, but in the one case the acquisition of a moderate quantity affords a remedy, the other case grows worse by further acquisition. Carrizales contemplated his ingots with anxiety, not as a miser, for during the few years he had been a soldier he had learned to be liberal, but from not knowing what to do with them, for to hoard them was unprofitable, and keeping them in his house was offering a temptation to thieves. On the other hand, all inclination for resuming the anxious life of traffic had died out in him, and at his time of life his actual wealth was more than enough for the rest of his days. He would fain have spent them in his native place, put out his money there to interest, and passed his old age in peace and quiet, giving what he could to God, since he had given more than he ought to the world. He considered, however, that the penury of his native place was great, the inhabitants very needy, and that to go and live there would be to offer himself as a mark for all the importunities with which the poor usually harass a rich neighbor, especially when there is only one in the place to whom they can have recourse in their distress. He wanted some one to whom he might leave his property after his death, and with that view, taking measure of the vigor of his constitution, he concluded that he was not yet too old to bear the burthen of matrimony. But immediately on conceiving this notion, he was seized with such a terrible fear as scattered it like a mist before the wind. He was naturally the most jealous man in the world, even without being married, and the mere thought of taking a wife called up such horrible spectres before his imagination that he resolved by all means to remain a bachelor. That point was settled, but it was not yet settled what he should do with the rest of his life, when it chanced that, passing one day through a street, he looked up and saw at a window a young girl, apparently about 13 or 14, with a face so very handsome and so very pleasing in its expression that poor old Carrizales was vanquished at once, and surrendered without an effort to the charms of the beautiful Leonora, for that was the girl's name. Without more ado, he began to string together a long train of arguments to the following effect. This girl is very handsome, and to judge from the appearance of the house, her parents cannot be rich. She is almost a child, too. Assuredly, a wife of her age could not give a husband any uneasiness. Let me see. Say that I marry her. I will keep her close at home. I will train her up to my own hand, and so fashion her to my wishes that she will never have a thought beyond them. I am not so old but that I may yet hope to have children to inherit my wealth. Whether she brings me any dower or not is a matter of no consideration, since heaven has given me enough for both, and rich people should not look for money with a wife, but for enjoyment, for that prolongs life, whereas jarring discontent between married people makes it wear out faster than it would do otherwise. So be it then. The die is cast, and this is the wife whom heaven destines me to have." Having thus soliloquized, not once but 100 times on that day, and the 2 or 3 following, Carrizales had an interview with Leonora's parents, and found that although poor, they were persons of good birth. He made known his intention to them, acquainted them with his condition and fortune, and begged them very earnestly to bestow their daughter upon him in marriage. They required time to consider his proposal, and to give him also an opportunity to satisfy himself that their birth and quality was such as they had stated. The parties took leave of each other, made the necessary inquiries, found them satisfactory on both sides, and finally Leonora was betrothed to Carrizales, who settled upon her 20,000 ducats. So hotly enamored was the jealous old bridegroom. But no sooner had he pronounced the conjugal yes, than he was all at once assailed by a host of rabid fancies. He began to tremble without cause, and to find his cares and anxieties come thicker and faster upon him than ever. The first proof he gave of his jealous temper was, in resolving that no tailor should take measure of his betrothed for any of the many wedding garments he intended to present her. Accordingly, he went about looking for some other woman who might be nearly of the same height and figure as Leonora. He found a poor woman who seemed suitable for his purpose, and having had a gown made to her measure, he tried it on his betrothed, found that it fitted well, and gave orders that it should serve as a pattern for all the other dresses, which were so many and so rich that the bride's parents thought themselves fortunate beyond measure in having obtained for themselves and their daughter a son-in-law and husband so nobly munificent. As for Leonora, she was at her wits' end with amazement at the sight of such gorgeous finery, for the best she had ever worn in her life had been a serge petticoat and a silk jacket. The second proof of jealousy given by Felipe was, that he would not consummate his marriage until he had provided a house after his own fancy, which he arranged in this singular manner. He bought one for 12,000 ducats, in one of the best wards of the city, with a fountain and pond, and a garden well stocked with orange trees. He put screens before all the windows that looked towards the street, leaving them no other prospect than the sky, and did much the same with all the others in the house. In the gateway next the street, he erected a stable for a mule, and over it a straw loft, and a room for an old black eunuch, who was to take care of the mule. He raised the parapets round the flat roof of the house so high that nothing could be seen above them but the sky, and that only by turning one's face upwards. In the inner door, opening from the gateway upon the quadrangle, he fixed a turning box like that of a convent, by means of which articles were to be received from without. He furnished the house in a sumptuous style, such as would have become the mansion of a great lord, and he bought 4 white slave girls, whom he branded in the face, and 2 negresses. For the daily supplies of his establishment he engaged a purveyor, who was to make all the necessary purchases, but was not to sleep in the house, or ever enter it further than to the second door, where he was to deposit what he had brought in the turning box. Having made these arrangements, Carrizales invested part of his money in sundry good securities. Part he placed in the bank, and the rest he kept by him to meet any emergencies that might arise. He also had a master key made for his whole house, and he laid up a whole year's store of all such things as it is usual to purchase in bulk at their respective seasons. And everything being now ready to his mind, he went to his father-in-law's house and claimed his bride, whom her parents delivered up to him with no few tears, for it seemed to them as if they were giving her up for burial. Leonora knew not, poor young creature, what was before her, but she shed tears because she saw her parents weep, and taking leave of them with their blessing, she went to her new home, her husband leading her by the hand, and her slaves and servants attending her. On their arrival, Carrizales harangued all his domestics, enjoining them to keep careful watch over Leonora, and by no means, on any pretense whatsoever, to to allow anybody to enter within the second gate, not even the black eunuch. But the person whom above all others he charged with the safe keeping and due entertainment of his wife was a duenna of much prudence and gravity, whom he had taken to be Leonora's monitress, and superintendent of the whole house, and to command the slaves, and 2 other maidens of Leonora's age, whom he had also added to his family, that his wife might not be without companions of her own years. He promised them all that he would treat them so well, and take such care for their comfort and gratification, that they should not feel their confinement, and that on holidays they should every one of them without exception be allowed to go to mass, but so early in the morning that daylight itself should scarcely have a chance of seeing them. The servant maids and the slaves promised to obey all his orders cheerfully and with prompt alacrity, and the bride, with a timid shrinking of her shoulders, bowed her head and said that she had no other will than that of her lord and spouse, to whom she always owed obedience. Having thus laid down the law for the government of his household, the worthy Estramaduran began to enjoy, as well as he could, the fruits of matrimony, which to Leonora's inexperienced taste were neither sweet-flavored nor insipid. Her days were spent with her duenna, her damsels, and her slaves, who, to make the time pass more agreeably, took to pampering their palates, and few days passed in which they did not make lots of things in which they consumed a great deal of honey and sugar. Their master gladly supplied them with all they could wish for in that way without stint, for by that means he expected to keep them occupied and amused, so that they should have no time to think of their confinement and seclusion. Leonora lived on a footing of equality with her domestics, amused herself as they did, and even in her simplicity took pleasure in dressing dolls and other childish pastime. All this afforded infinite satisfaction to the jealous husband. It seemed to him that he had chosen the best way of life imaginable, and that it was not within the compass of human art or malice to trouble his repose. Accordingly, his whole care was devoted to anticipating his wife's wishes by all sorts of presents, and encouraging her to ask for whatever came into her head, for in everything it should be his pleasure to gratify her. On the day she went to mass, which as we have said was before daylight, her parents attended at church, and talked with her daughter in the presence of her husband, who made them such liberal gifts as mitigated the keenness of their compassion for the secluded life led by their daughter. Carrizales used to get up in the morning and watch for the arrival of the purveyor, who was always made aware of what was wanted for the day by means of a note placed overnight in the turning-box. After the purveyor had come and gone, Carrizales used to go abroad, generally on foot, locking both entrance doors behind him, that next the street and that which opened on the quadrangle, and leaving the negro shut up between them. Having dispatched his business, which was not much, he speedily returned, shut himself up in his house, and occupied himself in making much of his wife and her handmaids, who all liked him for his placid and agreeable humor, and above all for his great liberality towards them. In this way they passed a year of novitiate, and made profession of that manner of life, resolved every one of them to continue in it to the end of their days. And so it would have been, if the crafty perturber of the human race had not brought their chaste purposes to naught, as you shall presently hear. Now, I ask the most long-headed and wary of my readers, what more could old Felipe have done in the way of taking precautions for his security, since he would not even allow that there should be any male animal within his dwelling? No tomcat ever persecuted its rats, nor was the barking of a dog ever heard within its walls. All creatures belonging to it were of the feminine gender. He took thought by day, and by night he did not sleep. He was himself the patrol and sentinel of his house, and the Argus of what he held dear. Never did a man set foot within the quadrangle. He transacted his business with his friends in the street. The pictures that adorned his rooms were all female figures, flowers, or landscapes. His whole dwelling breathed an odor of propriety, seclusion, and circumspection. The very tales which the maidservants told by the fireside in the long winter nights, being told in his presence, were perfectly free from the least tinge of wantonness. Her aged spouse's silver hairs seemed in Leonora's eyes locks of pure gold, for the first love known by maidens imprints itself on their hearts like a seal on melted wax. His inordinate watchfulness seemed to her no more than the due caution of an experienced and judicious man. She was fully persuaded that the life she led was the same as that led by all married women. Her thoughts never wandered beyond the walls of her dwelling, nor had she a wish that was not the same as her husband's. It was only on the days she went to mass that she set eyes on the streets, and that was so early in the morning that, except on the way home, she had not light to look about her. Never was there seen a convent more closely barred and bolted. Never were nuns kept more recluse, or golden apples better guarded. And yet, for all his precautions, poor Felipe could not help falling into the pit he dreaded, or at least believing that he had so fallen. There is in Seville an idle pleasure-seeking class of people, who are commonly called men of town, a sauntering, sprucely dressed, mellifluous race, always finding means to make themselves welcome at rich men's feasts. Of these people, their manners and customs, and the laws they observe among themselves, I should have much to say, but abstain from it for good reasons. One of these gallants, a bachelor, or a virote, as such persons are called in their jargon, the newly married being styled matones, took notice of the house of Carrizales, and seeing it always shut close, he was curious to know who lived there. He set about this inquiry with such ardor and ingenuity that he failed not to obtain all the information he desired. He learned the character and habits of the old man, the beauty of Leonora, and the singular method adopted by her husband in order to keep her safe. All this inflamed him with desire to see if it would not be possible by force or stratagem to effect the reduction of so well guarded a fortress. He imparted his thoughts to 3 of his friends, and they all agreed that he should go to work, for in such an enterprise no one lacks counselors to aid and abet him. At first they were at a loss how to set about so difficult an exploit, but after many consultations they agreed upon the following plan. Loaysa, so the virote was named, disappeared from among his friends, giving out that he was leaving Seville for some time. Then, drawing on a pair of linen drawers and a clean shirt, he put over them a suit of clothes so torn and patched that the poorest beggar in the city would have disdained to wear such rags. He shaved off the little beard he had, covered one of his eyes with a plaster, tied up one of his legs, and hobbling along on 2 crutches, appeared so completely metamorphosed into a lame beggar that no real cripple could have looked less of a counterfeit than he. In this guise he posted himself closely at the hour of evening prayer before the door of Carrizales' house, which was fast shut, and Luis, the negro, locked up between the 2 doors. Having taken up his position there, Loaysa produced a greasy guitar, wanting some of its strings, and as he was something of a musician, he began to play a few lovely airs, and to sing Moorish ballads in a feigned voice, with so much expression that all who were passing through the street stopped to listen. The boys all made a ring round him when he sang, and Luis, the negro, enchanted by the virote's music, would have given one of his hands to be able to open the door and listen to him more at ease. Such is the fondness for music inherent in the negro race. When Loaysa wanted to get rid of his audience, he had only to cease singing, put up his guitar, and hobble away on his crutches. Loaysa 4 or 5 times repeated this serenade to the negro, for whose sake alone he played and sang, thinking that the way to succeed in his sap and siege was to begin by making sure of old Luis. Nor was his expectation disappointed. One night, when he had taken his place as usual before the door, and had begun to time his guitar, perceiving that the negro was already on the alert, he put his lips to the keyhole and whispered, "Can you give me a drink of water, Luis? I am dying with thirst and can't sing." "No," said the negro, "for I have not the key of this door, and there is no hole through which I can give you drink." "Who keeps the key, then?" "My master, who is the most jealous man in the world, and if he knew that I was now talking here with anyone, it were pity of my life. But who are you who ask me for water?" "I am a poor cripple, who get my bread by asking alms of all the good people in God's name. Besides which I teach the guitar to some Moriscoes and other poor people. Among my pupils I have 3 negroes, slaves to 3 aldermen, who I have taught so well that they are fit to sing and play at dance or in any tavern, and they have paid me for it very well indeed." "A deal better would I pay you to have the opportunity of taking lessons, but it is not possible, for when my master goes out in the morning he locks the door behind him, and he does the same when he comes in, leaving me shut up between 2 doors. I vow to God, Louise, if you would only contrive to let me in a few nights to give you lessons, in less than a fortnight I would make you such a dabster at the guitar that you need not be ashamed to play at any street corner, for I would have you to know that I have an extraordinary knack in teaching. Moreover, I have heard tell you have a very promising capacity, and from what I can judge from the tone of your voice, you must sing very well." "I don't sing badly, but what good is it that since I don't know any tunes, except the Star of Venus or In the Green Meadow, or the tune that is now so much in vogue, clinging to her grated window with a trembling hand? All these are moonshine to what I could teach you, for I know all the ballads of the Moor Arbendaris, with those of his lady Zarifa, and all those comprising the history of the grand Sophie Tomonabello, and the divine sarabans, which enchant the souls of the Portuguese themselves, among whom they are most in vogue. And all these I teach by such methods, and with such facility, that almost before you have swallowed 3 or 4 bushels of salt, you will find yourself an out-and-out performer in every kind of guitar music." "What's the good of all that?" Here the negro sighed heavily, "since I can't get you into the house." "There's a remedy for all things. Contrive to take the keys from your master, and I will give you a piece of wax, with which you may take an impression of the wards, for I have taken such a liking to you. I will get a locksmith, a friend of mine, to make new keys, and then I can come in at night and teach you to play better than Prester John in the Indies. It is 1,000 pities that a voice like yours should be lost for want of the accompaniment of a guitar, for I would have you know, brother Luis, that the finest voice in the world loses its perfection when it is not accompanied by some instrument, be it guitar or harpsichord, organ or harp. But the instrument that will suit your voice best is the guitar, because it is the handiest and the least costly of all." "All that is very good, but the thing can't be done, for I never get hold of the keys, nor does my master ever let them out of his keeping. Day and night they sleep under his pillow." "Well, then, there's another thing you may do, if so be you have made up a mind to be a first-rate musician. If you haven't, I need not bother myself with advising you." "Have a mind, do you say? Aye, and to that degree there is nothing I wouldn't do, if it were possible anyhow, for sake of being able to play music." "Well, if that's the case, you only have to scrape away a little mortar from the gate-post near the hinge, and I will give you, through that opening, a pair of pincers and a hammer, with which you may by night draw out the nails of the staple, and we can easily put that to rights again, so that no one will ever suspect that the lock was opened. Once shut up with you in your loft, or wherever you sleep, I will go to work in such a style that you will turn out even better than I said, to my own personal advantage, and to the increase of your accomplishments. You need not give yourself any concern about what we shall have to eat. I will bring enough to last us both for more than a week, for I have pupils who will not let me be pinched. As for that matter, we are all right, for with what my master allows me, and the leavings brought me by the slave girls, we should have enough for 2 more besides ourselves. Only bring the hammer and pincers, and I will make an opening close to the hinge through which you may pass them in, and I will stop it up again with mud. I will take the fastenings out of the lock, and even should it be necessary to give some loud knocks, my master sleeps so far from this gate that it must be either a miracle or an extraordinary ill luck if he hears them. Well, then, with the blessing of God, friend Luis, in 2 days from this time you shall have everything necessary for the execution of your laudable purpose. Meanwhile, take care not to eat such things as are apt to make phlegm, for they do the voice no good, but a deal of harm. Nothing makes me so hoarse so much as wine, but I would not give it up for all the voices above ground. I don't think I would have you do so. God forbid! Drink, Luis, my boy, drink, and much good may it do you, for wine drunk in measure never did any one harm. I always drink in measure. I have a jug here that holds exactly 3 pints and a half. The girls fill this for me unknown to my master, and the purveyor brings me on the sly a bottle holding a good gallon, which makes up for the deficiency of the jug. That's the way to live, my boy, for a dry throat can neither grunt nor sing. Well, go your ways now, and God be with you, but don't forget to come and sing here every night until such a time as you bring the tools for getting you within doors. My fingers itch to be at the guitar. I do, but before you go away now, sing me something that I may go to sleep pleasantly, and for the matter of payment, be it known to the Señor Pobre that I be more liberal than many a rich man. Oh, and I ain't uneasy on that score. If you think I teach you well, I will leave it to yourself to pay me accordingly. And now I'll just sing you one song, but when I am inside you will see wonders." Here ended this long dialogue, and Loaysa sang a sprightly ditty with such good effect that the negro was in ecstasies, and felt as if the time for opening the door would never arrive. Having finished the song, Loaysa took his departure, and set off at a rounder pace than might have been expected of a man on crutches, to report to his friends what a good beginning he had made. He told them what he had concerted with the negro, and the following day they procured tools of the right sort, fit to break any fastening as if it was made of straw. The virote failed not to serenade the negro, nor the latter to scrape at the gate-post till he had made a sufficiently wide hole, which he plastered up so well that no one could perceive it unless he searched for it on purpose. On the second night Loaysa passed in the tools. Luis went to work with them, whipped off the staple in a trice, opened the door, and let in his Orpheus. Great was his surprise to see him on his 2 crutches, with such a distorted leg, and in such a tattered plight. Loaysa did not wear the patch over his eye, for it was not necessary, and as soon as he entered he embraced his pupil, kissed him on the cheek, and immediately put into his hand a big jar of wine, a box of preserves, and other sweet things, with which his wallet was well stored. Then throwing aside his crutches, he began to cut capers, as if nothing ailed him, to the still greater amazement of the negro. "You must know, brother Luis," said Loaysa, "that my lameness does not come of natural infirmity, but from my own ingenious contrivance, whereby I get my bread, asking alms for the love of God. In this way, and with the help of my music, I lead the merriest life in the world, where others, with less cleverness and good management, would be starved to death. Of this you will be convinced in the course of our friendship." "We shall see," said the negro. "But now let us put this staple back in its place, so that it may not appear that it has been moved." "Very good," said Loaysa, and taking out some nails from his wallet, he soon made the lock seem as secure as ever, to the great satisfaction of the negro, who, taking him at once to his loft, made him as comfortable there as he could. Luis lighted a lamp. Loaysa took up his guitar, and began to strike the chords softly and sweetly, so that the poor negro was transported with delight. After he had played a while, he drew forth a fresh supply of good things for collation, which they partook of together, and the pupil applied himself so earnestly to the bottle that it took away his senses still more than the music had done. Supper over, Loaysa proposed that Luis should take his first lesson at once, and though the poor negro was too much fuddled to distinguish one string from another, Loaysa made him believe that he had already learnt at least 2 notes. So persuaded was the poor fellow of this, that he did nothing all night but jangle and strum away. They had but a short sleep that night. In the morning, just on the strike of 6, Carrizales came down, opened both entrance doors, and stood waiting for the purveyor, who came soon afterwards, and, after depositing the day's supplies in the turning box, called the negro down to receive his ration and oats for the mule. After the purveyor was gone, old Carrizales went out, locking both doors after him without having seen what had been done to the lock of one of them, whereat both master and pupil rejoiced not a little. No sooner was the master of the house gone than the negro laid hold on the guitar and began to scrape it in such a manner that all the servant maids came to the second door and asked him through the turning box, "What is this, Luis? How long have you had a guitar? Who gave it to you?" "Who gave it to me? The best musician in the world, and one who is to teach me in 6 days more than 6,000 tunes." "Where is he, this musician?" said the duenna. "He is not far off," replied the negro, "and if it were not for fear of my master, perhaps I would tell you where at once, and I warrant you would be glad to see him." "But where can he be for us to see him?" returned the duenna, "since no one but our master ever enters the house. I will not tell you any more about the matter till you have heard what I can do, and how much he has taught me in this short time." "By my troth, unless he is a demon who has taught you, I don't know how you could have become a musician all at once. Stop a bit and you shall hear him, and mayhap you will see him too some day." "That can't be," said another of the women, "for there are no windows on the street through which we could hear or see anybody." "Never mind," said the negro, "there's a remedy for everything but death, if you only could or would keep silence." "Keep silence? Ay, that we will, brother Luis, as if we were born dumb. I give you my word, friend, I am dying to hear a good voice, for ever since we have been shut up here, we have not even heard the birds sing." Loaysa listened with great inward glee to this conversation, which showed how readily the women were taking the very bent he would have given them. The negro was afraid lest his master should return and catch him talking with them, but they would not go away until he had promised that, when they least expected it, he would call them to hear a capital voice. He then retreated to his loft, where he would gladly have resumed his lessons, but durst not do so by day for fear of detection. His master returned soon after and went into the house, locking both doors behind him as usual. When Luis went that day to the turning box for his victuals, he told the negresses who brought them over to let her fellow servants know that when their master was asleep that night, they should all then come down to the turning box, when he would be sure to give them the treat he had promised. He was enabled to say so much, having previously entreated his music master to condescend to sing and play that night before the inner door for the amusement of the women. The maestro suffered himself to be pressed very hard to do the thing he most desired, but after much seeming reluctance he at last yielded to the solicitations of his esteemed pupil, and said he would be happy to oblige. The negro embraced him cordially, in testimony of his grateful sense of the promised favor, and treated him that day to as good cheer as he could possibly have done at home, or perhaps better. Towards midnight Luis knew, by the signals cautiously given at the turning box, that the women were all there, whereupon he and Loaysa went down from the loft with the guitar, complete in all its strings and well tuned. The maestro asked how many were there to hear him, and was told that all the women in the house were there, except their lady, who was in bed with her husband. This was not what Loaysa wished for. Nevertheless, by way of making a beginning and obliging his pupil, he touched the guitar softly, and drew from it such tones as ravished the ears of his audience. But who could describe the delight of the women when he sang Pésame Deo, and followed it up with the magic strains of the saraband then new in Spain? There was not one of them that did not keep time to the music as if she were dancing like mad, but all noiselessly, with extreme caution, keeping scouts on the watch to warn them if the old man awoke. Loaysa finally played them several seguidillas, and so put the climax to his success that they all eagerly begged the negro to tell them who was this marvelous musician. Luis replied that he was a poor beggar, but the most gallant and genteel man in all the back slums of Seville. They conjured the negro to contrive some means that they might see him, and not to let him quit the house for a fortnight, for they would take care to supply him with the best of good cheer and plenty of it. They were curious to know how Luis had managed to get him into the house, but to this the negro made no reply. For the rest he told them that if they wanted to see the maestro, they might bore a small hole in the turning box, and after stop it up with wax, and that as far as keeping him in the house, he would do his best. Loaysa then addressed them, and offered them his services in such obliging and polite terms that they were sure such fine language never came out of the head of a poor beggar. They entreated he would come the next night, and they would prevail on their lady to come down and hear him, in spite of the light sleep of her lord and master, the result not so much of his age as of his extreme jealousy. Loaysa replied that if they wished to hear him without fear of being surprised by the old man, he would give them a powder to put in his wine, which would make him sleep more soundly. "Good heaven!" cried one of the damsels. "If that were true, what a blessing would have come home to us without our knowing or deserving it! It would not be a sleeping powder for him so much as it would be a powder of life for us, and for my poor dear lady Leonora his wife, to whom he sticks as close as her shadow, never losing sight of her for a moment. Ah, Señor of my soul, bring that powder, and may God reward you with all the good you can desire. Go, don't lose a moment. Bring it, Señor mio. I would take it upon me to put it in his wine and be his cupbearer. Oh, that it might please God that the old man should sleep 3 days and nights. 3 glorious days and nights that would be for us." "Well, I'll bring it then," said Loaysa. "It is of such a nature that it does no harm to the person who takes it, the only effect of it being to cause a more profound sleep." They all entreated him to bring it without delay, and then they took their leave of him, after agreeing that on the following night they would make a hole in the turning box with a gimlet, and that they would try and persuade their mistress to come down. By this time it was nearly daylight, yet the negro wished to take a lesson. Loaysa complied with his desire, and assured him that among all the pupils he had ever taught, he had not known one with a finer ear, and yet the poor negro could never, to the end of his days, have learned the gamut. Loaysa's friends took care to come at night to Carrizales' door, to see if their friend had any instructions to give them, or wanted anything. On the second night, when they had made him aware of their presence by a preconcerted signal, he gave them, through the keyhole, a brief account of the prosperous beginning he had made, and begged they would try and get him something to be given to Carrizales to make him sleep. He had heard, he said, that there were powders which produced that effect. They told him they had a friend, a physician, who would give them the best drug for that purpose if he happened to have it, and after encouraging him to persist in the enterprise, and promising to return on the following night, they left him. End of the Jealous Estramaduran, Part 1.
Section 24 of The Exemplary Novels of Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A recording by Marianne Spiegel. The Exemplary Novels by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. Translated by Walter K. Kelly. The Jealous Estramaduran, Part 2. Presently the whole flock of doves came to the lure of the guitar, and among them was the simple Leonora, trembling for fear her husband should awake. So great was her dread of his discovering her absence, that her women had difficulty in persuading her to make the hazardous venture. But they all, especially the dueña, told her such wonderful things of the sweetness of the music, and the engaging manners of the poor musician, whom, without having seen him, they extolled above Absalom and Orpheus, that they persuaded her to do what she would never have done of her own accord. Their first act was to bore a hole in the turning box through which they might peep at the musician, who was no longer clad in rags, but in wide breeches of buff silk, cut sailor fashion, a jacket of the same material, a satin cap to match, and a starched double-pointed ruff, all of which he had brought in his wallet, expecting that he would have to show himself on an occasion which would require him to change his costume. Loaysa was young, good-looking, and of pleasing deportment, and as the eyes of all the women had been so long accustomed only to the sight of old Carrizales, they fancied as they looked at Loaysa that they beheld an angel. Each of them took her turn at the peep-hole, and that they might see him the better, the negro stood by him with a lighted flambeau, which he moved up and down before the maestro's body. After all the women, from the lady of the house down to the two negresses, had thus gratified their eyes, Loaysa took his guitar and played and sang more bewitchingly than ever. Leonora's women were bewildered with delight, and all besought Luis to contrive so that the señor maestro should come in through the inner door, so that they might hear and see him better, instead of squinting at him through a gimlet hole, and without the risk they ran of being caught in the fact by their master, which would not be so great if they had the musician concealed inside. Their lady strenuously opposed this proposition, declaring she would not permit any such thing. She was shocked to hear them mention it, for they could hear and see him well enough as it was, without danger to their honour. "Honour!" exclaimed the dueña. "The king has plenty. Your ladyship may shut yourself up with your Methusalem, if you have a mind, but leave us to amuse ourselves as well as we can. The more so since this señor appears to be too much the gentleman to ask anything of us but what would be pleasing to ourselves." "Never," interposed Loaysa. "I come hither, ladies, with no other intention than to offer you my humble services, with all my heart and soul, moved by commiseration for the unparalleled rigour of your confinement, and for the precious moments that are lost to you through this recluse way of life. By the life of my father, I am a man so artless, so meek, so tractable and obedient, that I will never do more than I am bidden. If any one of you should please say, Maestro, sit down here, Maestro, step this way, step that way, go yonder, I will do just as you bid me, like the tamest and best trained dog that jumps for the King of France." "Well, if that be so," said the inexperienced Leonora, "what is to be done, so that the señor maestro may come in?" "Nothing can be easier," said Loaysa. "So please you, ladies, just take the trouble to make an impression on wax with the key of this door, and I will take care that by to-morrow night another shall be made exactly like it, which will answer our purpose." "With that key," one of the women remarked, "we shall have those of the whole house, for it is a master key." "So much the better," said Loaysa. "That is true," said Leonora, "but this señor must first of all swear that when he is inside here he will not attempt to do anything but sing and play when he is asked, and that he will keep close and quiet wherever we may put him." "I swear to this," said Loaysa. "That oath is good for nothing," replied Leonora. "The señor must swear by the life of his father, and by the cross, which he must kiss in sight of us all." "I swear by the life of my father," said Loaysa, "and by the sign of the cross, which I kiss with my unworthy mouth," and crossing two of his fingers he kissed them 3 times. "That will do," said one of the women. "And now, señor, be sure you don't forget the powder, for that is the main thing of all." Here the conversation ended for that night, and all parties retired highly satisfied with the interview. Good luck had evidently declared in favour of Loaysa, and just then, about 2 o'clock in the morning, it brought his friends to the door. On their giving the usual sign by blowing a French horn, he went to the door, told them what progress he had made, and asked if they had bought the powder or other drug to put Carrizales to sleep. At the same time he spoke to them respecting the master key. They told him that on the following night they would bring the powder, or else an ointment of such virtue that one had only to rub the patient's wrists and temples with it to throw him into such a profound sleep that he would not wake for 2 days, unless the anointed parts were well washed with vinegar. As to the key, he had only to give them the impression in wax, and they would have a false one made forthwith. Having said this, the friends retired, and Loaysa and his pupil went to rest for the short remainder of the night. The next day hung heavily on hand, as always happens to those who are filled with eager expectation. But the longest day must have an end, and Loaysa's impatient desire was at last gratified. The appointed hour having arrived, all the domestics, great and small, black and white, repaired to the turning box, longing to see the Señor Musico fairly within their seraglio. But Leonora was not there. When Loaysa inquired for her, they said she was in bed with her good man, who had locked the bedroom door and put the key under his pillow, and that their lady had told them that when the old man had fallen asleep, she would take the key, and they were to go to her by and by for the wax impression she would take from it, and pass to them through a trap hole in the door. Loaysa was astonished at the old man's extreme wariness, in spite of which he by no means despaired of baffling his precautions. Just then the French horn was heard. Loaysa hastened to the door, and received from his friends a pot containing the promised ointment. Bidding them wait a while, and he would bring them the mould of the key, he went back to the turning box, and told the dueña, who seemed the most eager of all the women for his admission, to give the ointment to her lady, bid her anoint her husband with it so cautiously that he should not be aware of what she was doing, and she would soon see wonders. The dueña took the pot, stole up to her mistress's door, and found her waiting on the inside, stretched full length on the floor, with her face to the trap hole. The dueña laid herself down in the same manner, and putting her mouth to her mistress's ear, whispered that she had brought the ointment, telling her at the same time how to apply it. Leonora took the ointment, but told the dueña that she could by no means get the key, for her husband had not put it under the pillow as usual, but between the mattress, just under where he lay. However, she was to tell the maestro that if the ointment operated as he said, she could easily get the key as often as she pleased, and so there would be no need of copying it in wax. Having delivered this message at once, the dueña was to come back and see how the ointment worked, for she intended to apply it forthwith. The dueña having reported all this to Loaysa, he sent his friends away who were waiting without for the mould of the key. Trembling in every limb, and scarcely daring to breathe, Leonora began to rub the wrists of her jealous husband. Next she smeared his nostrils, but as she did so, the old man jerked his head, and Leonora was petrified with terror, believing that he was awake, and had caught her in the fact. It was a false alarm, however, and she went on with her task the best way she could, till she had completed it according to her instructions. It was not long before its effects manifested themselves, for presently the old man began to snore loud enough to be heard in the street. This music was more delightful to Leonora's ears than the maestro's voice or guitar, but still hardly trusting what she saw, she ventured to shake him, a very little at first, to see if he would wake, and then a wee bit more and more, till finding that he still snored on, she made bold to turn him over from one side to the other, without his showing any signs of waking. Seeing this, she stepped joyfully to the door, and in a voice not so low as before, called out to the dueña, who was waiting with her ear to the trap hole, "Good news, sister! Carrizales is sleeping more soundly than the dead." "What stops you then from taking the key, señora?" said the dueña. "The musico has been waiting for it this hour and more." "Stay a moment, sister, I am going for it," said Leonora, and stepping back to the bed, she put her hand between the mattresses, and drew out the key without the old man's perceiving it. No sooner was the key in her hands, than dancing with delight she unlocked the door, and gave it to the exulting dueña, bidding her to let in the maestro, and bring him into the gallery, but as for herself, she durst not stir from that spot, for fear of what might happen. But before all things she insisted that the maestro should ratify anew the oath he had taken not to do more than they should order him, and if he would not give his renewed pledge, he was not to be let in on any consideration. "Never fear," said the dueña, "not a bit shall he come in until he has sworn, and sworn again, and kissed the cross at least 6 times." "Don't bind him to any fixed number," said Leonora, "but let him kiss the cross as many times as he pleases. But be sure that he swears by the life of his father, and by all he holds dear, for then we shall be safe and sure, and we may take our fill of hearing him sing and play, and exquisitely he does so, upon my word. There now, get you gone without more delay, and let us not waste the night in words." The good dueña caught up her petticoats, and ran with all her speed to the turning box, where the whole party was impatiently awaiting her, and no sooner had she shown them the key in her hand, than they hoisted her upon their shoulders, and paraded up and down with her, crying "Viva! Viva!" But still greater was their joy when she told them there was no need to have a false key made, for so soundly did the old man sleep after being anointed, that they might have the house key as often as they required it. "Quick then, good friend," said one of the troop, "open the door, and let in this gentleman who has been waiting so long, and let us have a jolly bit of music, for that is all we have now to do." "Nay, but there is more to be done," replied the dueña, "for we must exact another oath of him, the same as last night." "He is so good," said one of the slave girls, "that he won't grudge taking as many oaths as we like." The dueña now unlocked the door, and holding it ajar, called to Loaysa, who had been listening at the aperture to all that had passed. He was for springing in at a bound, but the dueña stopped him, laying her hand on his breast, and said, "Fair and softly, señor, I would have you to know, as God is my judge, we are all of us virgins here as truly as the mothers that bore us, except my lady, and I am one too. The Lord forgive me, though you would take me for 40 years old, but I am not 30 all out, wanting 2 months and a fortnight of my 30th birthday. And if I look older, it is that cares and troubles and vexations tell upon one more than years. Now this being so, it does not stand to reason that for the sake of hearing 2 or 3 songs we should risk the loss of so much virginity as is here collected together. And so you see, my sweet sir, before you enter our domain, you must first take a very solemn oath that you will do nothing beyond our orders. If you think it is much we ask of you, do but consider how much more it is we risk, and if your intentions are good and proper, you will not be loath to swear, for a good paymaster does not mind giving security." "Well said, Maria Alonso," cried one of the damsels, "spoken like a person of sense, and who knows what's what. If the señor won't swear, then let him not come in here." "Tell you what," said Guiomar, the negress, in her broken jargon, "suppose him no swear, let him in all the same, in the devil's name; for suppose him swear, once him in, him forget everything." Loaysa listened very demurely to the Señora Marialonso's harangue, and replied with great gravity, "Be assured, ladies, my charming sisters and companions, my intention never was, is, or shall be than to gratify and content you to the utmost of my powers, and therefore I make no difficulty with regard to this oath which is required of me, though I could have wished that some confidence had been reposed in my simple word, which given by such a person as I am, would have been as good as a bond signed and sealed. For I would have you know, ladies, that under a bad cloak there is often a good drinker. But to the end that you may all be assured of my upright intentions, I will take the oath as a Catholic and a man of parts. I swear then by the immaculate efficacy, wherever it abides in greatest sanctity and fullness, by all the entrances and exits of the holy Mount Libanus, and by all that is contained in the preface to the true history of Charlemagne, with the death of the giant Phaedrabus, not to swerve or depart from the oath I have taken, or from the commands which may be laid upon me by the least of these ladies, under penalty, should I do otherwise, or attempt to do otherwise, that from this time forth till then, and from thenceforth till now, the same shall be null and void and of no effect whatsoever." When honest Loaysa had got so far in his oath, one of the young maidens, who had listened to him with rapt attention, cried out, "Well, if that is not what you may call an oath, it is enough to melt a heart of stone. Plague take me if you shall swear any more for me, for after such an oath as that you might enter the very cave of Cabra." So saying, she caught hold of him by the breeches, and drew him within the door, where the rest immediately gathered close round him. One of them ran off with the news to her mistress, who stood watching her husband, and who, when she heard that the musico was actually within doors, was moved almost at the same moment by joy and fear, and hurriedly asked if he had sworn. The girl told her he had done so, and with the most singular form of oath she had ever heard in her life. "Well, since he has sworn, we have him fast," said Leonora. "Oh, what a good thought it was of mine to make him swear!" They were now met by the whole party advancing in procession, with the musico in the midst of them, and the negro, and Guiomar lighting the way. As soon as Loaysa saw Leonora, he threw himself at her feet to kiss her hands, but without saying a word she made signs to him to rise, and he obeyed. Observing then that they all remained as mute as if they had lost their tongues, Loaysa told them they might talk, and talk aloud too, for there was no fear that their lord master would wake and hear them, such being the virtue of the ointment, that without endangering life it made a man lie like one dead. That I fully believe, said Leonora, for were it not so, he would have been awake 20 times before this, such a light sleeper he is, in consequence of his frequent indispositions, but ever since I anointed him he has been snoring like a pig. That being the case, said the dueña, let us go into the saloon, where we may hear the gentlemen sing, and amuse ourselves a little. Let us go, said Leonora, but let Guiomar remain here on watch, to warn, viz. if Carrizales wakes. Ay, said Guiomar, black women stay, white women go, God pardon all. Leaving the negress behind, the rest all went to the saloon, where they seated themselves on a rich carpet, with Loaysa in the centre of the group. Marialonso took a candle, and began to examine the figure of the musician from bead to foot. Every one had something to say in his commendation. "Oh, what a nice curly head of hair he has!" said one. "What nice teeth!" cried another. "Blanched almonds are nothing to them." "What eyes!" exclaimed a third. "So large and full, and so green! By the life of my mother, they look for all the world like emeralds." Leonora alone said not a word, but as she looked at the maestro she could not help thinking that he was better looking than her good man. Presently the dueña took the guitar out of the negro's hands, and putting it into Loaysa's, begged he would sing to it a villanetta then in high fashion at Seville. He complied. The women all jumped up and began to dance, whilst the dueña sang the words of the song with more good will than good voice. Close you watch me, mother mine, watch me and immure me. Don't you know without my help you cannot secure me? Appetite, 'tis said with truth, by privation groweth. Thwarted love, like flame confined, all the fiercer gloweth. Better therefore 'twere, methinks, you should not immure me. Don't you know without my help you cannot secure me? Close you watch me, etc. Moths will to the taper fly, bees on flowers will cluster. Keep a loving maid who can, from love's golden lustre. Fear you lest that beacon light from your arms should lure me? Well I know without my help you cannot secure me. Close you watch me, etc. There's a way where there's a will, keep the will from straying. Wayward hearts will have their fling, spite of all gainsaying. If you'd have me very good, don't be hard on poor me. Sure I am without my help you cannot secure me. Close you watch me, etc. The song and the dance were just ended, when in rushed Guiomar in wild affright, gesticulating as if she was in a fit, and in a voice between a croak and a whisper, she stammered out, "Master wake, señora, señora, master wake, him getting up, and coming." Whoever has seen a flock of pigeons feeding tranquilly in the field, and has marked the fear and confusion with which they take flight at the terrible sound of the gun, may picture to himself the fluttering dismay of the dancers at the unexpected news blurted out by Guiomar. Off they ran in all directions, leaving the musico in the lurch, and in a pitiable state of perplexity. Leonora wrung her beautiful hands, and the Señora Marialonso beat her face and tore her hair, but not with great violence. In short, all was panic and confusion. But the dueña, who had more cunning and presence of mind than the rest, directed that Loaysa should go into her own room, while she and her mistress remained where they were, never doubting but they should find some excuse or another to put off upon Carrizales. Loaysa hid himself, and the dueña bent her ear to listen for her master's footsteps, but hearing nothing, she took courage by degrees, and, stealing on tiptoe to his bedroom, she found him snoring there just as soundly as ever. Back she ran at her best speed, to gladden her mistress's heart with the joyful intelligence, and then discreetly resolving not to lose so lucky an opportunity of being the first to enjoy the good graces of the musico, she told Leonora to wait there whilst she went and called him. Hastily entering the room where he was concealed, she found him sorely discomfited by the untoward issue of his adventure, cursing the inefficacy of the ointment, the credulity of his friends, and his own want of forethought in not making an experiment with the ointment on some other person before he tried it on Carrizales. But when the dueña assured him that the old man was sleeping as soundly as ever, there was an end to all his uneasiness, and he lent a very complacent ear to the very liquorish language in which Marialonso addressed him. "Oho!" said he to himself, "that's what you would be at, is it? Well, you will do capitally as a bait to fish with for your lady." Whilst this tête-à-tête was pending, the rest of the women had one by one crept out of their several hiding places, to see if it was true that their master was awake, and finding all still in the house, they returned to the saloon where they had left their mistress. Having learnt from her that the alarm had been a false one, they asked what had become of the musico and the dueña. Leonora told them that Marialonso had gone to fetch the maestro, whereupon they all stole out of the room as noiselessly as they had entered it, and set themselves to listen at the door to what was passing between the pair. Guiomar was one of the party, but the negro was not among them, for upon the first alarm he had run off, hugging his guitar, and hid himself in his loft, where he lay huddled up under the bedclothes, sweating with terror. In spite of which he could not forbear from tinkling the guitar from time to time. So inordinate, may Satanas confound him, was his love of music. The soft speeches of the amorous dueña were distinctly heard by the group outside the door, and there was not one of them but bestowed a blessing upon her from the wrong side of the mouth, with the addition of sundry epithets which I had rather not repeat. The result of the confabulation between the pair was that Loaysa would comply with the dueña's desires, provided that first of all she brought her mistress to consent to his. It cost the dueña something to subscribe to these conditions, but, after all, there was nothing she would not have done to compass the gratification of the desires that had laid hold on her soul and body, and were undermining her very bones and marrow. The bargain was struck, and quitting the room to go and speak to her mistress, she found all the rest of the women assembled round the door. Putting a bold face on the matter, she bade them all go to bed, and next night they should be able to enjoy themselves without any such false alarm as had spoiled their sport for that time. The women all knew well that the old dueña only wanted to be left alone, but they could not help obeying her, for she had command over them all. Having got rid of the servants, the dueña went back to the saloon, and began to exercise her powers of persuasion upon Leonora. She made her a long and plausible harangue, so well put together that one might have supposed she had composed it beforehand. She extolled the good looks of the gentle musico, the elegance of his manners, his wondrous suavity, and his countless and other good qualities; represented how infinitely more agreeable must be the caresses of such a charming young gallant than those of the old husband; assured her the affair would never be discovered; and plied her with 1,000 other arguments which the devil put into her mouth, all so specious and artfully coloured that they might have beguiled the firmest mind, much more that of a being so artless and unwary as poor Leonora. O dueñas, born and used for the perdition of thousands of modest, virtuous beings! O ye long-plaited coifs, chosen to impart an air of grave decorum to the salas of noble ladies, how you reverse the functions of your perhaps needful office! In fine, the dueña talked with such effect that Leonora consented to her own undoing, and to that of all the precautions of the wary Carrizales, whose sleep was the death of his honour. Marialonso took her mistress by the hand, led the weeping lady almost by force to Loaysa, and wishing them much joy with a diabolical leer, she left them both shut in together, and laid herself down in the saloon to sleep, or rather to await the reward she had earned. Overcome, however, by the loss of rest on 2 successive nights, she could not keep her eyes open, but fell fast asleep on the carpet. And now, if we did not know that Carrizales was asleep, it would not be amiss to ask him, where now were all his jealous cares and precautions? What now availed the lofty walls of his house, and the exclusion from it of every male creature? What had he gained by his turning box, his thick walls, his stopped up windows, the enormously strict seclusion to which he had doomed his family, the large jointure he had settled upon Leonora, the presents he was continually making her, his liberal treatment of her attendants, and his unfailing alacrity in supplying them with everything he imagined they could want or wish for? But as we have said, he was asleep. Had he been awake, and disposed to reply, he could not have given a better answer than by saying, as he shrugged his shoulders and arched his eyebrows, that all this had been brought to naught by the craft of an idle and vicious young man, and the wickedness of a faithless dueña, working upon the weakness of an artless and inexperienced girl. Heaven save us from all such enemies as these, against whom the shield of prudence and the sword of vigilance are alike impotent to defend us. Such, nevertheless, was Leonora's rectitude, and so opportunely did she manifest it, that all the villainous arts of the crafty seducer were of no avail, till both of them, wearied by the contest, the baffled tempter and the victorious defender of her own chastity, fell asleep almost at the moment when it pleased Heaven that Carrizales should awake in spite of the ointment. As usual he felt all about the bed, and not finding his dear wife in it, he jumped up in the utmost consternation, and with strange agility for a man of his years. He looked all over the room for her, and when he found the door open, and the key gone from between the mattresses, he was nearly distracted. Recovering himself a little, he went out into the gallery, stole softly thence to the saloon, where the dueña was asleep, and seeing no Leonora there, he went to the dueña's own room, opened the door gently, and beheld Leonora in Loaysa's arms, both of them looking as if the sulphuric ointment was exerting its influence over themselves instead of upon the jealous husband. Carrizales was petrified with horror. His voice stuck in his throat. His arms fell powerless by his sides, and his feet seemed rooted to the ground. And though the fierce revulsion of his wrath presently aroused his torpid senses, he could yet scarcely breathe, so intense was his anguish. Thirsting for vengeance as terrible as his monstrous wrong, but having no weapon at hand, he returned to his chamber as stealthily as he had quitted it, in search of a dagger with which he would wash out the stain cast upon his honour in the blood of the guilty pair, and then massacre his whole household. But he had no sooner reached his room than his grief again overpowered him, and he fell senseless on the bed. Day broke now, and found Leonora still in the arms of Loaysa. Marialonso awoke, and thinking it time to receive what she counted was due her, she awoke Leonora, who was shocked to find it so late, and bitterly accused her own imprudence and the dueña's negligence. With trembling steps the two women crept up to Felipe's bedroom, praying inwardly to Heaven that they might find him still snoring, and when they saw him lying on the bed, apparently asleep, they made no doubt that he was still under the effect of the opiate, and embraced each other in a transport of joy. Leonora went up to her husband, and taking him by the arm turned him over on his side to see if he would wake without their being obliged to wash him with vinegar according to the directions given with the ointment. But the movement roused Carrizales from his swoon, and having a deep sigh, he ejaculated in a faint and piteous tone, "Miserable man that I am! To what a woeful pass I am come!" Leonora did not distinctly hear what her husband said, but seeing with surprise the effect of the opiate was not lasting as she had been led to expect, she bent over him, put her cheek to his, and pressing him closely in her arms, said, "What ails you, dear señor? You seem to be complaining." Carrizales opened his eyes to their utmost width, and, turning them full upon her, stared at her a long while with a look of profound amazement. At last he said, "Do me the pleasure, señora, to send instantly for your parents in my name, and ask them to come hither, for I feel something at my heart which distresses me exceedingly. I fear I have but a short time to live, and I should like to see them before I die." Leonora immediately dispatched the negro with this message to her parents. She fully believed what her husband had told her, and attributing his danger to the violence of the opiate, instead of to its real cause, she put her arms round his neck, caressed him more fondly than ever she had done before, and inquired how he felt, with such tender solicitude, as if she loved him above everything in the world, while he, on the other hand, continued to gaze upon her with the same unvarying look of astonishment, every endearing word or caress of hers like a dagger to his heart. The dueña had, by this time, acquainted Loaysa and the domestics with her master's illness, which, she remarked, was evidently very serious, since he had forgotten to give orders that the street door should be locked after the negro's departure to summon her lady's parents. The message itself was a portentous occurrence, for neither father nor mother had ever set foot within that house since their daughter's marriage. In short, the whole household was in anxiety, though no one divined the true cause of the old man's illness. He lay sighing at intervals, so heavily that every sigh seemed like the parting of soul and body. Leonora wept to see him in such a state, whilst he beheld her feigned tears, as he deemed them, with a bitter smile, that looked like the grin of insanity. Leonora's parents now arrived, and were struck with no little misgivings when they found both entrance doors open, and the house all lonely and silent. They went up to their son-in-law's room, and found him in the posture he had all along maintained, with his eyes immovably fixed on his wife, whom he held by the hands, whilst both were in tears, she because she saw his flow, and he at seeing how deceitfully she wept. As soon as they entered the room, Carrizales begged them to be seated, ordered all the domestics to withdraw except Marialonso, then wiped his eyes, and with a calm voice and an air of perfect composure addressed them thus: "I am sure, my respected father and mother-in-law, I need no other witnesses than yourselves to the truth of what I now have to say to you in the first place. You must well remember with how much love and what tender affection I received your daughter when you bestowed her upon me 1 year, 1 month, 5 days, and 9 hours ago, as my lawful wife. You know also with what liberality I behaved to her, for the settlement I made upon her would have been more than enough to furnish 3 young ladies of her quality with handsome marriage portions. You must remember the pains I took to dress and adorn her with everything she could desire, or I could think of as suitable to her. It is known to you likewise how, prompted by my natural disposition, fearful of the evil to which I shall surely owe my death, and taught by the experience of a long life to be on my guard against the many strange chances that occur in life, I sought to guard this jewel which I had chosen and you had bestowed upon me, with all possible care and caution. I raised the walls of this house higher, blocked up all the windows that looked on the street, doubled the locks of the doors, set up a turning box as in a nunnery, and perpetually banished from my dwelling every vestige of the male sex. I gave my wife female servants and slaves to wait upon her. I denied her nor them anything they chose to ask of me. I made her my equal, communicated my utmost secret thoughts to her, and put my whole property at her disposal. Having done all this, I thought I might fairly expect to enjoy securely what had cost me so much, and that it would be her care not to afford me cause for conceiving any kind of jealous fear whatever. But it is not within the power of human efforts to prevent the chastisement which Heaven is pleased to inflict on those who do not rest their whole hopes and desires upon it alone. No wonder then if mine have been deceived, and if I have myself prepared the poison of which I am now dying. But I see how anxiously you hang upon the words of my mouth. I will therefore keep you no longer in suspense, but conclude this long preamble by telling you, in one word, what no words were adequate to describe, were I to speak for ever. This morning I found this woman," here he pointed to his wife, "who was born for the ruin of my peace and the destruction of my life, in the arms of a young gallant, who is now shut up in the bedchamber of this pestilent dueña." Carrizales had no sooner uttered these words than Leonora swooned and fell with her head upon his lap. Marialonso turned as white as ashes, and Leonora's parents were so astounded that they could not utter a word. After a short pause, Carrizales continued thus: "The vengeance I intend to take for this outrage shall be no common one. As I have been singular in all my other actions, so will I be in this. My vengeance shall fall upon myself, as the person most culpable of all, for I ought to have considered how ill this girl's 15 years could assort with my 10. I have been like the silkworm, which builds itself a house in which it must die. I do not reproach you, misguided girl," here he bent down and kissed his still insensible wife, "for the persuasions of a wicked old woman, and the wheedling tongue of an amorous youth, easily prevail over the little wit of a green girl. But that all the world may see how strong and how true was the love I bore you, I shall give such a proof of it here on my death bed as the world has never seen or heard of. one that shall remain an unparalleled example, if not of goodness, at least of singleness of heart. I desire that a notary be immediately sent for to make my will, wherein I will double Leonora's jointure, and recommend her, after my death, which will not be long delayed, to marry that young man whom these grey hairs have never offended. Thus she will see that, as in life I never departed in the slightest particular from what I thought could please her, so I wish her to be happy when I am no more, and to be united to him whom she must love so much. The rest of my fortune I will bequeath to pious uses, after leaving to you both wherewith to live honourably for the rest of your days. Let the notary come instantly, for the anguish I am now suffering is such that, if it continues, my time here will be very short." Here Carrizales was seized with a terrible swoon, and sank down so close to Leonora that their faces touched. During this scene the dueña stole out of the room, and went to apprise Loaysa of all that had happened. She advised him to quit the house immediately, and she would take care to keep him informed of all that was going on, for there were no locks now to hinder her from sending the negro to him whenever it was necessary. Astounded at this news, Loaysa took her advice, put on his beggar's rags again, and went away to make known to his friends the strange issue of his amour. Leonora's father, meanwhile, sent for a notary, who arrived soon after both husband and wife had recovered their senses. Carrizales made his will in the manner he had stated, without saying anything of his wife's transgressions. He only declared that, for good reasons, he advised her and begged her to marry, should he die, that young man of whom he had spoken to her in private. When Leonora heard this, she threw herself at her husband's feet, and cried, while her heart throbbed as if it would burst, "Long may you live, my lord and my only joy! For though you may not believe a word I say, indeed, I have not offended you, except in thought." More would she have said, but when she attempted to exculpate herself by a full statement of what had really occurred, her tongue failed her, and she fainted away a second time. The poor old man embraced her as she lay. So too did her parents, all three weeping bitterly, and even the notary could not refrain from tears. Carrizales gave the negro and the other slaves their liberty, and left all the servants enough to maintain them. The perfidious Marialonso alone was to have nothing beyond the arrears of her wages. 7 days afterwards Carrizales was laid in his grave. Leonora remained a mourning, though wealthy widow, and while Loaysa expected she would fulfil the desire which he knew her husband had expressed in his will, he learned that within a week she had become a nun of one of the most austere and rigid convents in all Seville. Mortified by this disappointment, he left the country and went to the Indies. Leonora's father and mother were deeply grieved, but found consolation in the wealth which their son-in-law had bequeathed them. The two damsels likewise consoled themselves, as did the negro and the female slaves, the former being well provided for, and the latter having obtained their freedom. The wicked dueña alone was left to digest, in poverty, the frustration of her base schemes. For my part, I was long possessed with the desire to complete this story, which so signally exemplifies the little reliance that can be put in locks, turning boxes, and walls, whilst the will remains free; and still less reason there is to trust the innocence and simplicity of youth, if its ear be exposed to the suggestions of your demure dueñas, whose virtue consists in their long black gowns and their formal white hoods. Only I know not why it was that Leonora did not persist in exculpating herself, and explaining to her jealous husband how guiltless she had been in the whole of that unhappy business. But her extreme agitation paralyzed her tongue at the moment, and the haste which her husband made to die left her without another opportunity to complete her justification. End of the Jealous Estramaduran, Part 2.
Section 25 of the Exemplary Novels of Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. The Exemplary Novels by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. Translated by Walter K. Kelly. The Illustrious Scullery Maid. Part 1. In the famous city of Burgos there lived two wealthy cavaliers, one of whom was called Don Diego de Carriazo, and the other Don Juan de Avendaño. Don Diego had a son called after himself, and Don Juan another, whose name was Don Tomas de Avendaño. These two young gentlemen being the principal persons of the following tale, we shall, for the sake of brevity, call them Carriazo and Avendaño. Carriazo might be about 13, or little more, when, prompted by a scampish disposition, without having had any cause to complain of bad treatment at home, he ran away from his father's house, and cast himself upon the wide world. So much did he enjoy a life of unrestricted freedom, that amidst all the wants and discomforts attendant upon it, he never missed the plenty of his father's house. He neither tired of trudging on foot, nor cared for cold or heat. For him all seasons of the year were genial spring. His sleep was as sound on a heap of straw as on soft mattresses, and he made himself as snug in a hayloft as between two Holland sheets. In short, he made such way in the profession he had chosen that he could have given lessons to the famous Guzman de Alfarache. During the 3 years he absented himself from home, he learned to play at sheepshanks in Madrid, at rentoy in the public houses of Toledo, and at presa y pinta in the barbacans of Seville. In spite of the sordid penury of his way of life, Carriazo showed himself a prince in his actions. It was easy to see by 1,000 tokens that he came of gentle blood. His generosity gained him the esteem of all his comrades. He seldom was present at drinking bouts, and though he drank wine, it was in moderation, and he carried it well. He was not one of those unlucky drinkers who, whenever they exceed a little, show it immediately in their faces, which look as if they were painted with vermilion or red ochre. In short, the world beheld in Carriazo a virtuous, honourable, well-bred rogue, of more than common ability. He passed through all the degrees of roguery till he graduated as a master in the tunny fisheries of Zahara, the chief school of the art of kitchen-walloping rogues, fat and shining with grease. Feigned cripples, cut-purses of Zocodober and the Plaza of Madrid, sanctimonious patterers of prayers, Seville porters, bullies of the Hampa, and all the countless hosts comprised under the denomination of rogues. Never presume to call yourself by that name if you have not gone through 2 courses at least in the academy of the tunny fisheries. There it is that you may see converging as it were in one grand focus, toil and idleness, filth and spruceness, sharp-set hunger and lavish plenty, vice without disguise, incessant gambling, brawls, and quarrels every hour in the day, murders every now and then, ribaldry and obscenity, singing, dancing, laughing, swearing, cheating, and thieving without end. There many a man of quality seeks for his truant son, nor seeks in vain, and the youth feels as acutely the pain of being torn from that life of licence as though he were going to meet his death. But this joyous life has its bitters as well as its sweets. No one can lie down to sleep securely in Zahara, but must always have the dread hanging over him of being carried off to Barbary at any moment. For this reason they all withdraw at night into some fortified places on the coast, and place scouts and sentinels to watch whilst they sleep. But in spite of all precautions, it has sometimes happened that scouts, sentinels, rogues, overseers, boats, nets, and all the posse comitatus of the place have begun the night in Spain, and have seen the dawn in Tetuan. No apprehensions of this kind, however, could deter Carriazo from spending 3 successive summers at the fisheries for his pastime, and such was his luck during his 3rd season that he won at cards about 700 reales, with which he resolved to buy himself good clothes, return to Burgos, and gladden the heart of his sorrowing mother. He took a most affectionate leave of his many dear friends, assuring them that nothing but sickness or death should prevent his being with them in the following summer, for his heart was in Zahara, and to his eyes its parched sands were fresher than all the verdure of the Elysian fields. Ambling merrily along on Shank's mare, he arrived at Valladolid, where he stopped a fortnight to get rid of the mahogany hue of his complexion, and to change his rogue's costume for that of a gentleman. Having equipped himself properly, he had still 100 reales left, which he spent on the hire of a mule and a servant, that he might make a good figure when he presented himself to his parents. They received him with the utmost joy, and all the friends and relations of the family came to congratulate them on the safe arrival of their son Don Diego de Carriazo. I had forgotten to mention that during his peregrination Don Diego had taken the name of Vidialis, and by that name alone he was known to his new acquaintances. Among those who came to see the new arrival were Don Juan de Avendaño and his son Don Tomas, with the latter of whom, as they are both of the same age and neighbours, Carriazo contracted a very close friendship. Carriazo gave his parents a long and circumstantial account of all the fine things he had seen and done during the 3 years he had been from home, in all which there was not one word of truth, but he never so much as hinted at the tunny fisheries, though they were constantly in his thoughts, more especially as the time approached in which he had promised his friends he would return to them. He took no pleasure in the chase with which his father sought often to divert him, nor in any of the convivial meetings of that hospitable city. All kinds of amusements wearied him, and the best enjoyments that could be offered to him were not to be compared, he thought, with those he had known at the tunny fisheries. His friend Avendaño, finding him often melancholy and musing, ventured to inquire after the cause, at the same time professing his readiness to assist his friend in any way that might be requisite, and to the utmost of his power, even at the cost of his blood. Carriazo felt that it would be wronging the great friendship subsisting between him and Avendaño if he concealed from the latter the cause of his present sadness, and therefore he described to him in detail the life he had led at Zahara, and declared that all his gloom arose from his strong desire to be there once more. So attractive was the picture he drew, that Avendaño, far from blaming his taste, expressed his entire sympathy with it. The end of the matter was that Avendaño determined to go off with Carriazo, and enjoy for one summer that delicious life of which he had just heard such a glowing description, and in this determination he was strongly encouraged to persist by Carriazo, who was glad to be so countenanced in his own low propensities. They set their wits to work to see how they could scrape together as much money as possible, and the best means that occurred to them was that suggested by Avendaño's approaching departure for Salamanca, where he had already studied for 3 years, and where his father wished him to complete his education, and take a degree in whatever faculty he pleased. Carriazo now made known to his father that he had a strong desire to go with Avendaño and study at Salamanca. Don Diego gladly fell in with his son's proposal. He talked with his friend Don Juan on the subject, and it was agreed between them that the 2 young men should reside together at Salamanca, and be sent thither well supplied with all requisites, and in a manner suitable to the sons of men of quality. The time for their departure being arrived, they were furnished with money, and with a tutor who was more remarkable for integrity than for mother wit. Their fathers talked much and impressively to their sons about what they should do, and how they should govern themselves, in order that they might become fraught with virtue and knowledge, for that is the fruit from which every student should aspire to reap from his labours and his vigils, especially such as are of good family. The sons were all humility and obedience. Their mothers cried. Both parents gave them their blessing, and away they went mounted on their own mules, and attended by 2 servants of their respective households, besides the tutor, who had let his beard grow to give him a more imposing air of gravity, as became his charge. When they arrived at Valladolid, they told their tutor they should like to remain there a couple of days to see the city, having never been in it before. The tutor severely reprimanded them for entertaining any such idle notion, telling them they had no time to lose in silly diversions, that their business was to get as fast as possible to the place where they were to pursue their studies, that he should be doing extreme violence to his conscience if he allowed them to stop for 1 hour, not to speak of 2 days, that they should continue their journey forthwith, or if not, then brown bread should be their portion. Such was the extent of the ability in his office possessed by this tutor, or major domo, as we should rather call him. The lads, who had already gathered in their harvest, since they had laid hands upon 400 gold crowns which were in the major domo's keeping, begged that he would let them remain in Valladolid for that day only, that they might see the grand aqueducts, which were then in course of construction, for the purpose of conveying the waters of Argales to that city. He consented at last, but with extreme reluctance, for he wished to avoid the expense of an additional day on the road, and to spend the night at Valdeastellas, whence he could easily reach Salamanca in 2 days. But the bay horse thinks one thing, and the man on his back another thing, and so it proved in the major domo's case. The lads, mounted on 2 excellent mules, and attended by only 1 servant, rode out to see the fountain of Argales, famous for its antiquity and the abundance of its water. On their arrival there, Avendaño gave the servant a sealed paper, bidding him return forthwith to the city and deliver it to his tutor, after which the servant was to wait for them at the Puerta del Campo. The servant did as he was bid, and went back to the city with the letter, and they, turning their mules' heads another way, slept that night in Mojados, and arrived 2 days afterwards in Madrid, where they sold their mules. They dressed themselves like peasants in short jerkins, loose breeches, and grey stockings. An old clothes dealer, to whom they had sold their handsome apparel in the morning, transformed them by night in such a manner that their own mothers would not have known them. Lightly equipped, as suited their purpose, and without swords, for they had sold them to the old clothes dealer, they took to the road to Toledo. There let us leave them for the present, stepping out briskly with merry hearts, while we return to the tutor, and see him open the letter delivered to him by the servant, which he read as follows: "Your worship, Señor Pedro Alonso, will be pleased to have patience, and go back to Burgos, where you will say to our parents that we, their sons, having with mature deliberation considered how much more arms befit cavaliers than do letters, have determined to exchange Salamanca for Brussels, and Spain for Flanders. We have got the 400 crowns, the mules we intend to sell. The course we have chosen, which is so worthy of persons of our quality, and the length of the journey before us, are sufficient to excuse our fault, though a fault it will not be deemed by any one but a coward. Our departure takes place now. Our return will be when it shall please God, to whose keeping we, your humble pupils, heartily commend you. Given from the fountain of Argales, with 1 foot in the stirrup for Flanders. Carriazo, Avendaño." Aghast at the contents of this letter, Pedro Alonso hurried to his valise, and found that the paper spoke but too truly, for the money was gone. Instantly mounting the remaining mule, he returned to Burgos to carry these tidings to his patrons, in order that they might take measures to recover possession of their sons' persons. But as to how he was received, the author of this tale says not a word, for the moment he has put Pedro Alonso into the saddle, he leaves him to give the following account of what occurred to Avendaño and Carriazo at the entrance of Illescas. Just by the town gate they met 2 muleteers, Andalusians apparently, one of whom was coming from Seville, and the other going thither. Said the latter to the former, "If my masters are not so far ahead, I should like to stop a little longer to ask you 1,000 things I want to know, for I am quite astonished at what you have told me about the condes having hanged Alonso Gines and Ribera without giving them leave to appeal." "As I am a sinner," replied the Sevillan, "the conde laid a trap for them, got them under his jurisdiction, for they were soldiers, and once having them in his grip, The Court of Appeal could never let them out of it. I tell you what it is, friend, he has a devil within him, that same Conde de Puñonrostro. Seville and the whole country round it for 10 leagues is swept clear of swashbucklers. Not a thief ventures within his limits. They all fear him like fire. It is whispered, however, that he will soon give up his place as corregidor, for he is tired of being at loggerheads at every hand's turn with the señores of the Court of Appeal. May they live 1,000 years, exclaimed he who was going to Seville, for they are the fathers of the miserable and a refuge for the unfortunate. How many poor fellows must eat dirt for no other reason than the anger of an arbitrary judge of a corregidor, either ill-informed or wrong-headed. Many eyes see more than two. The venom of injustice cannot so soon lay hold on many hearts as on one alone. You have turned preacher, said he of Seville, but I'm afraid I can't stop to hear the end of your sermon. Don't put up tonight at your usual place, but go to the Posada del Sevillano, for there you will see the prettiest scullery wench I know. Marinilla at the Venta Tejada is a dishclout in comparison with her. I will only tell you that it is said the son of the corregidor is very sweet upon her. One of my masters gone on ahead there swears that on his way back to Andalusia he will stop 2 months in Toledo, and in that same inn, only to have his fill of looking at her. I myself ventured once to give her a little bit of a squeeze, and all I got for it was a swinging box on the ear. She is as hard as a flint, as savage as a kestrel, and as touch-me-not as a nettle. But she has a face that does a body's eyes good to look at. She has the sun in one cheek and the moon in the other. The one is made of roses and the other of carnations, and between them both are lilies and jessamine. I say no more, only see her for yourself, and you will see that all that I have told you is nothing to what I might say of her beauty. I'd freely settle upon her those 2 silver grey mules of mine, that you know, if they would let me have her for my wife. But I know they won't, for she is a morsel for an archbishop or a conde. Once more I say, go and see her, and so good-bye to you, for I must be off. The 2 muleteers went their several ways, leaving the 2 friends much struck by what they had overheard of the conversation, especially Avendaño, in whom the mere relation that the muleteer had given of the scullery maid's beauty awoke an intense desire to see her. It had the same effect on Carriazo, but not to an equal degree, nor so as to extinguish his desire to reach his beloved tunny fisheries, from which he would not willingly be delayed to behold the pyramids of Egypt, or any or all of the other 7 wonders of the world. Repeating the dialogue between the muleteers, and mimicking their tones and gestures, served as pastime to beguile the way until they reached Toledo. Carriazo, who had been there before, led the way at once to the Posada del Sevillano, but they did not venture to ask for accommodation there, their dress and appearance not being such as would have gained them a ready welcome. Night was coming on, and though Carriazo importuned Avendaño to go with him in search of lodgings elsewhere, he could not prevail on him to quit the doors of the Sevillano, or cease from hanging about them upon the chance that the celebrated scullery maid might perhaps make her appearance. When it was pitch dark, Carriazo was in despair, but still Avendaño stuck to the spot, and at last he went to the courtyard of the inn, under pretence of inquiring about some gentlemen of Burgos who were on their way to Seville. He had but just entered the courtyard, when a girl, who seemed to be about 15 and was dressed in working clothes, came out of one of the side doors with a lighted candle. Avendaño's eyes did not rest on the girl's dress, but on her face, which seemed to him such as a painter would give to the angels, and so overcome was he by her beauty that he could only gaze at it in speechless admiration, without being able to say one word for himself. "What may you please to want, brother?" said the girl. "Are you servant to one of the gentlemen in the house?" "I am no one's servant but yours," replied Avendaño, trembling with emotion. "Go to, brother. returned the girl disdainfully. We who are servants ourselves have no need of others to wait on us. And calling her master, she said, "Please to see, sir, what this lad wants." The master came out, and in reply to his question, Avendaño said that he was looking for some gentlemen of Burgos who were on their way to Seville. One of them was his master, and had sent him on before them to Alcalá de Henares upon business of importance, bidding him, when that was done, to proceed to Toledo, and to wait for him at the Sevillano, and he believed that his master would arrive there that night or the following day at farthest. So plausibly did Avendaño tell this fib, that the landlord was quite taken in by it. "Very well, friend," he said, "you may stop here till your master comes." "Many thanks, señor landlord," replied Avendaño. "And will your worship bid them give me a room for myself and a comrade of mine who is outside? We have got money to pay for it, as well as another." "Certainly," said the host, and turning to the girl he said, "Costanza, bid la Argüello take these two gallants to the corner room and give them clean sheets." "I will do so, señor," and curtseying to her master she went away, leaving Avendaño by her departure in a state of feeling like that of a tired wayfarer when the sun sets and he finds himself wrapped in cheerless darkness. He went, however, to give an account of what he had seen and done to Carriazo, who very soon perceived that his friend had been smitten in the heart. But he would not say a word about the matter then, until he could see whether there was a fair excuse for the hyperbolical praises with which Avendaño exalted the beauty of Costanza above the stars. At last they went indoors, and la Argüello, the chambermaid, a woman of some 45 years of age, showed them a room which was neither a gentleman's nor a servant's, but something between the two. On their asking for supper, la Argüello told them they did not provide meals in that inn. They only cooked and served up such food as the guests bought and fetched for themselves, but there were eating houses in the neighbourhood where they might without scruple of conscience go and sup as they pleased. The two friends took la Argüello's advice, and went to the eating house, where Carriazo supped on what they set before him, and Avendaño on what he had brought with him, to wit, thoughts and fancies. Carriazo noticed that his friend ate little or nothing, and by way of sounding him, he said on their way back to the inn, "We must be up betimes to morrow morning, so that we may reach Orgez before the heat of the day." "I am not disposed for that," replied Avendaño, "for I intend, before I leave this city, to see all that is worth seeing in it, such as the cathedral, the waterworks of Juanello, the view from the top of St. Augustine's, the King's Garden, and the promenade by the river." "Very well, we can see all that in 2 days." "What need of such haste? We are not posting to Rome to ask for a vacant benefice." "Ha, ha, friend, I see how it is. I'll be hanged if you are not more inclined to stay in Toledo than to continue our journey." "That's true, I confess. It is as impossible for me to forego the sight of that girl's face as it is to get into heaven without good works." "Gallantly spoken, and as becomes a generous breast like yours. Here's a pretty story. Don Tomas de Avendaño, son of the wealthy and noble cavalier Don Juan de Avendaño, over head and ears in love with the scullery maid at the Posada del Sevillano. It strikes me I may answer you in the same strain. Here's Don Diego de Carriazo, son and sole heir of the noble knight of Alcántara of the same name, a youth finely gifted alike in body and mind, and behold him in love. With whom, do you suppose? With Queen Ginevra? No such thing, but with the tunny fisheries of Zahara, and all its rogues and rascals, a more loathsome crew, I suspect, than ever beset Saint Anthony in his temptations. You have given me tit for tat, friend, and slain me with my own weapon. Let us say no more now, but go to bed, and to-morrow, who knows but we come to our senses. Look ye, Carriazo, you have not yet seen Costanza. When you have seen her, I will give you leave to say what you like to me." "Well, I know beforehand what will be the upshot of the matter." "And that is?" "That I shall be off to my tunny fisheries, and you will remain with your scullery maid." "I shall not be so happy." "Nor I such a fool as to give up my own good purpose for the sake of your bad one." By this time they reached the inn, where the conversation was prolonged in the same tone half the night long. After they had slept, as it seemed to them, little more than an hour, they were awakened by the loud sound of clarions in the street. They sat up in bed, and after they listened a while, "I'll lay a wager," said Carriazo, "that it is already day, and that there is some feast or other in the convent of Nostra Senora del Carmen in this neighbourhood, and that is why the clarions are pealing." "That can't be," said Avendaño. "We have not been long asleep. It must be some time yet till dawn." While they were talking, some one knocked at the door and called out, "Young men, if you want to hear some fine music, go to the window of the next room, which looks on the street. It is not occupied." They got up and opened the door, but the person who had spoken was gone. The music still continuing, however, they went in their shirts, just as they were, into the front room, where they found 3 or 4 other lodgers, who made place for them at the window, and soon afterwards an excellent voice sang a sonnet to the accompaniment of the harp. There was no need of any one to tell Carriazo and Avendaño that this music was intended for Costanza, for this was very clear from the words of the sonnet, which grated so horribly on Avendaño's ears that he could have wished himself deaf rather than have heard it. The pangs of jealousy laid hold on him, and the worst of all was that he knew not who was his rival. But this was soon made known to him when one of the persons in the window exclaimed, "What a simpleton is the corregidor's son, to make a practice of serenading a scullery maid! It is true she is one of the most beautiful girls I have ever seen, and I have seen a great many, but that is no reason why he should court her so publicly." "After all," said another, "I have been told for certain that she makes no more account of him than if he never existed. I warrant she is this moment fast asleep behind her mistress's bed, without ever thinking of all this music." "I can well believe it," said the first speaker, "for she is the most virtuous girl I know, and it is marvellous that though she lives in a house like this, where there is so much traffic, and where there are newcomers every day, and though she goes about all the rooms, not the least thing in the world is known to her disparagement." Avendaño began to breathe more freely after hearing this, and was able to listen to many fine things, which were sung to the accompaniment of various instruments, all being addressed to Costanza, who, as the stranger said, was fast asleep all the while. End of The Illustrious Scullery Maid, Part 1. Section 26 of the Exemplary Novels of Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. The Exemplary Novels by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. Translated by Walter K. Kelly. The Illustrious Scullery Maid, Part 2. The musicians departed at the approach of dawn. Avendaño and Carriazo returned to their room, where one of them slept till morning. They then rose, both of them eager to see Costanza, but the one only from curiosity, the other from love. Both were gratified, for Costanza came out of her master's room looking so lovely that they both felt that all the praises bestowed on her by the muleteer fell immeasurably short of her deserts. She was dressed in a green bodice and petticoat, trimmed with the same colour. A collar embroidered with black silk set off the alabaster whiteness of her neck. The thick tresses of her bright chestnut hair were bound up with white ribbon. She had pendants in her ears, which seemed to be pearls, but were only glass. Her girdle was a St. Francis cord, and a large bunch of keys hung at her side. When she came out of the room, she crossed herself, and made a profound reverence with great devotion to an image of Our Lady that hung on one of the walls of the quadrangle. Then, looking up and seeing the 2 young men intently gazing on her, she immediately retired again into the room, and called thence to Argüello to get up. Carriazo, it must be owned, was much struck by Costanza's beauty. He admired it as much as his companion, only he did not fall in love with her. On the contrary, he had no desire to spend another night in the inn, but to set out at once for the fisheries. La Argüello presently appeared in the gallery with two young women, natives of Galicia, who were also servants in the inn, for the number employed in the Sevillano was considerable, that being one of the best and most frequented houses of its kind in Toledo. At the same time, the servants of the persons lodging in the inn began to assemble to receive oats for their masters' beasts, and the host dealt them out, all the while grumbling and swearing at his maidservants, who had been the cause of his losing the services of a capital hostler, who did the work so well and kept such good reckoning that he did not think he had ever lost the price of a grain of oats by him. Avendaño, who heard all this, seized the opportunity at once. "Don't fatigue yourself, señor host," he said. "Give me the account book, and whilst I remain here I will give out the oats, and keep such an exact count of it that you will not miss the hostler who you say has left you." "Truly I thank you for the offer, my lad," said the host, "for I have no time to attend to this business. I have too much to do, both indoors and out of doors. Come down, and I will give you the book, and mind ye, these muleteers are the very devil, and will do you out of a peck of oats under your very nose, with no more conscience than if it were so much chaff." Avendaño went down to the quadrangle, took the book, and began to serve out pecks of oats like water, and to note them down with such exactness that the landlord, who stood watching him, was greatly pleased with his performance. "I wish to God," he said, "your master would not come, and that you would make up your mind to stop with me. You would lose nothing by the change, believe me. The hostler who has just quitted me came here 8 months ago all in tatters, and as lean as a shotten herring, and now he has 2 very good suits of clothes, and is as fat as a dormouse. For you must know, my son, that in this house there are excellent vails to be got over and above the wages." "If I should stop," replied Avendaño, "I should not stand out much for the matter of what I should gain, but should be content with very little for sake of being in this city, which they tell me is the best in Spain." "At least it is one of the best, and most plentiful," said the host. "But we are in want of another thing too, and that is a man to fetch water, for the lad that used to attend to that job has also left me. He was a smart fellow, and with the help of a famous ass of mine he used to keep all the tanks overflowing, and make a lake of the house. One of the reasons why the muleteers like to bring their employers to my house is, that they always find plenty of water in it for their beasts, instead of having to drive them down to the river." Carriazo, who had been listening to this dialogue, and who saw Avendaño already installed in office, thought he would follow his example, well knowing how much it would gratify him. "Out with the ass, señor host," he said. "I'm your man, and will do your work as much to your satisfaction as my comrade." "Ay, indeed," said Avendaño. "My comrade Lope Asturiano will fetch water like a prince. I'll go bail for him." La Argüello, who had been all the while within earshot, here put in her word. "And pray, my gentleman," said she to Avendaño, "who is to go bail for you? By my faith, you look to me as if you wanted some one to answer for you, instead of you answering for another." "Hold your tongue, Argüello," said her master. "Don't put yourself forward where you're not wanted. I'll go bail for them, both of them; and mind, I tell you, that none of you women meddle or make with the men servants, for it is through you they all leave me." "So these 2 chaps are engaged, are they?" said another of the servant women. "By my soul, if I had to keep them company I would never trust them with the wine bag." "None of your jibes, señora Gallega," cried her master. "Do your work, and don't meddle with the men servants, or I'll baste you with a stick." "Oh, to be sure," replied the Galician damsel. "Ain't they dainty dears to make a body's mouth water? I'm sure master has never known me so frolicsome with the chaps in the house, nor yet out of it, that he should have such an opinion of me. The blackguards go away when they take it into their heads, without our giving them any occasion. Very like, indeed. They're the right sort to be in need of any one's putting them to bidding their masters an early good morning when they least expect it." "You've a deal to say for yourself, my friend," said the landlord. "Shut your mouth and mind your business." While this colloquy was going on, Carriazo had harnessed the ass, jumped on his back, and set off to the river, leaving Avendaño highly delighted at witnessing his jovial resolution. Here then we have Avendaño and Carriazo changed, God save the mark, into Tomas Pedro, a hostler, and Lope Asturiano, a water carrier. Transformations surpassing those of the long-nosed poet. No sooner had La Argüello heard that they were hired, than she formed a design upon Asturiano, and marked him for her own, resolving to regale him in such a manner that, if he were ever so shy, she would make him as pliant as a glove. The prudish Gallegan formed a similar design upon Avendaño, and as the two women were great friends, being much together in their business by day and bedfellows at night, they at once confided their amorous purposes to each other, and that night they determined to begin the conquest of their two unimpassioned swains. Moreover, they agreed that they must, in the first place, beg them not to be jealous about anything they might see them do with their persons, for girls could hardly regale their friends within doors, unless they put those without under contribution. "Hold your tongues, lad," said they, apostrophizing their absent lovers. "Hold your tongues and shut your eyes. Leave the timbrel in the hands that can play it, and let those lead the dance that know how, and no pair of cannons in this city will be better regaled than you will be by our two selves." While the Gallegan and La Argüello were settling matters in this way, our good friend Lope Asturiano was on his way to the river, musing upon his beloved tunny fisheries, and on his sudden change of condition. Whether it was for this reason, or that fate ordained it so, it happened that as he was riding down a steep and narrow lane, he ran against another water carrier's ass, which was coming laden uphill, and as his own was fresh and lively and in good condition, the poor half-starved jaded brute that was toiling uphill was knocked down, the pitchers were broken, and the water spilled. The driver of the fallen ass, enraged by this disaster, immediately flew upon the offender, and pommelled him soundly before poor Lope well knew where he was. At last his senses were roused with a vengeance, and seizing his antagonist with both hands by the throat, he dashed him to the ground. That was not all, for unluckily the man's head struck violently against a stone. The wound was frightful, and bled so profusely that Lope thought he had killed him. Several other water carriers, who were on their way to and from the river, seeing their comrade so maltreated, seized Lope and held him fast, shouting, "Justice! Justice! This water carrier has murdered a man!" And all the while they beat and thumped him lustily. Others ran to the fallen man, and found that his skull was cracked, and that he was almost at the last gasp. The outcry spread all up the hill into the Plaza del Carmen, where it reached the ears of an alguazil, who flew to the spot with two police runners. They did not arrive a moment too soon, for they found Lope surrounded by more than a score of water carriers, who were basting his ribs at such a rate that there was almost as much reason to fear for his life as that of the wounded man. The alguazil took him out of their hands, delivered him and his ass into those of his followers, had the wounded man laid like a sack upon his own ass, and marched them all off to prison, attended by such a crowd that they could hardly make way through the streets. The noise drew Tomas Pedro and his master to the door, and to their great surprise they saw Asturiano led by in the grip of two police runners, with his face all bloody. The landlord immediately looked about for his ass, and saw it in the hands of another catchpole, who had joined the alguazil's party. He inquired the cause of these captures, was told what had happened, and was sorely distressed on account of his ass, fearing that he should lose it, or have to pay more for it than it was worth. Tomas followed his comrade, but could not speak a single word to him, such was the throng around the prisoner, and the strictness of the catchpoles. Lope was thrust into a narrow cell in the prison, with a doubly grated window, and the wounded man was taken to the infirmary, where the surgeon pronounced his case extremely dangerous. The alguazil took home the 2 asses with him, besides 5 pieces of 8 which had been found on Lope. Tomas returned greatly disconcerted to the inn, where he found the landlord in no better spirits than himself, and gave him an account of the condition in which he had left his comrade, the danger of the wounded man, and the fate of the ass. "To add to the misfortune," said he, "I have just met a gentleman of Burgos, who tells me that my master will not now come this way. In order to make more speed and shorten his journey by 2 leagues, he has crossed the ferry at Azeca. He will sleep to night at Orgaz, and has sent me 12 crowns, with orders to meet him at Seville. But that cannot be, for it is not in reason that I should leave my friend and comrade in prison and in such peril. My master must excuse me for the present, and I know he will, for he is so good-natured that he will put up with a little inconvenience rather than that I should forsake my comrade. Will you do me the favour, señor, to take this money, and see what you can do in this business? While you are spending this, I will write to my master for more, telling him all that has happened, and I am sure he will send us enough to get us out of any scrape." The host opened his eyes a palm wide in glad surprise to find himself indemnified for the loss of his ass. He took the money and comforted Tomas, telling him that he could make interest with persons of great influence in Toledo, especially a nun, a relation of the corregidor's, who could do anything she pleased with him. Now the washerwoman of the convent in which the nun lived had a daughter, who was very thick indeed, with the sister of a friar, who was hand in glove with the said nun's confessor. All he had to do then was to get the washerwoman to ask her daughter, to get the monk's sister to speak to her brother, to say a good word to the confessor, who would prevail on the nun to write a note to the corregidor, begging him to look into Lope's business, and then, beyond a doubt, they might expect to come off with flying colours. That is, provided the water carrier did not die of his wound, and provided also there was no lack of stuff to grease the palms of all the officers of justice. For unless they are well greased, they creak worse than the wheels of a bullock cart. Whatever Tomas thought of this roundabout way of making interest, he failed not to thank the innkeeper, and to assure him that he was confident his master would readily send the requisite money. Argüello, who had seen her new flame in the hands of the officers, ran directly to the prison with some dinner for him, but she was not permitted to see him. This was a great grief to her, but she did not lose her hopes for all that. After the lapse of a fortnight, the wounded man was out of danger, and in a week more the surgeon pronounced him cured. During this time Tomas Pedro pretended to have had 50 crowns sent to him from Seville, and taking them out of his pocket, he presented them to the innkeeper, along with a fictitious letter from his master. It was nothing to the landlord whether the letter was genuine or not, so he gave himself no trouble to authenticate it, but he received the 50 good gold crowns with great glee. The end of the matter was, that the wounded man was quieted with 6 ducats, and Asturiano was sentenced to the forfeiture of his ass, and a fine of 10 ducats with costs, on the payment of which he was liberated. On his release from prison, Asturiano had no mind to go back to Sevillano, but excused himself to his comrade on the ground that during his confinement he had been visited by Argüello, who had pestered him with her fulsome advances, which were to him so sickening and insufferable that he would rather be hanged than comply with the desires of so odious a jade. His intention was to buy an ass, and to do business as a water carrier on his own account as long as they remained in Toledo. This would protect him from the risk of being arrested as a vagabond. Besides, it was a business he could carry on with great ease and satisfaction to himself, since with only 1 load of water he could saunter about the city all day long, looking at silly wenches. "Looking at beautiful women, you mean," said his friend, "for of all the cities in Spain, Toledo has the reputation of being that in which the women surpass all others, whether in beauty or conduct. If you doubt it, only look at Costanza, who could spare from her superfluity of loveliness charms enough to beautify the rest of the women, not only of Toledo, but of the whole world." Gently, Señor Tomas. Not so fast with your praises of the señora scullion, unless you wish that, besides thinking you a fool, I take you for a heretic into the bargain. Do you call Costanza a scullion, brother Lope? God forgive you, and bring you to a true sense of your error. And is she not a scullion? I have yet to see her wash the first plate. What does that matter, if you have seen her wash the second or the 50th? I tell you, brother, she does not wash dishes, or do anything but look after the business of the house, and take care of the plate, of which there is a great deal. How is it, then, that throughout the whole city they call her the illustrious scullery maid, if so be she does not wash dishes? Perhaps it is because she washes silver and not crockery that they give her that name. But to drop this subject, tell me, Tomas, how stand your hopes? In a state of perdition, for during the whole time you were in jail I never have been able to say one word to her. It is true that to all that is said to her by the guests in the house, she makes no other reply than to cast down her eyes and keep her lips closed. Such is her virtue and modesty, so that her modesty excites my love no less than her beauty. But it is almost too much for my patience to think that the corregidor's son, who is an impetuous and somewhat licentious youth, is dying for her. A night seldom passes but he serenades her, and that so openly that she is actually named in the songs sung in her praise. She never hears them, to be sure, nor ever quits her mistress's room from the time she retires until morning. But in spite of all that, my heart cannot escape being pierced by the keen shaft of jealousy. What do you intend to do, then, with this Portia, this Minerva, this new Penelope, who under the form of a scullery maid has vanquished your heart? Her name is Costanza, not Portia, Minerva, or Penelope. That she is a servant in an inn I cannot deny. But what can I do if, as it seems, the occult force of destiny and the deliberate choice of reason both impel me to adore her? Look you, friend, I cannot find words to tell you how love exalts and glorifies in my eyes this humble scullery maid, as you call her, so that, though seeing her low condition, I am blind to it, and knowing it, I ignore it. Try as I may, it is impossible for me to keep it long before my eyes, for that thought is at once obliterated by her beauty, her grace, her virtue, and modesty, which tell me that beneath that plebeian husk must be concealed some kernel of extraordinary worth. In short, be it what it may, I love her, and not with that commonplace love I have felt for others, but with a passion so pure that it knows no wish beyond that of serving her, and prevailing on her to love me, and return in the like kind what is due to my honourable affection." Here Lope gave a shout, and cried out in declamatory tone, "O platonic love! O illustrious scullery maid! O thrice blessed age of ours, wherein we see love renewing the marvels of the age of gold! O my poor tunnies, you must pass this year without a visit from your impassioned admirer, but next year be sure I will make amends, and you shall no longer find me a truant." "I see, Asturiano," said Tomas, "how openly you mock me. Why don't you go to your fisheries? There is nothing to hinder you. I will remain where I am, and you will find me here on your return. If you wish to take your share of the money with you, take it at once. Go your ways in peace, and let each of us follow the course prescribed to him by his own destiny." "I thought you had more sense," said Lope. "Don't you know that I was only joking? But now that I perceive you are in earnest, I will serve you in earnest in everything I can do to please you. Only one thing I entreat in return for the many I intend to do for you. Do not expose me to Argüello's persecution, for I would rather lose your friendship than have to endure hers. Good God, friend, her tongue goes like the clapper of a mill. You can smell her breath a league off, all her front teeth are false, and it is my private opinion that she does not wear her own hair but a wig. To crown all, since she began to make overtures to me, she has taken to painting white, till her face looks like nothing but a mask of plaster. True, indeed, my poor comrade. She is worse even than the Gallegan, who makes me suffer martyrdom. I'll tell you what we shall do. Only stay this night in the inn, and to-morrow you shall buy yourself an ass, find a lodging, and so secure yourself from the importunities of Argüello, whilst I remain exposed to those of the Gallegan, and to the fire of my Costanza's eyes." Thus being agreed on, the two friends returned to the inn, where Asturiano was received with great demonstrations of love by Argüello. That night a great number of muleteers stopping in the house, and those near it, got up a dance before the door of the Sevillano. Asturiano played the guitar. The female dancers were the two Gallegans and Argüello, and three girls from another inn. Many persons stood by as spectators, with their faces muffled, prompted more by a desire to see Costanza than the dance, but they were disappointed, for she did not make an appearance. Asturiano played for the dancers with such spirit and precision of touch that they all vowed he made the guitar speak. But just as he was doing his best, accompanying the instrument with his voice, and the dancers were capering like mad, one of the muffled spectators cried out, "Stop, you drunken sot! Hold your noise, wine-skin, piperly poet, miserable cat-gut scraper!" Several others followed up this insulting speech with such a torrent of abuse that Lope thought it best to cease playing and singing. But the muleteers took the interruption so much amiss, that had it not been for the earnest endeavours of the landlord to appease them, there would have been a terrible row. In spite, indeed, of all he could do, the muleteers would not have kept their hands quiet had not the watch happened just then to come up and clear the ground. A moment afterwards the ears of all who were awake in the quarter were greeted by an admirable voice proceeding from a man who had seated himself on a stone opposite the door of the Sevillano. Every one listened with rapt attention to his song, but none more so than Tomas Pedro, to whom every word sounded like a sentence of excommunication, for the romance ran thus: "In what celestial realms of space is hid that beauteous witching face? Where shines that star which, boding ills, my trembling heart with torment fills? Why in its wrath should heaven decree that we no more its light should see? Why bid that sun no longer cheer with glorious beams our drooping sphere? Yes, second sun, 'tis true you shine, but not for us, with light divine. Yet gracious come from ocean's bed, why hide from us your radiant head? Constance, a faithful dying swain, adores your beauty, though in vain. For when his love he would impart, you fly and scorn his proffered heart. O let his tears your pity sway, and quick he'll bear you hence away. For shame it is this sordid place should do your charms such foul disgrace. Here you're submissive to control, sweet mistress of my doting soul. But altars youths to you should raise, and passioned votaries sound your praise. Quit then a scene which must consume unworthily your early bloom. To my soft vows your ear incline, nor frown, but be for ever mine. His gladsome torch let Hymen light, and let the god our hearts unite. This day would then, before its end, see me your husband, lover, friend." The last line was immediately followed by the flight of two brickbats, which fell close to the singer's feet, but had they come in contact with his head, they would certainly have knocked all the music and poetry out of it. The poor frightened musician took to his heels with such speed that a greyhound could not have caught him. Unhappy fate of night birds, to be always subject to such showers! All who had heard the voice of the fugitive admired it, but most of all Tomas Pedro, only he would rather the words have not been addressed to Costanza, although she had not heard one of them. The only person who found fault with the romance was a muleteer nicknamed Barrabas. As soon as this man saw the singer run off, he bawled after him, "There you go, you Judas of a troubadour! May the fleas eat your eyes out! Who the devil taught you to sing to a scullery maid about celestial realms and spheres and ocean beds, and to call her stars and suns and all the rest of it? If you had told her she was as straight as asparagus, as white as milk, as modest as a lay brother in his novitiate, more full of humours, and as unmanageable as a hired mule, and harder than a lump of dry mortar, why then she would have understood you and been pleased. But your fine words are fitter for a scholar than for a scullery maid. Truly, there are poets in the world who write songs that the devil himself could not understand. For my part, at least, Barabbas though I am, I cannot make head or tail of what that fellow has been singing. What did he suppose Costanza could make of them? But she knows better than to listen to such stuff, for she is snug in bed, and cares no more for all these caterwaulers than she does for Prester John. This fellow, at least, is not one of the singers belonging to the corregidor's son, for they are out and out good ones, and a body can generally understand them. But by the Lord, this fellow sets me mad." The bystanders coincided in opinion with Barabbas, and thought his criticism very judicious. Everybody now went to bed, but no sooner was the house all still than Lope heard some one calling very softly at his bedroom door. "Who's there?" said he. "It is we," whispered a voice, "Argüello and the Gallegan. Open the door and let us in, for we are dying of cold." "Dying of cold, indeed," said Lope, "and we are in the middle of the dog days." "Oh, leave off now, friend Lope," said the Gallegan. "Get up and open the door, for here we are as fine as archduchesses." "Archduchesses, and at this hour? I don't believe a word of it, but rather think you must be witches or something worse. Get out of that this moment, or by all that's damnable, if you make me get up, I'll leather you with my belt till your hinder parts are as red as poppies." Finding that he answered them so roughly, and in a manner so contrary to their expectations, the two disappointed damsels returned sadly to their beds, but before they left the door, Argüello put her lips to the keyhole, and hissed through it, "Honey was not made for the mouth of the ass," and with that, as if she had said something very bitter indeed, and taken adequate revenge on the scorner, she went off to her cheerless bed. "Look you, Tomas," said Lope to his companion as soon as they were gone, "set me to fight two giants, or to break the jaws of half a dozen, or a whole dozen of lions, if it be requisite for your service, and I shall do it as readily as I would drink a glass of wine; but that you should put me under the necessity of encountering Argüello, this is what I would never submit to. No, not if I were to be flayed alive. Only think what damsels of Denmark fate has thrown upon us this night. Well, patience. To-morrow will come, thank God, and then we shall see." "I have already told you, friend," replied Tomas, "that you may do as you please, either go on your pilgrimage, or buy an ass and turn water carrier, as you proposed." "I stick to the water carrying business," said Lope. "My mind is made up not to quit you at present." They then went to sleep till daylight, when they rose. Tomas Pedro went to give out oats, and Lope set off to the cattle market to buy an ass. Now it happened that Tomas had spent his leisure on holidays in composing some amorous verses, and had jotted them down in the book in which he kept the account of the oats, intending to copy them out fairly, and then blot them out of the book, or tear out the page. But before he had done so, he happened to go out one day and leave the book on top of the oat bin. His master found it there, and looking into it to see how the account of the oats stood, he lighted upon the verses. Surprised and annoyed, he went off with them to his wife, but before he read them to her, he called Costanza into the room, and peremptorily commanded her to declare whether Tomas Pedro, the hostler, had overmade love to her, or addressed any improper language to her, or any that gave token of his being partial to her. Costanza vowed that Tomas had never yet spoken to her in any such way, nor ever given her reason to suppose that he had any bad thoughts towards her. Her master and mistress believed her, because they had always found her to speak the truth. Having dismissed her, the host turned to his wife and said, "I know not what to say of this matter. You must know, señora, that Tomas has written in this book, in which he keeps the account of the oats, verses that give me an ugly suspicion that he is in love with Costanza." "Let me see the verses," said the wife, "and I'll tell you what we are to conclude." "Oh, of course, as you are a poet, you will at once see into his thoughts." "I am not a poet, but you very well know that I am a woman of understanding, and that I can say the four prayers in Latin." "You would do better to say them in plain Spanish. You know your uncle the priest has told you that you make no end of blunders when you patter your Latin, and that what you say is good for nothing." "That was an arrow from his niece's quiver. She is jealous of seeing me take the Latin hours in hand, and make my way through them as easily as though a vineyard after the vintage." "Well, have it your own way. Listen now. Here are the verses," and he read some impassioned lines addressed to Costanza. "Is there any more?" said the landlady. "No, but what do you think of these verses?" "In the first place, we must make sure they are by Tomas." "Of that there can be no manner of doubt, for the handwriting is most unquestionably the same as that in which the account of the oats is kept. Look ye, husband, it appears to me that although Costanza is named in the verses, whence it may be supposed that they were made for her, we ought not for that reason to set the fact down for certain, just as if we have seen them written, for there are other Costanzas in the world besides ours. But even supposing they were meant for her, there is not a word in them that could do her discredit. Let us be on the watch, and look sharply after the girl, for if he is in love with her, we may be sure he will make more verses, and try to give them to her. Would it not be better to get rid of all this bother by turning him out of doors?" "That is for you to do if you think proper; but really, by your own account, the lad does his work so well that it would go against one's conscience to turn him off upon such slight grounds." "Very well. Let us be on the watch, as you say, and time will tell us what we have to do." Here the conversation ended, and the landlord carried the book back to the place where he had found it. Tomas returned in great anxiety to look for his book, found it, and that it might not occasion him another fright, he immediately copied out the verses, effaced the original, and made up his mind to hazard a declaration to Costanza upon the first opportunity that should present itself. Her extreme reserve, however, was such that there seemed little likelihood of his finding such an opportunity. Besides, the great concourse of people in the house made it almost impossible that he should have any private conversation with her, to the despair of her unfortunate lover. That day, however, it chanced that Costanza appeared with one cheek muffled, and told someone who asked her the reason, that she was suffering from a violent face ache. Tomas, whose wits were sharpened by his passion, instantly saw how he might avail himself of that circumstance. "Señora Costanza," he said, "I will give you a prayer in writing, which you have only to recite once or twice, and it will take away your pain forthwith." "Give it me, if you please," said Costanza, "and I will recite it, for I know how to read." "It must be on condition, however," said Tomas, "that you do not show it to anybody, for I value it highly, and I should not wish it to lose its charm by being made known to many." "I promise you that no person shall see it, but let me have it at once, for I can hardly bear this pain." "I will write it out from memory, and bring it you immediately." This was the very first conversation that had ever taken place between Tomas and Costanza during all the time he had been in the house, which was nearly a month. Tomas withdrew, wrote out the prayer, and found means to deliver it, unseen by any one else, into Costanza's hand, and she, with great eagerness and with no less devotion, went with it into a room where she shut herself up alone. Then opening the paper, she read as follows: "Lady of my soul, I am a gentleman of Burgos, and if I survive my father I shall inherit a property of 6,000 ducats yearly income. Upon the fame of your beauty, which spreads far and wide, I left my native place, changed my dress, and came in the garb in which you see me to serve your master. If you would consent to be mine in the way most accordant with your virtue, Put me to any proof you please, to convince you of my truth and sincerity, and when you have fully satisfied yourself in this respect, I will, if you consent, become your husband, and the happiest of men. For the present, I only entreat you not to turn such loving and guileless feelings as mine into the street, for if your master, who has no conception of them, should come to know my aspirations, he would condemn me to exile from your presence, and that would be the same thing as sentencing me to death. Suffer me, señora, to see you until you believe me, considering that he does not deserve the rigorous punishment of being deprived of the sight of you, whose only fault has been that he adored you. You can reply to me with your eyes, unperceived by any of the numbers who are always gazing upon you, for your eyes are such that their anger kills, but their compassion gives new life." When Tomas saw that Costanza had gone away to read his letter, he remained with palpitating heart, fearing and hoping either his death doom or the one look that should bid him live. Presently Costanza returned, looking so beautiful in spite of her muffling, that if any extraneous cause could have heightened her loveliness, it might be supposed that her surprise at finding the contents of the letter so widely different from what she had expected had produced that effect. In her hand she held the paper torn into small pieces, and returning the fragments to Tomas, whose legs could hardly bear him up. "Brother Tomas," she said, "this prayer of yours seems to me to savour more of witchcraft and delusion than of piety. Therefore I do not choose to put faith in it or to use it. I have torn it up that it may not be seen by any one more credulous than myself. Learn other prayers, for it is impossible that this one can ever do you any good." So saying, she returned to her mistress's room, leaving Tomas sorely distressed, but somewhat comforted at finding that his secret remained safe, confined to Costanza's bosom, for as she had not yet divulged it to her master, he reckoned that at least he was in no danger of being turned out of doors. He considered also that in having taken the first step he had overcome mountains of difficulties, for in great and doubtful enterprises the chief difficulty is always in the beginning. End of The Illustrious Scullery Maid, Part 2. Section 27 of the Exemplary Novels of Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. The Exemplary Novels by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. Translated by Walter K. Kelly. The Illustrious Scullery Maid, Part 3. Whilst these things were happening in the posada, Asturiano was going about the market in search of an ass. He examined a great many, but did not find one to his mind, though a gipsy tried hard to force upon him one that moved briskly enough, but more from the effects of some quicksilver which the vendor had put into the animal's ears, than from its natural spirit and nimbleness. But though the pace was good enough, Lope was not satisfied with the size, for he wanted an ass big and strong enough to carry himself and the water vessels, whether they were full or empty. At last a young fellow came up and whispered in his ear, "If you want a beast of the right sort for a water carrier's business, I have one close by in a meadow. A bigger or a better you will not find in Toledo. Take my advice, and never buy a gipsy's beast, for though they may seem sound and good, they are all shams, and full of hidden defects. If you want to buy the real thing, come along with me, and shut your mouth." Lope consented, and away went the pair shoulder to shoulder, till they arrived at the king's gardens, where they found several water carriers seated under the shade of a water wheel, whilst their asses were grazing in an adjoining meadow. The vendor pointed out his ass, which took Lope's fancy immediately, and was praised by all present as a very strong animal, a good goer, and a capital feeder. The bargain was soon struck, and Lope gave 16 ducats for the ass, with all its accoutrements. The bystanders congratulated him on his purchase, and on his entrance into the business, assuring him that he had bought an exceedingly lucky ass, for the man who had sold him had, in less than a year, without overworking himself, made enough to buy 2 suits of clothes, over and above his own keep and that of the ass, and the 16 ducats with which he intended to return to his native place, where a marriage had been arranged with a half kinswoman of his. Besides the water carriers who assisted at the sale of the ass, there was a group of 4 stretched on the ground and playing at primera, the earth serving them for a table, and their cloaks for a tablecloth. Lope went up to watch their game, and saw that they played more like archdeacons than like water carriers, each of them having before him a pile of more than 100 reals in cuartos and in silver. Presently 2 of the players, having lost all they had, got up, whereupon the seller of the ass said that if there was a 4th hand he would play, but he did not like a 3-handed game. Lope, who never liked to spoil sport, said that he would make a 4th. They sat down at once and went at it so roundly that in a few moments Lope lost 6 crowns which he had about him, and finding himself without coin, said if they liked to play for the ass he would stake him. The proposal was agreed to, and he staked 1/4 of the ass, saying they should play for him quarter by quarter. His luck was so bad that in 4 consecutive games he lost the 4 quarters of his ass, and they were won by the very man who had sold him. The winner got up to take possession, but Lope stopped him, observing that he had only played for and lost the 4 quarters of his ass, which the winner was welcome to take, but he must leave the tail. This queer demand made all present shout with laughter, and some of them, who were knowing in the law, were of opinion that his claim was unreasonable, for when a sheep or any other beast is sold, the tail is never separated from the carcass, but goes as a matter of course with one of the hind quarters. To this Lope replied that in Barbary they always reckoned 5 quarters to a sheep, the tail making the 5th, and being reckoned as valuable as any of the other quarters. He admitted that when a beast was sold alive, and not quartered, that the tail was included in the sale, but this was not the point in question, for he had not sold his ass, but played it away, and it had never been his intention to stake the tail. Therefore he required them forthwith to give him up the same, with everything thereto annexed, or pertaining, that is to say, the whole series of spinal bones, from the back of the skull to where they ended in the tail, and to the tips of the lowest hairs thereof. "Well," said one, "suppose it be as you say, and that your claim is allowed. Leave the tail sticking to the rest of the ass, and hold on by it." "No," said Lope, "give me up the tail, or all the water carriers in the world shall never make me give up the ass. Don't imagine, because there are so many of you, that I will let you put any cheating tricks on me, for I am a man who can stand up to another man and put 2 handbreadths of cold steel into his guts, without his being able to tell how he came by them. Moreover, I won't be paid in money for the tail at so much a pound, for I will have it in substance, and cut off from the ass, as I have said." The winner of the 4 quarters and the rest of the company began to think that it would not be advisable to resort to force in this business, for Lope seemed to them to be a man of such mettle that he would not be vanquished without some trouble. Nor were they mistaken, for as became a man who had spent 3 seasons at the tunny fisheries, where all sorts of rows and brawls were familiar things, he rattled out a few of the most out-of-the-way oaths in vogue there, threw his cap into the air, whipped out a knife from beneath his cloak, and put himself into such a posture as struck the whole company with awe and respect. At last, one of them, who seemed the most rational, induced the rest to agree that Lope should be allowed to stake the tail against a quarter of the ass at a game of quinola. So said, so done. Lope won the first game. The loser was piqued and staked another quarter, which went the way of the first, and in 2 more games the whole ass was gone. He then proposed to play for money. Lope was unwilling, but was so importuned on all hands that at last he consented, and such was his run of luck that he left his opponent without a maravedi. So intense was the loser's vexation that he rolled and writhed upon the ground, and knocked his head against it. Lope, however, like a good-natured liberal gentleman, raised him up, returned all the money he had won, including the 16 ducats, the price of the ass, and even divided what he had left among the bystanders. Great was the surprise of them all at this extraordinary liberality, and had they lived in the time of the great Tamerlane, they would have made him king of the water carriers. Accompanied by a great retinue, Lope returned to the city, where he related his adventures to Tomas, who in turn recounted to him his own partial success. There was no tavern or eating house or rogues' gathering in which the play for the ass was not known, the dispute about the tail, and the high spirit and liberality of the Asturian. But as the mob are for the most part unjust, and more prone to evil than to good, they thought nothing of the generosity and high mettle of the great Lope, but only of the tail, and he had scarcely been 2 days carrying water about the city before he found himself pointed at by people who cried, "There goes the man of the tail!" The boys caught up the cry, and no sooner had Lope shown himself in any street that it rang from one end of the other with shouts of "Asturiano, give up the tail! Give up the tail, Asturiano!" At first Lope said not a word, thinking that his silence would tire out his persecutors, but in this he was mistaken, for the more he held his tongue, the more the boys wagged theirs, till at last he lost patience, and getting off his ass, began to drub the boys. But this was only cutting off the heads of Hydra, and for every one he laid low by thrashing some boy, there sprang up on the instant, not 7, but 700 more, that began to pester him more and more for the tail. At last he found it expedient to retire to the lodgings he had taken apart from his companion in order to avoid Argüello, and to keep close there until the influence of the malignant planet which then ruled the hours should have passed away, and the boys should have forgotten to ask him for the tail. For 2 days he never left the house, except by night to go and see Tomas, and ask him how he got on. Tomas told him that since he had given the paper to Costanza, he had never been able to speak a single word to her, and that she seemed to be more reserved than ever. Once he had found, as he thought, an opportunity to accost her, but before he could get out a word, she stopped him, saying, "Tomas, I am in no pain now, and therefore have no need of your words or your prayers. Be content that I do not accuse you to the Inquisition, and give yourself no further trouble." But she made this declaration without any expression of anger in her countenance. Lope then related how the boys annoyed him, calling after him for the tail, and Tomas advised him not to go abroad, at least with his ass, or if he did that, he should choose only the least frequented streets. If that was not enough, he had an unfailing remedy left, which was to get rid of his business, and with it of the uncivil demand to which it subjected him. Lope asked him had the Gallegan come again to his room. He said she had not, but that she persisted in trying to ingratiate herself with him by means of dainties which she purloined out of what she cooked for the guests. After this conversation Lope went back to his lodgings, intending not to leave them again for another 6 days, at least in the company of his ass. It might be about 11 at night when the corregidor most unexpectedly entered the Posada del Sevillano, at the head of a formidable posse. The host and even the guest were startled and agitated by his visit; for as comets, when they appear, always excite fears of disaster, just so the ministers of justice, when they suddenly enter a house, strike even guiltless consciences with alarm. The unwelcome visitor walked into a room and called for the master of the house, who came tremblingly to know what might be the señor corregidor's pleasure. "Are you the landlord?" said the magistrate with great gravity. "Yes, señor, and your worship's humble servant to command," was the reply. The corregidor then ordered that every one else should quit the room, and leave him alone with the landlord. This being done, he resumed his questions. "What servants have you in your inn, landlord?" "Señor, I have 2 Gallegan wenches, a housekeeper, and a young man who gives out the oats and straw, and keeps the reckoning." "No more?" "No, señor." "Then tell me, landlord, What is become of a girl who is said to be a servant in this house, and so beautiful that she is known all over this city as the illustrious scullery maid? It has even reached my ears that my son Don Periquito is in love with her, and that not a night passes in which he does not serenade her. Señor, it is true that this illustrious scullery maid, as they call her, is in my house, but she neither is my servant nor ceases to be so. I do not understand you. What do you mean by saying that she is and is not your servant?" "It is the real truth, and if your worship will allow me, I will explain the matter to you, and tell you what I have never told to any one." "Before I hear what you have to say, I must first see this scullery maid." Upon this the landlord went to the door, and called to his wife to send in Costanza. When the landlady heard that, she was in great dismay, and began to wring her hands, saying, "Lord have mercy on me! What can the corregidor want with Costanza, and alone? Some terrible calamity must surely have happened, for this girl's beauty bewitches the men." "Don't be alarmed, señora," said Costanza. "I will go and see what the señor corregidor wants, and if anything bad has happened, be assured the fault is not mine." And without waiting to be called a second time, she took a lighted candle in a silver candlestick, and went into the room where the corregidor was. As soon as he saw her, he bade the landlord shut the door, and then taking the candle out of her hand, and holding it near her face, he stood gazing at her from head to foot. The blush which this called up into Costanza's cheeks made her look so beautiful and so modest that it seemed to the corregidor he beheld an angel descended on earth. After a long scrutiny, "Landlord," he said, "an inn is not fit setting for a jewel like this, and I now declare that my son Don Periquito has shown his good sense in fixing his affections so worthily. I say, damsel, that they may well call you not only illustrious, but most illustrious, but it should not be with the addition of scullery maid, but with that of duchess." "She is no scullery maid, señor," said the host. "Her only service in the house is to keep the keys of the plate, of which by God's bounty I have some quantity for the service of the honourable guests who come to this inn." "Be that as it may, landlord," returned the corregidor, "I say it is neither seemly nor proper that this damsel should live in an inn. Is she a relation of yours?" "She is neither my relation nor my servant, and if your worship would like to know who she is, your worship shall hear, when she is not present, things that will both please and surprise you." "I should like to know it. Let Costanza retire, and be assured she may count on me in all things, as she would upon her own father, for her great modesty and beauty oblige all who see her to offer themselves for her service." Costanza replied not a word, but with great composure made a profound reverence to the corregidor. On leaving the room she found her mistress waiting in great agitation. She told her all that had passed, and how her master remained with the corregidor to tell some things, she knew not what, which he did not choose her to hear. All this did not quite tranquillise the landlady, nor did she entirely recover her equanimity until the corregidor went away, and she saw her husband safe and free. The latter meanwhile had told the corregidor the following tale: "It is now, by my reckoning, señor, 15 years, 1 month, and 4 days, since there came to this house a lady dressed in the habit of a pilgrim, and carried in a litter. She was attended by 4 servant men on horseback, and 2 dueñas and a damsel who rode in a coach. She had also 2 sumpter mules, richly caparisoned, and carrying a fine bed and all the necessary implements for cooking. In short, the whole equipage was first rate, and the pilgrim had all the appearance of being some great lady; and though she seemed to be about 40 years of age, she was nevertheless beautiful in the extreme. She was in bad health, looked pale, and was so weary that she ordered her bed to be instantly made, and her servants made it in this very room. They asked me who was the most famous physician in this city. I said, Doctor de la Fuente. They went for him instantly. He came without delay, saw his patient alone, and the result was that he ordered the bed to be made in some other part of the house, where the lady might not be disturbed by any noise, which was immediately done. None of the men servants entered the lady's apartment, but only the two dueñas and the damsel. My wife and I asked the men servants who was this lady, what was her name, whence she came, and whither she was going. Was she wife, widow, or maid, and why she wore that pilgrim's dress? To all these questions, which we repeated many and many a time, we got no other answer than that this pilgrim was a noble and wealthy lady of old Castile, that she was a widow and had no children to inherit her wealth, and that having been for some months ill of the dropsy, she had made a vow to go on a pilgrimage to Our Lady of Guadalupe, and that was the reason for the dress she wore. As for her name, they were under orders to call her nothing but the Lady Pilgrim. So much we learned then, but 3 days after one of the dueñas called myself and my wife into the lady's presence, and there, with the door locked and before her women, she addressed us with tears in her eyes, I believe in these very words: "Heaven is my witness, friends, that without any fault of mine I find myself in the cruel predicament which I shall now declare to you. I am pregnant, and so near my time that I already feel the pangs of travail. None of my men servants are aware of my misfortune, but from my women here I have neither been able nor desirous to conceal it. To escape prying eyes in my own neighbourhood, and that this hour might not come upon me there, I made a vow to go to Our Lady of Guadalupe, but it is plainly her will that my labour should befall me in your house. It is now for you to succour and aid me with the secrecy due to one who commits her honour to your hands. In this purse there are 200 gold crowns, which I present to you as a first proof how grateful I shall be for the good offices I am sure you will render me." And taking from under her pillow a green silk purse embroidered with gold, she put it into the hands of my wife, who like a simpleton stood gaping at the lady, and did not say so much as a word in the way of thanks or acknowledgment. For my part, I remember that I said that there was no need at all of that. We were not persons to be moved more by interest than by humanity to do a good deed when the occasion offered. The lady then continued: "You must immediately, my friends, look out for some place to which you may convey my child as soon as it is born, and also you must contrive some story to tell the person in whose charge you will leave it. At first I wish the babe to remain in the city, and afterwards to be taken to a village. As for what is subsequently done, I will give you instructions on my return from Guadalupe, if it is God's will that I should live to complete my pilgrimage, for in the meantime I shall have had leisure to consider what may be my best course. I shall have no need of a midwife, for as I know from other confinements of mine more honourable than this, I shall do well enough with the aid of my women only, and thus I shall avoid having an additional witness to my misfortune." Here the poor distressed pilgrim ended what she had to say, and broke out into a flood of tears, but was partly composed by the soothing words spoken to her by my wife, who had recovered her wits. I immediately went in search of a woman to whom I might take the child when it was born, and between 12 and 1 o'clock that night, when all the people in the house were fast asleep, the lady was delivered of the most beautiful little girl that eyes ever beheld, and the very same that your worship has just seen. But the wonder was, that neither did the mother make any moan in her labour, nor did the baby cry, but all passed off quietly, and in all the silence that became this extraordinary case. The lady kept her bed for 6 days, during which the doctor was constant in his visits. Not that she had informed him of the cause of her illness, or that she took any of the medicines he prescribed, but she thought to blind her men servants by his visits, as she afterwards informed me when she was out of danger. On the 8th day she left her bed, apparently as big as she had been before her delivery, continued her pilgrimage, and returned in 3 weeks, looking almost quite well, for she had gradually reduced the bulk of her artificial dropsy. The little girl had been christened Costanza, in accordance with the order given me by her mother, and was already placed with a nurse in a village about 2 leagues hence, where she passed for my niece. The lady was pleased to express her satisfaction with all I had done, and gave me, when she was going away, a gold chain, which is now in my possession, from which she took off 6 links, telling me that they would be brought by the person who should come to claim the child. She also took a piece of white parchment, wrote upon it, and then cut zigzag through what she had written. Look, sir, here are my hands locked together with the fingers interwoven. Now suppose your honour were to write across my fingers. It is easy to imagine that one could read the writing whilst the fingers were joined, but that the meaning would be lost as soon as the hands were separated, and would appear again as soon as they were united as before. Just so with the parchment. One half serves as a key to the other. When they are put together, the letters make sense, but separately they have no meaning. One half of the parchment and the whole chain, short of the 6 links, were left with me, and I keep them still, always expecting the arrival of the person who is to produce the counterparts. For the lady told me that in 2 years she would send for her daughter, charging me that I should have her brought up, not as became her mother's quality, but as a simple villager, and if by any chance she were not able to send for the child so soon, I was on no account to acquaint her with the secret of her birth, even should she have arrived at years of discretion. The lady moreover begged me to excuse her if she did not tell me who she was, having for the present important reasons to conceal her name. Finally, after giving us 400 gold crowns more, and embracing my wife with tears, she departed, leaving us filled with admiration for her discretion, worth, beauty, and modesty. Costanza remained at nurse in the village for 2 years. At the end of that time I brought her home, and have kept her ever since constantly with me, in the dress of a girl who had to work for her bread, as her mother had directed. 15 years, 1 month, and 4 days I have been looking for the person who should come and claim her, but the length of time that has elapsed makes me begin to lose all hope of his coming. If he does not make his appearance before this year is out, it is my determination to adopt her and bequeath her all I am worth, which is upwards of 16,000 ducats, thanks be to God. It now remains for me, Señor Corregidor, to enumerate to you the virtues and good qualities of Costanza, if it be possible for me to express them. First and foremost, she is most piously devoted to Our Lady. She confesses and communicates every month. She can read and write. There's not a better lace maker in all Toledo. She sings without accompaniment like an angel. In the manner of behaving with propriety she has not her equal. As for her beauty, your worship has seen it with your own eyes. Señor Don Pedro, your worship's son, has never exchanged a word with her in her life. It is true that from time to time he treats her to some music which she never listens to. Many señors, and men of title too, have put up at this house, and have delayed their journey for several days, solely to have their fill of looking at her. But I well know there is not one of them can boast with truth that she ever gave them opportunity to say one word to her, either alone or before folk. This, señor, is the real history of the illustrious scullery maid, who is no scullion, in which I have not departed one tittle from the truth." The host had long ended his narrative before the corregidor broke silence, so much was he struck by the strange facts he had heard. At last he desired to see the parchment and the chain. The host produced them without delay, and they corresponded exactly to the description he had given of them. The chain was of curious workmanship, and on the parchment were written, one under the other, on the projecting portions of the zigzag, the letters T-I-I-T-E-R-E-O-E, which manifestly required to be joined with those of the counterpart to make sense. The corregidor admired the ingenuity of the contrivance, and judged from the costliness of the chain that the pilgrim must have been a lady of great wealth. It was his intention to remove the lovely girl from the inn as soon as he had chosen a suitable convent for her abode, but for the present he contented himself with taking away the parchment only, desiring the innkeeper to inform him if any one came for Costanza before he showed the person the chain which he left in his custody. And with this parting injunction the corregidor left the house, much marvelling at what he had seen and heard. End of The Illustrious Scullery Maid, Part 3. Section 28 of the Exemplary Novels of Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. The Exemplary Novels by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. Translated by Walter K. Kelly. The Illustrious Scullery Maid, Part 4. Whilst all this affair was going on, Tomas was almost beside himself with agitation and alarm, and lost in 1,000 conjectures, each one of which he dismissed as improbable the moment it was formed. But when he saw the corregidor go away, leaving Costanza behind him, his spirits revived, and he began to recover his self-possession. He did not venture to question the landlord, nor did the latter say a word about what had passed between him and the corregidor to anybody but his wife, who was greatly relieved thereby, and thanked God for her delivery out of a terrible fright. About 1 o'clock on the following day there came to the inn 2 elderly cavaliers of venerable presence, attended by 4 servants on horseback and 2 on foot. Having inquired if that was the Posada del Sevillano, and being answered in the affirmative, they entered the gateway, and the 4 mounted servants, dismounting, first helped their masters out of their saddles. Costanza came out to meet the newcomers with her wonted propriety of demeanour, and no sooner had one of the cavaliers set eyes on her than, turning to his companion, he said, "I believe, Señor Don Juan, we have already found the very thing we are come in quest of." Tomas, who had come as usual to take charge of the horses and mules, instantly recognised 2 of his father's servants. A moment after he saw his father himself, and found that his companion was no other than the father of Carriazo. He instantly conjectured that they were both on their way to the tunny fisheries to look for himself and his friend, some one having no doubt told them that it was there and not in Flanders they would find their sons. Not daring to appear before his father in the garb he wore, he made a bold venture, passed by the party with his hand before his face, and went to look for Costanza, whom by great good luck he found alone. Then hurriedly, and with a tremulous voice, dreading lest she would not give him time to say a word to her, "Costanza," he said, "one of those 2 elderly cavaliers is my father, that one whom you will hear called Don Juan de Avendaño. Inquire of his servants if he has a son, Don Tomas de Avendaño by name, and that is myself. Thence you may go on to make such other inquiries as will satisfy you that I have told you the truth respecting my quality, and that I will keep my word with regard to every offer I have made you. And now farewell, for I will not return to this house until they have left it." Costanza made him no reply, nor did he wait for any, but hurrying out, with his face concealed as he had come in, he went to acquaint Carriazo that their fathers had arrived at the Sevillano. The landlord called for Tomas to give out oats, but no Tomas appearing, he had to do it himself. Meanwhile, one of the 2 cavaliers called one of the Gallegan wenches aside, and asked her what was the name of the beautiful girl he had seen, and was she a relation of the landlord or the landlady. "The girl's name is Costanza," replied the Gallegan. "She is no relation either to the landlord or the landlady, nor do I know what she is. All I can say is, I wish the murrain had her, for I don't know what there is about her that she does not leave one of us girls in the house a single chance. For all we have our own features too, such as God made them. Nobody enters these doors but the first thing he does is to ask, 'Who is that beautiful girl?' and the next is to say all sorts of flattering things of her, while nobody condescends to say a word to the rest of us, not so much as, 'What are you doing here, devils, or women, or whatever you are?' From your account, then, said the gentleman. "I suppose she has a fine time of it with the strangers who put up at this house." "You think so? Well, just you hold her foot for the shoeing, and see how you'll like the job. By the Lord, señor, if she would only give her admirers leave to look at her, she might roll in gold. But she's more touch me not than a hedgehog. She's a devourer of Ave Marias, and spends the whole day at her needle and her prayers. I wish I was as sure of a good legacy as she is of working miracles some day. Bless you, she's a downright saint. My mistress says she wears haircloth next her skin." Highly delighted with what he had heard from the Gallegan, the gentleman did not wait till they had taken off his spurs, but called for the landlord, and withdrew with him into a private room. "Señor host," said he, "I am come to redeem a pledge of mine that has been in your hands for some years, and I bring you for it 1,000 gold crowns, these links of a chain, and this parchment." The host instantly recognized the links and the parchment, and highly delighted with the promise of the 1,000 crowns, replied, "Señor, the pledge you wish to redeem is in this house, but not the chain or the parchment, which is to prove the truth of your claim. I pray you therefore to have patience, and I will return immediately." So saying, he ran off to inform the corregidor of what was happening. The corregidor, who had just done dinner, mounted his horse without delay, and rode to the Posada del Sevillano, taking with him the tally parchment. No sooner had he entered the room where the two cavaliers sat, than hastening with open arms to embrace one of them, "Bless my soul, my good cousin Don Juan de Avendaño, this is indeed a welcome surprise." "I am delighted to see you, my good cousin," said Don Juan, "and to find you as well as I always wish you. Embrace this gentleman, cousin. This is Don Diego de Carriazo, a great señor and my friend." "I am already acquainted with the Señor Don Diego," replied the corregidor, "and am his most obedient servant." After a further interchange of civilities, they passed into another room, where they remained alone with the innkeeper, who said, as he produced the chain, "The señor corregidor knows what you are come for, Don Diego de Carriazo. Be pleased to produce the links that are wanting to this chain. His worship will show the parchment which he holds, and let us come to the proof for which I have been so long waiting." "It appears, then," said Don Diego, "that it will not be necessary to explain to the señor corregidor the reason of our coming, since you have done so already, señor landlord." "He told me something," said the corregidor, "but he has left much untold which I long to know. Here is the parchment." Don Diego produced that which he had brought. The two were put together, and found to fit accurately into each other, and between every two letters of the innkeeper's portion, which, as we have said, were TIITEREOE, there now appeared one of the following series: HSSHTUTKN, the whole making together the words, "This is the true token." The 6 links of the chain brought by Don Diego were then compared with the larger fragment, and found to correspond exactly. "So far all is clear," said the corregidor. "It now remains for us to discover, if it be possible, who are the parents of this very beautiful lady." "Her father," said Don Diego, "you see in me. Her mother is not living, and you must be content with knowing that she was a lady of such rank that I might have been her servant. But though I conceal her name, I would not have you suppose that she was in any wise culpable, however manifest and avowed her fault may appear to have been. The story I will now briefly relate to you will completely exonerate her memory. You must know then that Costanza's mother, being left a widow by a man of high rank, retired to an estate of hers, where she lived a calm sequestered life among her servants and vassals. It chanced one day, when I was hunting, that I found myself very near her house, and determined to pay her a visit. It was siesta time when I arrived at her palace, for I can call it nothing else. Giving my horse to one of my servants, I entered, and saw no one till I was in the very room in which she lay asleep on a black ottoman. She was extremely handsome. The silence, the loneliness of the place, and the opportunity, awakened my guilty desires, and without pausing to reflect, I locked the door, woke her, and holding her firmly in my grasp, said, "No cries, señora. They would only serve to proclaim your dishonour. No one has seen me enter this room, for by good fortune all your servants are fast asleep, and should your cries bring them hither, they can do no more than kill me in your very arms. And if they do, your reputation will not be the less blighted for all that." In fine, I effected my purpose against her will and by main force, and left her so stupefied by the calamity that had befallen her, that she either could not or would not utter one word to me. Quitting the place as I had entered it, I rode to the house of one of my friends, who resided within 2 leagues of my victim's abode. The lady subsequently removed to another residence, and 2 years passed without my seeing her, or making any attempt to do so. At the end of that time I heard that she was dead. About 3 weeks since, I received a letter from a man who had been the deceased lady's steward, earnestly entreating me to come to him, as he had something to communicate to me which deeply concerned my happiness and honour. I went to him, very far from dreaming of any such thing as I was about to hear from him, and found him at the point of death. He told me in brief terms that his lady on her deathbed had made known to him what had happened between her and me, how she had become pregnant, had made a pilgrimage to Our Lady of Guadalupe to conceal her misfortune, and had been delivered in this inn of a daughter named Costanza. The man gave me the tokens upon which she was to be delivered to me, namely the piece of chain and the parchment, and with them 30,000 gold crowns, which the lady had left as a marriage portion for her daughter. At the same time he told me that it was the temptation to appropriate that money which had so long prevented him from obeying the dying behest of his mistress, but now that he was about to be called to the great account, he was eager to relieve his conscience by giving me up the money, and putting me in the way to find my daughter. Returning home with the money and the tokens, I related the whole story to Don Juan de Avendaño, and he has been kind enough to accompany me to this city. Don Diego had but just finished his narrative, when some one was heard shouting at the street door, "Tell Tomas Pedro the hostler that they are taking his friend the Asturiano to prison." On hearing this, the corregidor immediately sent orders to the alguazil to bring in his prisoner, which was forthwith done. In came the Asturian with his mouth all bloody. He had evidently been very roughly handled, and was held with no tender grasp by the alguazil. The moment he entered the room he was thunderstruck at beholding his own father and Avendaño's, and to escape recognition he covered his face with a handkerchief, under pretence of wiping away the blood. The corregidor inquired what that young man had done who appeared to have been so roughly handed. The alguazil replied that he was a water carrier, known by the name of the Asturian, and the boys in the street used to shout after him, "Give up the tail, Asturiano, give up the tail." The alguazil then related the story out of which that cry had grown, whereat all present laughed not a little. The alguazil further stated that as the Asturian was going out at the Puerta de Alcantara, the boys who followed him having redoubled their cries about the tail, he dismounted from his ass, laid about them all, and left one of them half dead with the beating he had given him. Thereupon the officer proceeded to arrest him. He resisted, and that was how he came to be in the state in which he then appeared. The corregidor ordered the prisoner to uncover his face, but as he delayed to do so, the alguazil snatched away the handkerchief. "My son, Don Diego!" cried the astonished father, "what is the meaning of all this? How came you in that dress? What, you have not yet left off your scampish tricks?" Carriazo fell on his knees before his father, who with tears in his eyes held him long in his embrace. Don Juan de Avendaño, knowing that his son had accompanied Carriazo, asked the latter where he was, and received for answer the news that Don Tomas de Avendaño was the person who gave out the oats and straw in that inn. This new revelation, made by the Asturiano, put the climax to the surprises of the day. The corregidor desired the innkeeper to bring in his hostler. "I believe he is not in the house, but I will go look for him," said he, and he left the room for that purpose. Don Diego asked Carriazo what was the meaning of these metamorphoses, and what had induced him to turn water carrier and Don Tomas hostler. Carriazo replied that he could not answer these questions in public, but he would do so in private. Meanwhile Tomas Pedro lay hid in his room, in order to see thence, without being himself seen, what his father and Carriazo's were doing. But he was in great perplexity about the arrival of the corregidor, and the general commotion in the inn. At last, some one having told the landlord where he was hidden, he went and tried half by fair means and half by force to bring him down. But he would not have succeeded had not the corregidor himself gone out into the yard and called him by his own name, saying, "Come down, señor kinsman, you will find neither bears nor lions in your way." Tomas then left his hiding place, and went and knelt with downcast eyes and great submission at the feet of his father, who embraced him with a joy surpassing that of the prodigal's father when the son who had been lost was found again. The corregidor sent for Costanza, and taking her by the hand, presented her to her father, saying, "Receive, Señor Don Diego, this treasure, and esteem it the richest you could desire. And you, beautiful maiden, kiss your father's hand, and give thanks to heaven which has so happily exalted your low estate." Costanza, who till that moment had not even guessed at what was occurring, could only fall at her father's feet, all trembling with emotion, clasp his hands in hers, and cover them with kisses and tears. Meanwhile the corregidor had been urgent with his cousin Don Juan that the whole party should come with him to his house, and though Don Juan would have declined the invitation, the corregidor was so pressing that he carried his point, and the whole party got into his coach, which he had previously sent for. But when the corregidor bade Costanza take her place in it, her heart sank within her, she threw herself into the landlady's arms, and wept so piteously that the hearts of all the beholders were moved. "What is this, daughter of my soul?" said the hostess. "Going to leave me? Can you part from her who has reared you with the love of a mother?" Costanza was no less averse to the separation, but the tender-hearted corregidor declared that the hostess also should enter the coach, and that she should not be parted from her whom she regarded as a daughter, as long as she remained in Toledo. So the whole party, including the hostess, set out together for the corregidor's house, where they were well received by his noble lady. After they had enjoyed a sumptuous repast, Carriazo related to his father how for love of Costanza Don Tomas had taken service as hostler in the inn, and how his devotion to her was such that, before he knew her to be a lady and the daughter of a man of such quality, he would gladly have married her even as a scullery maid. The wife of the corregidor immediately made Costanza put on clothes belonging to a daughter of hers of the same age and figure, and if she had been beautiful in the dress of a working girl, she seemed heavenly in that of a lady, and she wore it with such ease and grace that one would have supposed she had never been used to any other kind of costume from her birth. But among so many who rejoiced, there was one person who was full of sadness, and that was Don Pedro, the corregidor's son, who at once concluded that Costanza was not to be his. Nor was he mistaken, for it was arranged between the corregidor, Don Diego de Carriazo, and Don Juan de Avendaño, that Don Tomas would marry Costanza, her father bestowing upon her the 30,000 crowns left by her mother, and the water carrier Don Diego de Carriazo should marry the daughter of the corregidor, and that Don Pedro, the corregidor's son, should receive the hand of Don Juan de Avendaño's daughter, his father undertaking to obtain a dispensation with regard to their relationship. In this manner all were finally made happy. The news of the 3 marriages, and the singular fortune of the illustrious scullery maid, spread through the city, and multitudes flocked to see Costanza in her new garb as a lady, which became her so well. These persons saw the hostler Tomas Pedro changed into Don Tomas de Avendaño, and dressed as a man of quality. They observed, too, that Lope Asturiano looked very much the gentleman since he had changed his costume, and dismissed the ass and the water vessels. Nevertheless, there were not wanting some who, as he passed through the streets in all his pomp, still called out to him for the tale. After remaining a month in Toledo, most of the party went to Burgos, namely Don Diego de Carriazo, his wife, and his father, Costanza and her husband Don Tomas, and the corregidor's son, who desired to visit his kinswoman and destined bride. The host was enriched by the present of the 1,000 crowns, and by the many jewels which Costanza bestowed upon her señora, as she persisted in calling her, who had brought her up. The story of the illustrious scullery maid afforded the poets of the Golden Tagus a theme on which to exercise their pens in celebrating the incomparable beauty of Costanza, who still lives happily with her faithful hostler. Carriazo has 3 sons, who, without inheriting their father's tastes, are caring to know whether or not there are any such things as tunny fisheries in the world, or all pursuing their studies at Salamanca. Well, their father never sees a water-carrier's ass, but he thinks of the one he drove in Toledo, and is not without apprehension that when he least expects it, his ears shall be saluted with some squib having for its burden, "Give us the tale, Asturiano! Asturiano, give us the tale!" End of The Illustrious Scullery Maid, Part 4.
Section 29 of the Exemplary Novels of Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bob Gonzalez. The Exemplary Novels by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. Translated by Walter K. Kelly. The Two Damsels, Part 1. 5 leagues from the city of Seville there is a town called Castelblanco. At one of the many inns belonging to that town there arrived at nightfall a traveller, mounted on a handsome nag of foreign breed. He had no servant with him, and, without waiting for any one to hold his stirrup, he threw himself nimbly from the saddle. The host, who was a thrifty, active man, quickly presented himself, but not until the traveller had already seated himself on a bench under the gateway, where the host found him hastily unbuttoning his breast, after which he let his arms drop and fainted. The hostess, who was a good-natured soul, made haste to sprinkle his face with cold water, and presently he revived. Evidently ashamed of having been seen in such a state, he buttoned himself up again, and asked for a room to which he might retire and, if possible, be alone. The hostess said they had only one in the house, and that had 2 beds, in one of which she must accommodate any other guest that might arrive. The traveller replied that he would pay for both beds, guest or no guest, and taking out a gold crown, he gave it to the hostess, on condition that no one should have the vacant bed. The hostess, well satisfied with such good payment, promised that she would do as he required, though the Dean of Seville himself should arrive that night at her house. She then asked him if he would sup. He declined, and only begged they would take great care of his nag. Then, taking the key of the chamber, and carrying with him a large pair of leathern saddle-bags, he went in, locked the door, and even, as it afterwards appeared, barricaded it with 2 chairs. The moment he was gone, the host, the hostess, the hostler, and 2 neighbours who chanced to be there, held a council together, and all extolled the great comeliness and graceful deportment of the stranger, agreeing that they had never seen any one so handsome. They discussed his age, and came to the conclusion that it was between 16 and 17. They speculated largely as to what might have been the cause of his fainting, but could make no plausible guess at it. The neighbours after a while went home, The host went to look after the nag, and the hostess to prepare supper in case any other guest should arrive. Nor was it long before another entered, not much older than the first, and of no less engaging mien, so that the hostess no sooner saw him than she exclaimed, "God bless me, how is this? Are angels coming to stop here to-night?" "Why does the lady hostess say that?" said the cavalier. "It is not for nothing I say it. Only I must beg your honour not to dismount, for I have no bed to give you. For the two I had have been taken by a cavalier who has paid for both, though he has no need of more than one. But he does that because no one else may enter the room, being, I suppose, fond of solitude, though upon my conscience I can't tell why, for his face and appearance are not such that he need be ashamed of them, or want to hide them, but quite the contrary." "Is he so good-looking, señora hostess?" "Good-looking? Ay, the best of good-looking. Here, my man, hold my stirrup," said the cavalier to a muleteer who accompanied him, "for though I have to sleep on the floor, I must see a man of whom I hear such high encomiums." And then, dismounting, he called for supper, which was immediately placed before him. Presently an alguazil dropped in, as they commonly do at the inns in small towns, and taking a seat entered into conversation with the cavalier while he supped, not forgetting at intervals to swallow 3 large glasses of wine, and the breast and leg of a partridge which the cavalier gave him. He paid his scot meanwhile by asking news of the capital, of the wars in Flanders, and the decay of the Turk, not forgetting the exploits of the Transylvanian, whom God preserve. The cavalier supped and said nothing, not having come from a place which would have supplied him with the means of satisfying these inquiries. By and by, the innkeeper, having seen to the nag, came in and sat down to make a third in the conversation, and to taste his own wine no less copiously than the alguazil, and at every gulp he leaned his head back over his left shoulder and praised the wine, which he exalted to the clouds, though he did not leave much of it there, for fear it should get watered. From one subject to another, the host fell at last upon the praises of the first comer, told how he had fainted, how he had gone to bed without supper, and had locked himself in, and spoke of his well-filled saddle-bags, the goodness of his nag, and the handsome travelling dress he wore, all of which made it strange that he travelled without any attendant. The cavalier felt his curiosity piqued anew, and asked the landlord to contrive that he might sleep in the second bed, for which he would give him a gold crown. The landlord's fingers itched to take the money, but he said the thing was impossible, for the door was locked inside, and he durst not wake the sleeper, who had paid so well for both the beds. The alguazil, however, got over the difficulty. "I'll tell you what is to be done," said he. "I will knock at the door, and say that I am an officer of justice, that I have orders from the señor alcalde to see this cavalier accommodated in this inn, and that there is no other bed, he must have one of those two. The landlord will cry out against this, and say it is not fair, for the second bed is already engaged and paid for, and so he will clear himself of all responsibility, while your honour will attain your object." This scheme of the alguazil's was unanimously approved, and the cavalier rewarded him for it with 4 reals. It was carried into effect at once. The first guest was compelled with manifest reluctance to open the door. The second entered the room with many apologies for the intrusion, to which the first made no reply, nor did he even show his face, for instantly hastening back into bed, he turned to the wall and pretended to be asleep. The last comer also went to bed, hoping to have his curiosity satisfied in the morning, when they both got up. The night was one of the long and weary ones of December, when the cold and the fatigues of the day should naturally have disposed the 2 travellers to sleep, but they had not that effect on the first of the pair, who not long after midnight began to sigh and moan as if his heart would break. His lamentations awoke the occupant of the other bed, who distinctly overheard the following soliloquy, though uttered in a faint and tremulous voice, broken by sighs and sobs. "Wretch that I am! Whither is the irresistible force of my destiny hurrying me? What a path is mine! And what issue can I hope for out of the labyrinth in which I am entangled? O my youth and inexperience, honor disregarded, love ungratefully repaid, regard for honored parents and kindred trampled under foot! Woe is me 1,000 times to have thus given the reins to my inclinations! O false words, which I have too trustingly responded to by deeds! But of whom do I complain? Did I not wilfully betray myself? Did not my own hands wield the knife that cut down my reputation, and destroyed the trust which my parents reposed in my rectitude? O perjured Marco Antonio! Is it possible that your honeyed words concealed so much of the gall of unkindness and disdain? Where art thou, ingrate? Whither hast thou fled, unthankful man? Answer her who calls upon thee. Wait for her who pursues thee. Sustain me, for I droop. Pay me what thou owest me. Succor me, since thou art in so many ways bound to me. Here the sorrowing stranger relapsed into silence, broken only by sobs. The other, who had been listening attentively, inferred from what he had heard that the speaker was a woman. The curiosity he had before felt was now excited to the highest degree. He was several times on the point of approaching the lady's bed, and he would have done so at last, but just then he heard her open the door, call to the landlord, and bid him saddle the nag, for she wanted to go. It was a pretty long time before she could make the landlord hear her, and finally all the answer she could obtain was a recommendation to go to sleep again, for there was more than half the night yet to come, and it was so dark that it would be a very rash thing to venture upon the road. Upon this she said no more, but shut the door and went back to bed, sighing dismally. The other stranger now thought it would be well to address her, and offer her his aid in any way that might be serviceable, as a means of inducing her to say who she was, and relate her piteous story. "Assuredly, señor gentleman," said he, "I should think myself destitute of natural feeling, nay, that I had a heart of stone and a bosom of brass, if your sighs and the words you have uttered did not move me to sympathy. If the compassion I feel for you and the earnest desire I have conceived to risk my life for your relief, if your misfortunes admit of any, may give me some claim upon your courtesy, I entreat you to manifest it in declaring to me the cause of your grief without reserve." "If that grief had not deprived me of understanding," said the person addressed, "I ought to have remembered that I was not alone in this room, and have bridled my tongue and suppressed my sighs. But to punish myself for my imprudent forgetfulness, I will do what you ask. For it may be that the pangs it will cost me to relate the bitter story of my misfortunes will end at once my life and my woes. But first you must promise me solemnly that whatever I may reveal, you will not quit your bed nor come to mine, nor ask more of me than I choose to disclose, for if you do, the very moment I hear you move, I will run myself through with my sword, which lies ready to my hand." The cavalier, who would have promised anything to obtain the information he so much desired, vowed that he would not depart a jot from the conditions so courteously imposed. "On that assurance, then," said the lady, "I will do what I have never done before, and relate to you the history of my life. Hearken, then. You must know, señor, that although I entered this inn, as they have doubtless told you, in the dress of a man, I am an unhappy maiden, or at least I was not 8 days ago, and ceased to be so, because I had the folly to believe the delusive words of a perjured man. My name is Theodosia. My birthplace is one of the chief towns of the province of Andalusia, the name of which I suppress, because it does not import you so much to know it as me to conceal it. My parents, who are noble and wealthy, had a son and a daughter, the one for their joy and honor, the other for the reverse. They sent my brother to study at Salamanca, and me they kept at home, where they brought me up with all the scrupulous care becoming their own virtue and nobility, whilst on my part I always rendered them the most cheerful obedience, and punctually conformed to all their wishes, until my unhappy fate set before my eyes the son of a neighbour of ours, wealthier than my parents, and no less noble than they. The first time I saw him, I felt nothing more than the pleasure one feels at making an agreeable acquaintance, and this I might well feel, for his person, air, manners, disposition, and understanding were the admiration of all who knew him. But why dwell on the praises of my enemy, or make so long a preface to the confession of my infatuation and my ruin? Let me say at once that he saw me repeatedly from a window opposite to mine, whence, as it seemed to me, he shot forth his soul towards me from his eyes, whilst mine beheld him with a pleasure very different from that which I had experienced at our first interview, and one which constrained me to believe that everything I read in his face was the pure truth. Seeing each other in this way led to conversation. He declared his passion, and mine responded to it, with no misgivings of his sincerity, for his suit was urged with promises, oaths, tears, sighs, and every accompaniment that could make me believe in the reality of his devoted attachment. Utterly inexperienced as I was, every word of his was a cannon shot that breached the fortress of my honour. Every tear was a fire in which my virtue was consumed. Every sigh was a rushing wind that fanned the destructive flame. In fine, upon his promise to marry me in spite of his parents, who had another wife in view for him, I forgot all my maidenly reserve, and without knowing how, put myself into his power, having no other witness of my folly than a page belonging to Marco Antonio, for that is the name of the destroyer of my peace, who 2 days afterwards disappeared from the neighbourhood, without any person, not even his parents, having the least idea whither he was gone. In what condition I was left, imagine if you can. It is beyond my power to describe it. I tore my hair as if it was to blame for my fault, and punished my face as thinking it the primary occasion of my ruin. I cursed my fate, and my own precipitation. I shed an infinity of tears, and was almost choked by them and by my sighs. I complained mutely to heaven, and pondered 1,000 expedients, to see if there was any which might afford me help or remedy. And that which I finally resolved on was to dress myself in male apparel, and go in quest of this perfidious Aeneas, this cruel and perjured Bireno, this defrauder of my honest affections and my legitimate and well-founded hopes. Having once formed this resolution, I lost no time in putting it in execution. I put on a travelling suit belonging to my brother, saddled one of my father's horses with my own hand, and left home one very dark night, intending to go to Salamanca, whither it was conjectured that Marco Antonio might have gone, for he too is a student, and an intimate friend of my brother's. I did not omit to take at the same time a quantity of gold sufficient for all contingencies upon my journey. What most distresses me is the thought that my parents will send in pursuit of me, and that I shall be discovered by means of my dress and the horse. And even had I not this to fear, I must dread my brother's resentment, for he is in Salamanca, and should he discover me, I need not say how much my life would be in peril. Even should he listen to my excuses, the least scruple of his honour would outweigh them all. Happen what may, my fixed resolve is to seek out my heartless husband, who cannot deny that he is my husband, without belying the pledge which he left in my possession, a diamond ring, with this legend: Marco Antonio is the husband of Theodosia. If I find him, I will know from him what he discovered in me that prompted him so soon to leave me, and I will make him fulfill his plighted troth, or I will prove as prompt to vengeance as I was easy in suffering myself to be aggrieved, and will take his life, for the noble blood that runs in my veins is not to be insulted with impunity. This, Señor Cavalier, is the true and sad history you desired to hear, and which you will accept as a sufficient apology for the words and sighs that awoke you. What I would beseech of you is, that though you may not be able to remedy my misfortune, at least you may advise me how to escape the dangers that beset me, evade being caught, and accomplish what I so much desire and need." The cavalier said not a syllable in reply, and remained so long silent that Teodosia supposed he was asleep, and had not heard a word she had been saying. To satisfy herself of this, she said, "Are you asleep, señor? No wonder if you are, for a mournful tale poured into an unimpassioned ear is more likely to induce drowsiness than pity." "I am not asleep," replied the cavalier. "On the contrary, I am so thoroughly awake, and feel so much for your calamity, that I know not if your own anguish exceeds mine. For this reason I will not only give you the advice you ask, but my personal aid to the utmost of my powers. For though the manner in which you have told your tale proves that you are gifted with no ordinary intelligence, and therefore that you have been your own betrayer, and owe your sorrow to a perverted will, rather than to the seductions of Marco Antonio, nevertheless I would fain see your excuse in your youth and your inexperience of the wily arts of men. Compose yourself, señora, and sleep if you can during the short remainder of the night. When daylight comes we will consult together, and see what means may be devised for helping you out of your affliction." Teodosia thanked him warmly, and tried to keep still for a while in order that the cavalier might sleep, but he could not close an eye. On the contrary, he began to toss himself about in the bed, and to heave such deep sighs that Teodosia was constrained to ask him what was the matter. Was he suffering in any way, and could she do anything for his relief? "Though you are yourself the cause of my distress, señora," he replied, "you are not the person who can relieve it, for if you were I should not feel it." Teodosia could not understand the drift of this perplexed reply. She suspected, however, that he was under the influence of some amorous passion, and even that she herself might be the object of it, for it might well be that the fact of his being alone with one he knew to be a woman, at that dead hour of the night, and in the same bedroom, should have awakened in him some bad thoughts. Alarmed at the idea, she hastily put on her clothes without noise, buckled on her sword and dagger, and sat down on the bed to wait for daylight, which did not long delay to appear through the many openings there were in the sides of the room, as usual in inn-chambers. The cavalier on his part had made ready exactly as Teodosia had done, and he no sooner perceived the first rays of light than he started up from his bed, saying, "Get up, Señora Teodosia, and let us be gone, for I will accompany you on your journey, and never quit your side until I see Marco Antonio become your lawful husband, or until he or I shall be a dead man." And so saying, he opened the windows and the doors of the room. Teodosia had longed for daylight, that she might see what manner of man he was with whom she had been conversing all night. But when she beheld him, she would have been glad that it had never dawned, but that her eyes had remained in perpetual darkness, for the cavalier who stood before her was her brother. At sight of him she was stupefied with emotion, her face was deadly pale, and she could not utter a word. At last, rallying her spirits, she drew her dagger, and presenting the handle to her brother, fell at his feet and gasped out, "Take it, dear señor and brother, punish the fault I have committed, and satisfy your resentment, for my offense deserves no mercy, and I do not desire that my repentance should be accepted as an atonement. The only thing I entreat is that you will deprive me of life, but not of my honor, for though I have placed it in manifest danger by absenting myself from the house of my parents, yet its semblance may be preserved before the world if my death be secret." Her brother regarded her fixedly, and although her wantonness excited him to vengeance, he could not withstand this affecting appeal. With a placable countenance he raised her from the ground, and consoled her as well as he could, telling her, among other things, that, as he knew of no punishment adequate to the magnitude of her folly, he would suspend the consideration of that matter for the present; and as he thought that fortune had not yet made all remedy impossible, he thought it better to seek one than at once to take vengeance on her for her levity. These words restored Theodosia to life, the color returned to her cheeks, and her despair gave way to revived hope. Don Raphael, that was the brother's name, would speak no more on the subject, but bade her change her name from Theodosia to Teodoro, and decided that they should both proceed at once to Salamanca in quest of Marco Antonio, though he hardly expected to find him there, for as they were intimate friends, they would have met had he been at the university, unless, indeed, Marco Antonio might have shunned him from a consciousness of the wrong he had done him. The new Teodoro acquiesced in everything proposed by her brother, and the innkeeper coming in, they ordered breakfast, intending to depart immediately. Before all was ready, another traveller arrived. This was a gentleman who was known to Don Raphael and Teodoro, and the latter, to avoid being seen by him, remained in the chamber. Don Raphael, having embraced the newcomer, asked him what news he brought. His friend replied that he had just come from the port of Santa Maria, where he had left 4 galleys bound for Naples, and that he had seen Marco Antonio Adorno, the son of Don Leonardo Adorno, on board one of them. This intelligence rejoiced Don Raphael, to whom it appeared that, since he had so unexpectedly learned what it was of such importance for him to know, he might regard this an omen of his future success. He asked his friend, who knew his father well, to exchange the hired mule he rode for his father's nag, giving him to understand, not that he was coming from Salamanca, but that he was going thither, and that he was unwilling to take so good an animal on so long a journey. The other obligingly consented, and promised to deliver the nag to its owner. Don Raphael and he breakfasted together, and Teodoro alone, and finally his friend pursued his journey to Casallo, where he had an estate, whilst Don Raphael excused himself from accompanying him by saying that he had to return that day to Seville. As soon as the friend was gone and the reckoning paid, Don Raphael and Teodoro mounted and bade adieu to the people of the inn, leaving them all in admiration of the comeliness of the pair. Don Raphael told his sister what news he had received of Marco Antonio, and that he proposed they should make all haste to reach Barcelona, for vessels on their way to or fro between Italy and Spain usually put in at that port, and if Marco Antonio's ship had not yet arrived there, they would wait for it, and be sure of seeing him. His sister said he should do as he thought best, for his will was hers. Don Raphael then told the muleteer who accompanied him to have patience, for he intended to go to Barcelona, but would pay him accordingly. The muleteer, who was one of the merriest fellows of his trade, and who knew Don Raphael's liberality, declared that he was willing to go with him to the end of the world. Don Raphael asked his sister what money she had. She told him she had not counted it. All she knew was that she had put her hand 7 or 8 times into her father's strong box, and had taken it out full of gold crowns. From this Don Raphael calculated that she might have something about 500 crowns, which, with 200 of his own, and a gold chain he wore, seemed to him no bad provision for the journey, the more so as he felt confident of meeting Marco Antonio in Barcelona. They pursued their journey rapidly without incident or impediment, until they arrived within 2 leagues of a town called Igualada, which is 9 leagues from Barcelona, and there they learned that a cavalier who was going as ambassador to Rome was waiting at Barcelona for the galleys, which had not yet arrived. Greatly cheered by this news, they pushed on until they came to the verge of a small wood, from which they saw a man running, and looking back over his shoulder with every appearance of terror. "What is the matter with you, good man?" said Don Raphael, going up to him. "What has happened to you, that you seem so frightened and run so fast?" "Have I not good cause to be frightened and to run fast," said the man, "since I have escaped by a miracle from a gang of robbers in that wood?" "Malediction! Lord save us!" exclaimed the muleteer. "Robbers at this hour! By my halidom, they'll leave us as bare as we were born." "Don't make yourself uneasy, brother," replied the man from the wood, "for the robbers have by this time gone away, after leaving more than 30 passengers stripped to their shirts and tied to trees, with the exception of one only, whom they have left to unbind the rest as soon as they should have passed a little hill they pointed out to him." "If that be so," said Calvete the muleteer, "we may proceed without fear, for where robbers have made an attack, they do not show themselves again for some days. I say this with confidence, as a man who has been twice in their hands, and knows all their ways." This fact being confirmed by the stranger, Don Raphael resolved to go on. They entered the wood, and had not advanced far, when they came upon the persons who had been robbed, and who were more than 40 in number. The man who had been left free had unbound some of them, but his work was not yet complete, and several of them were still tied to the trees. They presented a strange spectacle. Some of them stripped naked, others dressed in the tattered garments of the robbers, some weeping over their disaster, some laughing at the strange figure the others made in their robber's costume, one dolorously reciting the list of the things he had lost, another declaring that the loss of a box of Agnus Dei he was bringing home from Rome afflicted him more than all besides. In short, the whole wood resounded with the moans and lamentations of the despoiled wretches. The brother and sister beheld them with deep compassion, and heartily thanked heaven for their own narrow escape from so great a peril. But what affected Teodoro more than anything else was the sight of a lad apparently about 15, tied to a tree, with no covering on him but a shirt and a pair of linen drawers, but with a face of such beauty that none could refrain from gazing on it. Teodoro dismounted and unbound him, a favour which he acknowledged in very courteous terms, and Teodoro, to make it the greater, begged Calvete to lend the gentle youth his cloak, until he could buy him another at the first town they came to. Calvete complied, and Teodoro threw the cloak over his shoulders, asking him in Don Raphael's presence to what part of the country he belonged, whence he was coming, and whither he was going. The youth replied that he was from Andalusia, and he named as his birthplace a town which was but 2 leagues distant from that of the brother and sister. He said he was on his way from Seville to Italy, to seek his fortune in arms like many another Spaniard, but that he had had the misfortune to fall in with a gang of thieves, who had taken from him a considerable sum of money and clothes, which he could not replace for 300 crowns. Nevertheless he intended to pursue his journey, for he had not come of a race which was used to letting the ardour of its zeal evaporate at the first check. The manner in which the youth expressed himself, the fact that he was from their own neighbourhood, and above all, the letter of recommendation he carried in his face, inspired the brother and sister with a desire to befriend him as much as they could. After they had distributed some money among some of the rest as seemed in most need of it, especially among monks and priests, of whom there were 8, they made this youth mount Calvete's mule, and went on without more delay to Igualada. There they were informed that the galleys had arrived the day before at Barcelona, whence they would sail in 2 days, unless the insecurity of the roadstead compelled them to make an earlier departure. On account of this news they rose next morning before the sun, although they had not slept all night in consequence of a circumstance which had occurred at supper, and which had more surprised and interested the brother and sister than they were themselves aware. As they sat at table, and the youth with them whom they had taken under their protection, Teodoro fixed her eyes intently on his face, and scrutinizing his features somewhat curiously, perceived that his ears were bored. From this, and from a certain bashfulness that appeared in his looks, she suspected that the supposed youth was a woman, and she longed for supper to be over that she might verify her suspicion. Meanwhile Don Raphael asked him whose son he was, for he knew all the principal people in the town he had named as his birthplace. The youth said he was the son of Don Enrique de Cardenas. Don Raphael replied that he was well acquainted with Don Enrique, and knew for certain that he had no son, but that if he had given that answer because he did not choose to make known his family, it was of no consequence, and he should not be questioned again on that subject. "It is true," said the youth, "that Don Enrique has no children, but his brother Don Sancho has." "He has no son either," replied Don Raphael, "but an only daughter, who, by the by, they say is one of the handsomest damsels in Andalusia. but this I know only by report, for though I have been often in her town, I have never seen her. It is quite true, as you say, señor, that Don Sancho has only a daughter, but not one so handsome as fame reports. And if I said that I was the son of Don Enrique, it was only to give myself some importance in your eyes, for in fact I am only the son of Don Sancho's steward, who has been many years in his service, and I was born in his house. Having displeased my father, I carried off a good sum of money from him, and resolved to go to Italy, as I have told you, and follow the career of arms, by which men even of obscure birth have been known to make themselves illustrious. Teodoro, who listened attentively to all this conversation, was more and more confirmed in her suspicion, both by the manner and the substance of what the youth said. After the cloth was removed, and while Don Raphael was preparing for bed, she made known to him her surmise, and then, with his permission, took the youth aside, and going out with him upon a balcony which looked on the street, addressed him thus: Don Francisco, for that was the name he had given himself, I would fain have done you so much service that you could not help granting me anything that I should ask of you, but the short time we have known you has not permitted this. Hereafter perhaps you may know how far I deserve that you should comply with my desires. But if you do not choose to satisfy that which I am now about to express, I will not the less continue to be your faithful servant. Furthermore, before I prefer my present request, I would impress upon you that, although my age does exceed yours, I have more experience in the world than is usual at my years, and you will admit, when I tell you that it has led me to suspect that you are not a man, as your garb imports, but a woman, and one as well born as your beauty proclaims, and perhaps as unfortunate as your disguise implies, for such transformations are never made willingly, or except under the pressure of some painful necessity. If what I suspect is the case, tell me so, and I swear to you on the faith of a cavalier to aid and serve you in every way I can. That you are a woman you cannot make me doubt, for the holes in your ears make that fact very clear. It was thoughtless of you not to close them with a little flesh-colored wax, for somebody else as inquisitive as myself, and not so fit to be trusted with a secret, might discover by means of them what you have so ill concealed. Believe me, you need not hesitate to tell me who you are, in full reliance of my inviolable secrecy." The youth had listened with great attention to all Teodoro said, and before answering her a word, he seized her hands, carried them by force to his lips, kissed them with great fervour, and even bedewed them copiously with tears. Teodoro could not help sympathizing with the acute feelings of the youth, and shedding tears also. Although, when she had with difficulty withdrawn her hands from the youth's lips, he replied with a deep-drawn sigh, "I will not and cannot deny, señora, that your suspicion is true. I am a woman, and the most unfortunate of my sex, and since the acts of kindness you have conferred upon me, and the offers you make me, oblige me to obey all your commands, listen, and I will tell you who I am, if indeed it will not weary you to hear the tale of another's misfortunes." "May I never know aught else myself," replied Teodoro, "if I shall not feel a pleasure in hearing of those misfortunes equal to the pain it will give me to know that they are yours, and that will be such as if they were my own." And again she embraced and encouraged the seeming youth, who, somewhat more tranquillized, continued thus: "I have spoken the truth with regard to my native place, but not with regard to my parents. For Don Enrique is not my father but my uncle, and his brother Don Sancho is my father. I am that unhappy daughter of his, of whom your brother says she is celebrated for her beauty, but how mistakenly you now perceive. My name is Leocadia. The occasion of my disguise you shall now hear. 2 leagues from my native town there is another, one of the wealthiest and noblest of Andalusia, where lives a cavalier of quality, who derives his origin from the noble and ancient Adornos of Genoa. He has a son, who, unless fame exaggerates his praises as it does mine, is one of the most gallant gentlemen one would desire to see. Being so near a neighbour of ours, and being, like my father, strongly addicted to the chase, he often came on a visit of 5 or 6 days to our house, the greater part of that time, much of the night even included, being spent by my father and him in the field. From these visits of his, fortune, or love, or my own imprudence, took occasion to bring me down to my present state of degradation. Having observed, with more attention than became a modest and well-behaved maiden, the graceful person and manners of our visitor, and taking into consideration his distinguished lineage and the great wealth of his parents, I thought that to obtain him for my husband would be the highest felicity to which my wishes could aspire. With this thought in my head, I began to gaze at him most intently, and also, no doubt, with too little caution, for he perceived it, and the traitor needed no other hint to discover the secret of my bosom and rob me of my peace. But why should I weary you by recapitulating every minute detail of my unfortunate attachment? Let me say at once that he won so far upon me by his ceaseless solicitations, having plighted his faith under the most solemn and, as I thought, the most Christian vows that he could become my husband, that I put myself wholly at his disposal. Nevertheless, not being quite satisfied with his vows alone, and in order that the wind might not bear them away, I made him commit them to writing, and give them to me in a paper signed with his own hand, and drawn up in terms so strong and unequivocal as to remove all my mistrust. Once in possession of this paper, I arranged that he should come to me one night, climb the garden wall, and enter my chamber, where he might securely pluck the fruit destined for him alone. The night so longed for by me at last arrived. Up to this point Teodoro had listened with rapt attention, especially since she had heard the name of Adorno. But now she could contain herself no longer. "Well," she cried, suddenly interrupting the speaker, "and then what did he do? Did he keep the assignation? Were you happy in his arms? Did he confirm his written pledge anew? Was he content when he had obtained from you what you say was his? Did your father know it? What was the end of this good and wise beginning?" "The end was to bring me to what you see, for he never came." Teodoro breathed again at these words, and partly recovered her self-possession, which had been almost destroyed by the frantic influence of jealousy. Even yet she was not so free from it but that she trembled inwardly as Leocadia continued her story. "Not only did he fail to keep the assignation, but a week after I learned for certain that he had disappeared from home, and carried off from the house of her parents, persons of distinction in his own neighborhood, a very beautiful and accomplished young lady named Theodosia. I was nearly mad with jealousy and mortification. I pictured Theodosia to myself in imagination more beautiful than the sun, more perfect than perfection itself, and above all, more blissful than I was miserable. I read the written engagement over and over again. It was as binding as any form of words could be, but though my hopes would fain have clung to it as something sacred and inviolable, they all fell to the ground when I remembered in what company Marco Antonio had departed. I beat my face, tore my hair, and cursed my fate. But what was most irksome to me was that I could not practice these self-inflictions at all hours, in consequence of my father's presence. In fine, that I might be free to indulge my woe without impediment, I resolved to quit my home. It would seem that the execution of a bad purpose never fails for want of opportunity. I boldly purloined a suit of clothes belonging to one of my father's pages, and from himself a considerable sum of money. Then, leaving the house by night, I travelled some leagues on foot, and reached a town called Osuna, where I hired a car. 2 days afterwards I entered Seville, where I was quite safe from all pursuit. There I bought other clothes and a mule, and set out with some cavaliers who were travelling at all speed to Barcelona, that they might be in time for some galleys that were on their way to Italy. I continued my journey until yesterday, when the robbers took everything from me, and among the rest, that precious thing which sustained my soul and lightened my toils, the written engagement given me by Marco Antonio. I had intended to carry it with me to Italy, find Marco Antonio there, and present it to him as an evidence of his faithlessness and my constancy, and constrain him to fulfill his promise. At the same time I am conscious that he may readily deny the words written on this paper, since he has made naught of the obligations that should have been engraved on his soul. Besides, it is plain that if he is accompanied by the incomparable Teodosia, he will not deign to look upon the unfortunate Leocadia. But happen what may, I am resolved to die or present myself before the pair, that the sight of me may trouble their joy. This Teodosia, this enemy of my peace, shall not so cheaply enjoy what is mine. I will seek her out, I will find her, and will take her life if I can." "But how is Teodosia in fault?" said Teodoro, "if, as is very probably the case, she too has been deluded by Marco Antonio, as you, señora, have been?" "How can that be so," returned Leocadia, "if he has her with him? Being with the man she loves, what question can there be of delusion? They are together, and therefore they are happy, and would be so, though they were in the burning deserts of Libya, or the dreary wastes of Scythia. She is blessed in his arms, wherever she is, and therefore she shall pay for all I shall suffer till I find her." "It is very likely you are mistaken," said Teodoro. "I am very well acquainted with this enemy of yours, as you call her, and I know her prudence and modesty to be such, that she would never venture to quit her father's house and go away with Marco Antonio. And even had she done so, not knowing you, nor being aware of any claim you had on him, she has not wronged you at all, and where there is no wrong, vengeance is out of place. Tell me not of her modesty, señor, for I was as modest and as virtuous as any maiden in the world, and yet I have done what I have told you. That he has carried her off there is no doubt. I acknowledge, looking on the matter dispassionately, that she has not wronged me. But the pangs of jealousy which she occasions me make me abhor her. If a sword were thrust through my vitals, should I not naturally strive to pluck it out and break it to pieces? Well, well, señora Leocadia, since the passion that sways you makes you speak so wildly, I see it is not fit time to offer you rational advice. I shall therefore content myself with repeating that I am ready and willing to render you every service in my power, and I know my brother's generous nature so well, that I can boldly make you the same promise on his part. We are going to Italy, and it rests only with yourself to accompany us. One thing only I entreat, that you will allow me to tell my brother what I know of your story, that he may treat you with the attention and respect which is your due. I think you had better continue to wear male attire, and if it is to be procured in this place, I will take care that you shall be suitably equipped tomorrow. For the rest, trust to time, for it is a great provider of remedies, even for the most desperate cases." Leocadia gratefully thanked the generous Teodoro, saying he might tell his brother whatever he thought fit, and beseeching him not to forsake her, since he saw to what dangers she was exposed, if she was known to be a woman. Here the conversation ended, and they retired to rest, Teodosia in her brother's room, and Leocadia in another next to it. Don Raphael was still awake, waiting for his sister to know what had passed between her and the suspected woman, and before she lay down, he made her relate the whole to him in detail. "Well, sister," he said, when she had finished, "if she is the person she declares herself to be, she belongs to the best family in her native place, and is one of the noblest ladies of Andalusia. Her father is well known to ours, and the fame of her beauty perfectly corresponds with the evidence of our own eyes. My opinion is, that we must proceed with caution, lest she come to speak with Marco Antonio before us, for I feel some uneasiness about that written engagement she speaks of, even though she has lost it. But be of good cheer, sister, and go to rest, for all will come right at last." End of The Two Damsels, Part 1. Recording by Bob Gonzalez, Tampa, Florida. Section 30 of the Exemplary Novels of Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bob Gonzalez. The Exemplary Novels by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. Translated by Walter K. Kelly. The Two Damsels, Part 2. Theodosia complied with her brother's advice so far as to go to bed, but it was impossible for her to rest, so racked was she by jealous fears. Oh, how she exaggerated the beauty of Leocadia, and the disloyalty of Marco Antonio! How often she read with the eyes of her imagination his written promise to her rival! What words and phrases she added to it, to make it more sure and binding! How often she refused to believe that it was lost, and how many a time she repeated to herself that even though it were lost, Marco Antonio would not the less fulfill his promise to Leocadia without thinking of that by which he was bound to herself. In such thoughts as these she passed the night without a wink of sleep. Nor was her brother Don Raphael less wakeful, for no sooner had he heard who Leocadia was, than his heart was on fire for her. He beheld her in imagination, not tied to a tree or in tattered male garments, but in her own rich apparel in her wealthy father's house. He would not suffer his mind to dwell on that which was the primary cause of his having become acquainted with her, and he longed for day that he might continue his journey and find out Marco Antonio, not so much that he might make him his brother-in-law, as that he might hinder him from becoming the husband of Leocadia. In fact, he was so possessed by love and jealousy that he could have borne to see his sister comfortless and Marco Antonio fairly buried, rather than be himself without hope of obtaining Leocadia. Thus, with different thoughts, they all quitted their beds at break of day, and Don Raphael sent for the host, and asked him if he could purchase a suit of clothes in that place for a page who had been stripped by robbers. The host said he happened to have one for sale, which he would dispose of at a reasonable price. He produced it. Leocadia found that it fitted her very well. She put it on, and girt herself with sword and dagger with such sprightly grace that she enchanted Don Raphael and redoubled Theodosia's jealousy. Calvete saddled the mules, and about 8 in the morning they started for Barcelona, not intending to take the famous monastery of Monserrate on their way, but to visit it on a future occasion, whenever it might please God to send them home again with hearts more at ease. Words are not adequate to describe the feelings of the two brothers, or with what different eyes they severally regarded Leocadia, Theodosia wishing for her death, and Don Raphael for her life, Theodosia striving to find faults in her, in order that she might not despair of her own hopes, and Don Raphael finding out new perfections that more and more obliged him to love her. All these thoughts, however, did not hinder their speed, for they reached Barcelona before sunset. They admired the magnificent situation of the city, and esteemed it to be the flower of the world, the honor of Spain, the terror of all enemies near and far, the delight of its inhabitants, the refuge of strangers, the school of chivalry, the model of loyalty, in a word, a union of all that a judicious curiosity could desire in a grand, famous, wealthy, and well-built city. Upon their entering it, they heard a great uproar, and saw a multitude of people running with loud cries. They inquired the cause, and were told that the people of the galleys in the port had fallen upon those of the town. Don Raphael desired to see what was going on, though Calvete would have dissuaded him, for, as the muleteer said, he knew well what mischief came of interfering in such frays as this, which usually occurred in Barcelona when galleys put in there. In spite of this good advice, Don Raphael and his fellow travellers went down at once towards the beach, where they saw many swords drawn, and numbers of people slashing at each other without mercy, and they approached so near the scene without dismounting, that they could distinctly see the faces of the combatants, for the sun was still above the horizon. The number of townspeople engaged was immense, and great crowds issued from the galleys, although their commander, Don Pedro Vique, a gentleman of Valencia, stood on the prow of the flagship, threatening all who entered the boats to succor their comrades. Finding his commands disregarded, he ordered a gun to be fired without ball, as a warning that if the combatants did not separate, the next gun he fired would be shotted. Meanwhile Don Raphael, who narrowly watched the fray, observed among those who took part with the seamen a young man of about 22, dressed in green, with a hat of the same colour, adorned with a rich loop and buttons apparently of diamonds. The skill and courage with which he fought, and the elegance of his dress, drew upon him the attention of all the spectators, and Teodosia and Leocadia both cried out as if with one voice, "Good heavens! Either my eyes deceive me, or he in green is Marco Antonio." Then with great nimbleness they dismounted, drew their swords and daggers, cleared their way through the crowd, and placed themselves one on each side of Marco Antonio. "Fear nothing, Señor Marco Antonio," cried Leocadia, "for there is one by your side who will defend your life at the cost of his own." "Who doubts it," ejaculated Teodosia, "on the other side, since I am here?" Don Raphael, who had seen and heard all this, followed his two companions, and took sides as they did. Marco Antonio was too busy smiting and defending himself to heed what his two seconds had said. He could think of nothing but fighting, and no man ever fought more bravely. But as the party of the town was every moment increasing in numbers, the people of the galleys were forced to retreat and take to the water. Marco Antonio retreated with the rest, much against his will, still attended on either side by his two valiant Amazons. By this time a Catalonian knight of the renowned house of Cardonas made his appearance on a noble charger, and throwing himself between the two parties, ordered the townspeople to retire. The majority obeyed, but some still continued to fling stones, one of which unluckily struck Marco Antonio on the breast with such force that he fell senseless into the water, in which he was wading up to his knees. Leocadia instantly raised and supported him in her arms, and Teodosia aided her. Don Raphael, who had turned aside a little to avoid a shower of stones, saw the accident which had befallen Marco Antonio, and was hastening forward to his aid, when the Catalonian knight stopped him, saying, "Stay, señor, and do me the favour to put yourself by my side. I will secure you from the insolence of this unruly rabble." "Ah, señor," replied Raphael, "let me pass, for I see that in great danger which I most love in this world." The knight let him pass, but before he could reach the spot, the crew of the flagship's boat had already taken on board Marco Antonio and Leocadia, who never let him out of her arms. As for Teodosia, whether it was that she was weary, or overcome with grief to see her lover wounded, or enraged with jealousy to see her rival with him, she had not strength to get into the boat, and would certainly have fallen in a fainting fit into the water if her brother had not opportunely come to her aid, while he himself felt no less torment than his sister at seeing Leocadia go away with Marco Antonio. The Catalonian knight, being very much taken with the goodly presence of Don Raphael and his sister, whom he supposed to be a man, called them from the shore and requested them to go with him, and they were constrained to accept his friendly offer, lest they should suffer some injury from the people, who were not yet pacified. Thereupon the knight dismounted, and with his drawn sword in his hand led them through the tumultuous throng, who made way at his command. Don Raphael looked round to see if he could discover Calvete with the mules, but he was not to be seen, for the moment his employers dismounted, he had gone off to an inn where he had lodged on previous occasions. On their arrival at the knight's abode, which was one of the principal houses in the city, he asked them in which of the galleys they had arrived. Don Raphael replied that they had not come in any, for they had arrived in the city just as the fray began, and it was because they had recognized the gentleman who was wounded with a stone that they had involved themselves in danger. Moreover, he entreated the knight would have the gentleman brought on shore, as he was one on whom his own dearest interests depended. "I will do so with great pleasure," replied the knight, "and I am sure the general will allow it, for he is a worthy gentleman and a relation of mine." Thereupon he went at once to the galley, where he found Marco Antonio under the hands of the surgeon, who pronounced his wound dangerous, being near the heart, With the general's consent he had him brought on shore with great care, accompanied by Leocadia, and carried to his own house in a litter, where he entertained the whole party with great hospitality. A famous surgeon of the city was now sent for, but he would not touch the patient's wound until the following day, alleging that it had no doubt been properly treated already, army and navy surgeons being always men of skill, in consequence of their continual experience in cases of wounds. He only desired that the patient should be placed in a quiet room and left to rest. Presently the surgeon of the galley arrived, and had a conference with his colleague, who approved of what he had done, and agreed with him in thinking the case highly dangerous. Leocadia and Teodosia heard this with as much anguish of heart as if it had been a sentence of death upon themselves, but not wishing to betray their grief, they strove to conceal it in silence. Leocadia, however, determined to do what she thought requisite for her honor, and as soon as the surgeons were gone, she entered Marco Antonio's room, where, going up to his bedside, and taking his hand in presence of the master of the house, Don Raphael, Teodosia, and others, "Señor Marco Antonio Adorno," she said, "it is now no seasonable time, considering your condition, to utter many words, and therefore I shall only entreat you to lend your ear to some few which concern, if not the safety of your body, at least that of your soul. But I must have your permission to speak, for it would ill become me, who have striven never to disoblige you from the first moment I knew you, to disturb you now in what seems almost your last." At these words Marco Antonio opened his eyes, looked steadfastly at Leocadia, and recognizing her rather by the tone of her voice than by her face, said with a feeble voice like one in pain, "Say on, señor, what you please, for I am not so far gone but that I can listen to you, nor is that voice of yours so harsh and unpleasing that I should dislike to hear it." Teodosia hearkened most attentively, and every word that Leocadia spoke pierced her heart like an arrow, and at the same time harrowed the soul of Don Raphael. "If the blow you have received," continued Leocadia, "or rather that which has struck my heart, has not effaced from your memory, Señor Marco Antonio, the image of her whom not long ago you called your glory and your heaven, you must surely call to mind who Leocadia was, and what was the promise you gave her in writing under your own hand. Nor can you have forgotten the worth of her parents, her own modesty and virtue, and the obligation you are under to her, for having always gratified you in everything you desired. If you have not forgotten all this, you may readily know, in spite of this disguise, that I am Leocadia. As soon as I heard of your departure from home, dreading lest new chances and opportunities should deprive me of what is so justly mine, I resolved, in defiance of the worst miseries, to follow you in this garb, and to search the wide world over till I found you. Nor need you wonder at this, if you have ever felt what the strength of true love is capable of, or know the frenzy of a deceived woman. I have suffered some hardships in my quest, all of which I regard as pastime, since they have resulted in my seeing you. For though you are in this condition, if it be God's will to remove you to a better world, I shall esteem myself more than happy if before your departure you do what becomes you, in which case I promise you to live in such a manner after your death that I shall soon follow you on that last inevitable journey. I beseech you then, for the love of heaven, for your own honor, and for my sake, to whom you owe more than to all the world, receive me at once as your lawful wife, not leaving it to the law to do what you have so many righteous motives for doing of your own accord." Here Leocadia ceased speaking. All present had listened to her in profound silence, and in the same way they awaited the reply of Marco Antonio. "I cannot deny, señora," he said, "that I know you. Your voice and your face will not suffer me to do that. Nor yet can I deny how much I owe to you, nor the great worth of your parents and your own incomparable modesty and virtue. I do not and never shall think lightly of you, for what you have done in coming to seek me in such a disguise. On the contrary, I shall always esteem you for it in the highest degree. But since, as you say, I am so near my end, I desire to make known to you a truth, the knowledge of which, if it be unpleasant to you now, may hereafter be useful to you. I confess, fair Leocadia, that I loved you, and you loved me. And yet I confess also that my written promise was given more in compliance with your desire than my own. For before I had long signed it, my heart was captivated by a lady named Theodosia, whom you know, and whose parentage is as noble as your own. If I gave you a promise signed with my hand, to her I gave that hand itself in so unequivocal a manner, that it is impossible for me to bestow it on any other person in the world. My amour with you was but a pastime from which I culled only some flowers, leaving you nothing the worse. From her I obtained the consummate fruit of love, upon my plighted faith to be her husband. That I afterwards deserted you both was the inconsiderate act of a young man who thought that all such things were of little importance, and might be done without scruple. My intention was to go to Italy, and after spending some of the years of my youth there, to return and see what had become of you and my real wife. But heaven in its mercy, as I truly believe, has permitted me to be brought to the state in which you see me, in order that in thus confessing my great faults I may fulfill my last duty in this world, by leaving you disabused and free, and ratifying on my deathbed the pledge I gave to Theodosia. If there is anything, Señora Leocadia, in which I can serve you during the short time that remains to me, let me know it, so it be not to receive you as my wife, for that I cannot. There is nothing else which I will not do, if it be in my power, to please you. Marco Antonio, who had raised himself on one arm while he spoke, now fell back senseless. Don Raphael then came forward. "Recover yourself, dear Señor," he said, embracing him affectionately, "and embrace your friend and your brother, since such you desire him to be." Marco Antonio opened his eyes, and recognizing Don Raphael, embraced him with great warmth. "Dear brother and Señor," he said, "the extreme joy I feel in seeing you must needs be followed by a proportionate affliction, since, as they say, after gladness comes sorrow. But whatever befalls me now, I will receive with pleasure in exchange for the happiness of beholding you." "To make your happiness more complete," replied Don Raphael, "I present to you this jewel as your own." Then, turning to look for his sister, he found her behind the rest of the people in the room, bathed in tears, and divided between joy and grief at what she saw and what she had heard. Taking her by the hand, her brother led her passively to the bedside, and presented her to Marco Antonio, who embraced her with loving tears. The rest of those present stared in each other's faces in speechless amazement at these extraordinary occurrences. But the hapless Leocadia, seeing her whom she had mistaken for Don Raphael's brother locked in the arms of him she looked on as her own husband, with all her hopes mocked and ruined, stole out of the room unperceived by the others, whose attention was engrossed by the scene about the bed. She rushed wildly into the street, intending to wander over the world, no matter whither, but she was hardly out of doors before Don Raphael missed her, and, as if he had lost his soul, began to inquire anxiously after her, but nobody could tell what had become of her. He hastened in dismay to the inn where he was told Calvete lodged, thinking she might have gone thither to procure a mule, but, not finding her there, he ran like a madman through the streets, seeking her in every quarter, till the thought struck him that she might have made for the galleys, and he turned in that direction. As he approached the shore, he heard someone calling from the land for the boat belonging to the general's galley, and soon recognized the voice as that of the beautiful Leocadia. Hearing his footsteps as he hastened towards her, she drew her sword and stood upon her guard, but perceiving it was Don Raphael, she was vexed and confused at his having found her, especially in so lonely a place, for she was aware, from many indications, that he was far from regarding her with indifference. On the contrary, she would have been delighted to know that Marco Antonio loved her as well. How shall I relate all that Don Rafael now said to Leocadia? I can give but a faint idea of the glowing language in which he poured out his soul. Were it my fate, beautiful Leocadia, he said, along with the favours of fortune, to lack also at this moment the courage to disclose to you the secret of my soul, then would there be doomed to perpetual oblivion the most ardent and genuine affection that ever was harboured in a lover's breast. But not to do it that wrong, I will make bold, Señora, come of it what may, to beg you will observe, if your wounded feelings allow you, that in nothing has Marco Antonio the advantage of me, except the happiness of being loved by you. My lineage is as good as his, and in fortune he is not much superior to me. As for the gifts of nature, it becomes me not to laud myself, especially if in your eyes those which have fallen to my share are of no esteem. All this I say, adored Señora, that you may seize the remedy for your disasters which fortune offers to your hand. You see that Marco Antonio cannot be yours, since heaven has already made him my sister's, and the same heaven which has taken him from you is now willing to compensate you with me, who desire no higher bliss in this life than that of being your husband. See how good fortune stands knocking at the door of the evil fortune you have hitherto known. And do not suppose that I shall ever think the worse of you for the boldness you have shown in seeking after Marco Antonio, for from the moment I determined to match myself with you, I am bound to forget all that is past. Well I know that the same power, which has constrained me so irresistibly to adore you, has brought you also to your present pass, and therefore there will be no need to seek an excuse where there has been no fault. Leocadia listened in silence to all Don Rafael said, only from time to time heaving a sigh from the bottom of her heart. Don Rafael ventured to take her hand. She did not withdraw it, and kissing it again and again, he said, "Tell me, lady of my soul, that you will be so wholly in presence of these starry heavens, this calm listening sea, and these watery sands. Say that yes, which surely behoves your honour as well as my happiness. I repeat to you that I am a gentleman, as you know, and wealthy, that I love you, which you ought to esteem above every other consideration, and that, whereas I find you alone, in a garb that derogates much from your honour, far from the home of your parents and your kindred, without any one to aid you at your need, and without the hope of obtaining what you were in quest of, you may return home in your own proper and seemly garb, accompanied by as good a husband as you had chosen for yourself, and be wealthy, happy, esteemed, and even applauded by all who may become acquainted with the events of your story. All this being so, I know not why you hesitate. Say the one word that shall raise me from the depth of wretchedness to the heaven of bliss, and in so doing, you will do what is best for yourself. You will comply with the demands of courtesy and good sense, and show yourself at once grateful and discreet." "Well," said the doubting Leocadia at last, "since heaven has so ordained, and neither I nor any one living can oppose its will, be it as heaven and you desire, Señor. I take the same power to witness with what bashfulness I consent to your wishes, not because I am unconscious of what I gain by complying with them, but because I fear that when I am yours you will regard me with other eyes than those with which hitherto perhaps you have mistakenly beheld me. But be it as it may, to be the lawful wife of Don Rafael de Villavicencio is an honour I cannot lose, and with that alone I shall live contented. But if my conduct after I am your wife give me any claim to your esteem, I will thank heaven for having brought me through such strange circumstances and such great misfortunes to the happiness of being yours. Give me your hand, Don Rafael, and take mine in exchange, and as you say, let the witnesses of our mutual engagement be the sky, the sea, the sands, and this silence, interrupted only by my sighs and your entreaties." So saying, she permitted Don Raphael to embrace her, and taking each other's hand, they solemnized their betrothal with a few tears, drawn from their eyes by the excess of joy succeeding to their past sorrows. They immediately returned to the knight's house, where their absence had occasioned great anxiety, and where the nuptials of Marco Antonio and Teodosia had already been celebrated by a priest, at the instance of Teodosia, who dreaded lest any untoward chance should rob her of her new-found hopes. The appearance of Don Raphael and Leocadia, and the account given by the former of what had passed between them, augmented the general joy, and the master of the house rejoiced as if they were his own near relations, for it is an innate characteristic of the Catalonian gentry to feel and act as friends towards such strangers as have any need of their services. The priest, who was still present, desired that Leocadia should change her dress for one appropriate to her sex, and the knight at once supplied both the ladies with handsome apparel from the wardrobe of his wife, who was a lady of the ancient house of the Granolliques, famous in that kingdom. The surgeon was moved by charity to complain that the wounded man talked so much and was not left alone. But it pleased God that Marco Antonio's joy, and the little silence he observed, were the very means of his amendment, so that when they came to dress his wound next day, they found him out of danger, and in a fortnight more he was fit to travel. During the time he kept his bed, he had made a vow that if he recovered, he would go on a pilgrimage on foot to Santiago de Galicia, and in the fulfilment of that vow he was accompanied by Don Raphael, Leocadia, Teodosia, and even by the muleteer Calvete, unusual as such pious practices are with men of his calling. But he had found Don Raphael so liberal and good-humoured, that he would not quit him till he had returned home. The party having to travel on foot as pilgrims, the mules were sent on to Salamanca. The day fixed for their departure arrived, and equipped in their dalmaticas, and with all things requisite, they took leave of their generous and hospitable friend, the knight Don Sancho de Cardona, a man of most illustrious blood and personally famous, and they pledged themselves that they and their descendants, to whom they should bequeath it as a duty, should perpetually preserve the memory of the singular favours received from him, in order that they might not be wanting at least in grateful feeling, if they could not repay them in any other way. Don Sancho embraced them all, and said it was a matter of course with him to render such services or others to all whom he knew or supposed to be Castilian hidalgos. They repeated their embraces twice, and departed with gladness, mingled with some sorrow. Travelling by easy stages to suit the strength of the lady pilgrims, they reached Monserrate in 3 days, remained as many more there, fulfilling their duties as good Catholic Christians, and resuming their journey, arrived without accident at Santiago, where they accomplished their vows with all possible devotion. They determined not to quit their pilgrim garbs until they reached their homes. After travelling towards them leisurely, they came at last to a rising ground, whence Leocadia and Teodosia looked down upon their respective birthplaces, nor could they restrain their tears at the glad sight which brought back to their recollection all their past vicissitudes. From the same spot they discovered a broad valley, which divided the 2 townships, and in it they saw under the shades of an olive tree a stalwart knight, mounted on a powerful charger, armed with a strong keen lance, and a dazzling white shield. Presently they saw, issuing from among some olive trees, 2 other knights similarly armed, and of no less gallant appearance. These 2 rode up to the first, and after remaining a while together they separated. The first knight and one of the 2 others set spurs to their horses, and charging each other like mortal enemies, began mutually to deal such vigorous thrusts, and to avoid or parry them with such dexterity, that it was plain they were masters in that exercise. The third knight remained a spectator of the fight without quitting his place. Don Raphael, who could not be content with a distant view of the gallant conflict, hurried down the hill, followed by the other 3, and came up close to the 2 champions, just as they had both been slightly wounded. The helmet of one of them had fallen off, and as he turned his face toward Don Rafael, the latter recognized his father, and Marco Antonio knew that the other was his own, whilst Leocadia discovered hers in the third knight, who had not fought. Astounded at this spectacle, the two brothers instantly rushed between the champions, crying out, "Stop, cavalier, stop! We who call on you to do so are your own sons. Father, I am Marco Antonio, for whose sake, as I guess, your honored life is put to this peril. Allay your anger, cast away your weapons, or turn them against another enemy, for the one before you must henceforth be your brother." The two knights instantly stopped, and looking round, they observed that Don Sancho had dismounted and was embracing his daughter, who briefly narrated to him the occurrences at Barcelona. Don Sancho was proceeding to make peace between the combatants, but there was no need of that, for he found them already dismounted and embracing their sons with tears of joy. There now appeared at the entrance of the valley a great number of armed men on foot and on horseback. These were the vassals of the three knights, who had come to support the cause of their respective lords. But when they saw them embracing the pilgrims, they halted, and knew not what to think, until Don Sancho briefly recounted to them what he had learned from his daughter. The joy of all was unbounded. 5 of the vassals immediately mounted the pilgrims on their own horses, and the whole party set out for the house of Marco Antonio's father, where it was arranged that the 2 weddings should be celebrated. On the way, Don Rafael and Marco Antonio learned that the cause of the quarrel which had been so happily ended was a challenge sent to the father of the latter by the fathers of Theodosia and Leocadia, under the belief that he had been privy to the acts of seduction committed by his son. The 2 challengers, having found him alone, would not take advantage of him, but agreed to fight him one after the other, like brave and generous knights. The combat, nevertheless, must have ended in the death of one or all of them, but for the timely arrival of their children, who gave thanks to God for so happy a termination of the dispute. The day after the arrival of the pilgrims, Marco Antonio's father celebrated the marriages of his son and Theodosia, Don Rafael and Leocadia, with extraordinary magnificence. The 2 wedded pairs lived long and happily together, leaving an illustrious progeny, which still exists in their 2 towns, which are among the best in Andalusia. Their names, however, we suppress, in deference to the 2 ladies, whom malicious or prudish tongues might reproach with levity of conduct. But I would beg of all such to forbear their sentence, until they have examined themselves, and seen whether they too have not been assailed some time or other by what are called the arrows of Cupid, weapons whose force is truly irresistible. Calvete was made happy with the gift of the mule which Don Rafael had left at Salamanca, and with many other presents, and the poets of the time took occasion to employ their pens in celebrating the beauty and the adventures of the 2 damsels, as bold as they were virtuous, the heroines of this strange story. End of recording. End of The 2 Damsels, Part 2. Recording by Bob Gonzalez. End of The Exemplary Novels by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. Translated by Walter K. Kelly.